Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us on deadline day. A lot of moves happened yesterday. Unfortunately, I had to work, so I wasn't able to cover it live for you guys. But today we'll go all the way through the deadline today, probably about an hour or two afterward, making sure we get every single deal covered. Now, with that said, let's kind of dig into some of the deals that happened yesterday. Right off the bat, anyway, let's discuss the Josh Hader trade. Now, Josh Hader was traded by the Milwaukee Brewers to the San Diego Padres. Anyway, one of my viewers, anyway, you guys said that you guys were getting Josh Hader. I didn't believe it just because of how negative the Milwaukee Brewers had been over the last couple of years to even being receptive to trade offers. But it seems like they were able to get the job done, so good on them. The trade itself includes their own closer Taylor Rogers going the other way. Uh, Lamet, the kind of righty starting pitcher, relief pitcher option as well. Estry Ruiz, kind of an outfield option, and pitching prospect Robert Gasser. So, looking at the trade itself, the bullpen for the Padres got a little bit better as far as different pieces added while trading in an asset. They also filled a number of different spots on their roster to kind of fill in those deadline acquisitions without having to dip into their prospect pool. Dinelson Lamet, anyway, is going to fill in that fifth starter relief option role in the postseason. Ruiz gives them that bench bat, that fourth outfielder that they were looking for. And then they also made the trade for Matt Bush yesterday from the Texas Rangers. He's going to fill in that seventh, eighth inning mix. He's been fantastic this year for the Texas Rangers. But looking at the Josh Hader trade itself, this is all about the Padres investing in this season and this season only currently. Now, of course, Hader's going to be there for at least this year and possible. I think he's under contract for next year as well. But Josh Hader's a dynamic pitcher. He's not necessarily the same pitcher he was a couple of years ago, though. He's not that multi-inning type of reliever anymore. Doesn't seem like he even wants to do that ever again. So we'll see if the Padres ask him to do that once more, or if they're just keeping him for the ninth and hoping that him being locking down the ninth, they'll be a little bit better. Now, the one worrisome issue that you have if you're a Padres fan is he had 11 months where he didn't give up a run, and then then in the last 6 weeks, he's given up like 16 runs in 16 innings. That's a little bit worrying if you're a Padres fan, and so you're getting him as a little bit lower or at a lower price, in my opinion. Just looking at the price they gave up to get him, 3 players off their major league roster, and then a prospect. That's not a lot for what Hader might have gone for a couple of years ago. So good on the Padres for not giving up too much. But you also wonder just how much is really left in his tank. The other move that I mentioned was Matt Bush being traded to the Brewers for Mark Mathias and Antoine Kelly. Not a big trade, but does give them some more depth in that bullpen after losing Josh Hader. Matt Bush is not a multi-inning reliever either, but gives them some more 98-mile-an-hour fastball, some more heat in that back end after losing Hader. For the Rangers, this gives them a little bit older infield prospect in Mark Mathias. He's 28, although he's knocking the cover off the ball in AAA this year. Hasn't shown much in the majors at all in his career. So kind of a lottery ticket, see if he catches on this year. And if he doesn't, oh well. They also get Antoine Kelly, who's a 21, 22-year-old pitching prospect, 6'5 left-hander, has a great fastball slider mix. They wonder about his ability to stick in the rotation, so maybe they fill in Matt Bush's role with Antoine Kelly next year. He is going to be Rule 5 eligible at the end of the year, so we'll see how good he is the rest of the way for the Rangers. The other big move that we saw yesterday is an extension. The Braves extended Austin Riley on a 10-year, $212 million deal. Just looking at the Atlanta Braves, what have they done over the past few years? They've locked up Ronald Acuna, Ozzie Albies, Matt Olson at the beginning of the season, and now Austin Riley for the next 10 years. That core is going to be together for 8 years from now going forward, and a few of them are going to be there beyond that as well. And they've all done it with cost-controlled deals. The Atlanta Braves are set up for success for the next decade. Anybody who says differently, I don't know what you're smoking. The most interesting moves of the day, though, came from the Boston Red Sox. They both bought and sold so far here at the deadline. They acquired Reese McGuire from the Chicago White Sox in exchange for Jake Diekman. They traded away Christian Vazquez to the Houston Astros for a couple of prospects. And then the other move that was a little bit more surprising, they acquired Tommy Pham anyway. Maybe they're just filling in pieces for the rest of the way because they're only a few games out of the wild card. They just want to stay in the hunt just in case they get hot. But they did cash in their chips that they had to trade with Christian Vazquez. The one player they have left to move yet is J.D. Martinez. He is expected to move. The team most notably mentioned for him is the New York Mets. There was a 3-team deal yesterday. Astros acquiring Trey Mancini in a 3-team deal with the Baltimore Orioles and Tampa Bay Rays. Center fielder Jose Siri goes from Houston to Tampa. There's a couple of prospects that are involved in this deal as well. A couple of pitching prospects going to the O's, another one going to the Astros, while the Astros get Trey Mancini. This officially puts them out of the Josh Bell sweepstakes, in my opinion. Tampa also designated Brett Phillips for assignment, and he apparently is generating a lot of trade interest right now. We'll see where he ends up going here at the deadline. A lot of teams out there could use a center fielder, outfielder type of player, so we'll see where he ends up going this year. But for the Astros, Mancini's hitting .268 this year, about 400 plate appearances for him. He's got about 10 home runs this year, I believe. However, if he had played the entire year with the Houston Astros, he would have 21. Shows you he still has plenty of pop in that bat. Maybe Houston will pick up his numbers a little bit as well. Houston doing a little bit of tinkering around the border. One of the other big moves yesterday by the Astros was that they sent away Jake Odorizzi. Trying to find that return for you real quick. A lot of moves yesterday anyway. Yes, he went to the Atlanta Braves as well in exchange for Will Smith. So the bullpen got a little bit better for the Astros. They do have Lance McCullers coming back, so it's not like they're going to lose a whole lot out in that starting rotation. Getting the lefty reliever will certainly help them out in the going forward. The Braves also tinkered a little bit with their outfield, adding outfielder Robbie Grossman. Welcome in, David. The Astros move's a little bit confusing, and I think they went a little bit cheaper than I thought they would. I do like the acquisition of Smith, but in the long term, I wonder if they could have done more. Josh Bell, I thought, was the most likely guy to go there just because it seemed like they were the most hot after him, but it sounds like the Washington Nationals, while they said at the beginning that they were going to move Bell first and then Soto, it seems like the Padres want both Soto and Bell. So it seems like there's a little bit of momentum for the San Diego Padres to end up with both players. Got to wonder if they are unable to get a deal done by the deadline. If the Nationals end up pivoting to either the Cardinals or the Dodgers offer, I don't think they will. It seems like the Padres are all over this and that they're going to end up with Juan Soto by the end of the day. The other move I haven't mentioned yet is the Yankees moves. They did acquire a bullpen piece from the Cubs in Efros. Then they acquired Frankie Montas from the A's. Now, the trade itself for Frankie Montas included the reliever Lou Trevino as well. Now, the Athletics did get Ken Waldichuk, a really good left-handed pitching prospect. I think he's got a bright future, and he's going to fit in great with that the way the Oakland A's run things. They also received J.P. Sears, Luis Medina, and Cooper Bowman. But for my money, I still would have rather had Luis Castillo or maybe even really gone to the deep end and gotten Shohei Ohtani. For this, the Yankees do strengthen that rotation, which was my chief worry for them from the beginning of the season. But I'm still wondering if they need more. Montas probably fits in as their Game 2, Game 3 starter in a postseason series, but I'm wondering if they could have done better. They seem to have gone cheap as far as the way they handled shortstop. They invested a little bit more in a trade than I thought they would have for Andrew Benintendi. They still have Joey Gallo to move. After all the conversations that's been around Joey Gallo the last couple of days, I'm beginning to believe that they're actually going to get an asset back for him. Do I think it's going to be 4 assets like they traded away to the Rangers? No, but maybe they get a mid-teens prospect in exchange for Joey Gallo, which is very surprising because he's hitting 160 and just does not look like the same hitter that he was with the Rangers. Just waiting for some news to come out. Blue Jays have now expressed interest in Ian Happ, especially with the injury to George Springer. That would be a good get for them. The Cardinals also acquired a starting pitcher yesterday, and it was not Frankie Montas, obviously. They get Jose Quintana and reliever Chris Stratton from the Pirates. In return, they get Johan Oviedo and a minor league third baseman in Malcolm Nunez. Got some Cardinal fans that have joined our chat over the past few days that said, oh, yeah, we're going to get a better starter than Jose Quintana. We're not going to get a back-end guy. Well, it looks like you're going the back-end guy again. But I think this is a rare trade within the division, though. Pirates and Cardinals making a move. This is more like the Cardinals, though, with what they've been doing over the past decade. They go a little bit cheaper as far as acquisition costs. They don't give up the prospects for Frankie Montas. Got to wonder if they're really going to end up giving up the prospects to get Juan Soto. I don't think they will. But so far, Quintana has been very good for the Pirates, working with a 3.5 ERA. That's pretty good for a fourth, fifth starter option. Do I think he'll start in the postseason? No. Any thoughts about Dodgers getting JD Martinez? I don't think they've gotten him yet anyway, but would they get him? I guess is what you're asking. I mean, their platoons haven't worked great this year. I mean, he'd be a DH only at this point. So that kind of ruins your flexibility. I wonder if they're actually going to do something like that. But thank you for joining us, HG. Got 20 of you guys with us here at 9 a.m. Wow. And yes, I'm in Central Time Zone. If you're in different time zones, thank you guys for joining us. Jim Bowden tweeting out earlier, if a potential deal between the Nationals and Padres actually goes down, the return is expected to be centered around C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, Adrian Morejon, and at least 2 others in the transaction, along with Josh Bell going with Soto the other way. However, there's still a couple of other finalists, according to John Paul Morosi. The Cardinals and Dodgers are in, while the Blue Jays checked in July, but haven't since. You can't hear any audio? How about y'all? Can y'all hear? Anybody else can hear? Where do you think Soto will go? If I had to pick, it'd probably be okay. Thank you, Ronald. It's working? Okay. Thank you. The audio's working anyway. Where do you think Soto will go? Soto, if I had to put money on it right now, I'd put almost 95% chance he goes to San Diego. I think it's that clear he's going there at this point. Well, I don't know if they're going to blow up their team for him. I think they're really going to build for the future. Everybody's been clamoring for them to get off of Eric Hosmer. I wonder if Eric Hosmer goes the other way in that type of a deal. That way the Nationals can get even more prospects out of him. Seems like the Nationals are really liking what the Padres are selling. And who wouldn't? I mean, that C.J. Abrams for me is a great prospect. Hassel's a great prospect. If you can get them to give up a couple others of those top prospects, the Nationals really wanted Wood and Merrill as well. Got to think one of those will be in that deal as well. Well, yeah. I mean, I like Dylan Carlson. I like Walker. I like the whole deal that the Cardinals could have brought. I just don't think it's better than what the Padres can. And I think the Padres are willing to include more of it. For instance, I think if you really push the Padres, I think you'd probably get 8 prospects out of them if you really wanted to. Yes, I said 8 prospects. Well, Myers is gone after this year anyway, so it'd be a salary neutral deal for them if they did take back Myers. As for Hosmer, if they really wanted to get their that prospect capital up even higher, take on another top 5 prospect possibly in this deal, if they're having difficulty convincing the Padres to give up both Wood and Merrill, maybe they say, hey, we'll take Hosmer if you give us one of those and another guy like Josh Mears. Well, they just did. They made the deal for Jose Quintana. I wonder if they're pretty much done, though, with starting pitching. And I don't think that's a good enough move for them. I think the Cardinals right now have solidified themselves as a legitimate chance to make the postseason, but I don't think they've done anything or are going to do anything to lock up a spot in the postseason. And even if they do, I don't think they're beating any of the top 4 teams out in the National League. Yeah, it would be crazy if the Dodgers did get Soto. Just imagine that outfield. Soto, Bellinger, and Betts. Welcome back, Cobra. I don't think it gets them past the Dodgers. I do think it gets them pretty darn close. The addition of Josh Hader really helps them as well if he can get cleared up. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was mentioning before, when I logged in. I saw your comment. I just couldn't make a video on it. But yeah, you did call that one. I did not see Hader going to the Padres. I didn't see Hader going anywhere, though. I mean, I'm just shocked that they made the move. Yeah. I mean, the Dodgers lineup is formidable. Well, I don't think the Dodgers are scared of anybody, but I think that bullpen for the Dodgers is a little bit worrisome. I worry about their platoons that aren't working. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Yeah. If AJ Preller pulls off Hader, Soto, and Bell here at the deadline and is still going to go out there and get a catcher, I believe, AJ Preller for GM of the year, anybody? I mean, even if it does take 8 prospects to get that Soto deal done, maybe you get a couple of relievers out of it as well. Appreciate it. Thank you. Cubs are still listening on some deadline pieces. Robertson, Contreras, Happ. Oh, I don't think it makes his seat very hot. I think he's done this before and survived it just fine. Look back to the trades they made for Justin Upson, Craig Kimbrell. He was able to quickly pivot out of those deals, and there's already reports out there that if the Soto deal doesn't work, they can quickly turn around and pivot and say, Soto, we're going to trade you out of here and recoup some of the prospects we just lost. Now, do I think that the Padres were great for doing that kind of thing a couple years ago when they made that Justin Upton move, the move for Craig Kimbrell, B.J. Upton? No, but we saw that they lost better prospects than they got back. But in the end, they gave their fans a real shot at the postseason, and they were out of it by the trade deadline. Right now, of course, they're in a playoff position right now, and they're only making themselves better, and they're getting one of the 3 best players by their age 23 season in all of baseball. Who do you think Contreras and Ian Happ are going to? I'm beginning to think they're going to split those two up. If I had to guess, I'd say Contreras goes to the Padres just because I think his acquisition cost is a little bit lower. The Mets, though, are going to be right there for him. Maybe they go for the backup Yan Gomes instead of going for Contreras, though. I do like the bat that Yan Gomes is swinging right now. Judge isn't going to sign before the deadline or before the end of the season. He's going to hit free agency. Yankees are going to have a stiff competition to keep him. I think it's 50-50 whether he goes back to the Yankees or goes to another team. Do I think there's another team that has a greater chance than the Yankees of signing him? No. I think they're all a distant second, but put them all together, and I think it's pretty equal. I don't know about that. I mean, Contreras has his defensive issues. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. But Murphy's out there. Gomes, his backup, is out there. There's a couple other catchers that are now on the market that they can move to. I remember telling you guys or the other day anyway, that Pablo Lopez, after his bad start that he had the other day, I thought that might quiet down some of the rumors that he's traded. but it seems like the Dodgers are really kicking the tires on him. Maybe give them some depth in that rotation. And of course, he's a controllable starter. So maybe the Dodgers make that kind of a move instead of going big with Shohei Ohtani. And speaking of Shohei Ohtani, Ronald asks, do you think Ohtani will be traded? If yes, I think it will be next year. I'm beginning to think because how long it's taken for the Soto deal to get put together, I think it's going to be too hard to get an Ohtani deal put together here in the final 6-7 hours of the deadline. I just don't think it's possible for them to get it done. Wow, 25 of you guys at 9:12 a.m. Central. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I thought Contreras would be moved by now, but I think that Soto deal is really holding up the market. The market decided to move on without it yesterday. They finally got the logjam cleared up a little bit with Frankie Montas moving. I think that's a clear indication of where the Cardinals stand on their ability to trade those prospects. I think that the Cardinals are taking a step back for. JD Martin, welcome in, Cooper. Thank you for joining us today. JD Martinez to the Mets. If I had to pick a team, I'd say he's going to the Mets. Which team are you for? Well, I'm a Rangers fan, so they're a little bit of buying and selling at the deadline. They traded Matt Bush. They're going to trade Matt Moore. He's the best lefty on the market right now, left-handed reliever anyway. I think the Yankees could use him after having just lost King for the season. But I don't think a deal for Ohtani is going to get done. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Appreciate all you guys who subscribed the other day. Remember when Gallo was good? Yeah, about a year ago. I'd be shocked if the Dodgers would trade for Soto now, at least. Yeah, I would agree. I think any team trading for Soto outside of the Padres right now would be considered a shock. Well, Cooper, as we just saw the other – thank you, Ronald, for subscribing. As we just saw a few minutes ago, Josh Bell is in the talks for Juan Soto as well. Welcome in, Steve. But I expect Josh Bell to be included in that deal with Soto going to San Diego to solve that first base spot. That's why I'm wondering if Eric Hosmer might be going the other way, because there's not going to be a spot on the active roster for Eric Hosmer and Will Myers. They're going to have to free up a 25-man or an active roster spot and a 40-man spot. Steve Dayton, I really want to see the Mariners add a bat, but I don't think they will. I think they'll add at least 2 bats, honestly. With the injury to J-Rod, the Ty France questions around him, I'm not sure if he's going to hit the IL or not. I think the Mariners are at least going to get 1 bat. The Braves acquired Adrianza from the Nationals yesterday, so that takes them out of the Drury sweepstakes for me, and I don't think the Dodgers are willing to give up the same prospects in a Drury trade that the Mariners will, so I think the Mariners would get Brandon Drury. I think you also get an outfield bat out there as well. There'll be a couple of them on the move. Maybe a Tommy Pham level player. Tommy Pham's already moved, though, to the Red Sox. I thought for sure the Dodgers were going to get Castillo. I never saw that just because I saw that the Yankees, the Mariners were hot after him, and there was a couple other teams in the mix. I don't think the Dodgers were willing to give up that much for him. Welcome in, David, again. Ian Happ could go to the Dodgers. I think he'd be a great complement in center field. But again, you have that Gavin Lux. He's very much like a Gavin Lux type of player for them. So maybe if the Dodgers do end up with Soto and have to include Gavin Lux in that deal, maybe they turn and pivot to Ian Happ as a replacement. But other than that, I don't see Happ going to the Dodgers. He's got a year and a half left. I think he could end up with either the Astros or the Blue Jays at this point. I think the Astros would be a great fit for Ramon Laureano of the A's, and then the Blue Jays get Ian Happ. Ian Happ could fill in at a number of different spots. Second base, center field, left field, wherever they feel like playing him. Marcelo Zuna, he's under contract, I think, for at least this year and next for the Braves, and maybe the following. I can't remember. But based off of the domestic violence stuff that he had last year, he needs to prove his worth a little bit more. Plus, he's still got to get a little bit more distance from those domestic violence, or from that domestic violence situation that he had going on. But if I had to handicap it, I think Soto's going to end up with the Padres, Happ to the Blue Jays, Laureano to the Astros, because they still need a center fielder. Yeah, I think Pablo Lopez is probably the guy the Dodgers are going to end up getting at this point. They seem hottest after Pablo Lopez. I haven't really read too much on another team being interested. The Yankees, I'd imagine, have taken a step back after acquiring Frankie Montas. Appreciate you guys joining us. Apparently, just coming from John Heyman anyway, Philadelphia is in on Noah Syndergaard along with the Blue Jays. This kind of fits. Now that the Yankees are out of it, Philly, I thought, was the next team for Noah Syndergaard. I think he fits very well there. Jason Stark also mentioning that interest. Sounds like the Arizona Diamondbacks are talking Madison Bumgarner. I got to imagine they're going to eat the entirety of that contract. Would not be surprised if Pillar brings in Gallo. Yeah, he does love his ex-Ranger guys, and they do need outfield even if they get Soto. I'm very surprised the Orioles traded away Mancini because they only 3 games back a wild card spot. Well, I don't think they're going to win the wild card in the American League, but I think they'll be competitive. But they did nothing to hurt their future by trading away Mancini. In fact, I think they by getting a couple of prospects, pitching prospects in, that should help them. Sounds like the Rangers are trying to do a quick teardown one last time. They traded away Matt Bush yesterday. Sounds like they're going to possibly trade Matt Moore, maybe another bullpen piece. They got Culberson, who's great against left-handed pitching. Mancini went to the Astros, and it's very likely he could end up back in Baltimore after the season. Yeah, that's been Syndergaard's thing his whole career. That he's more of a thrower than a pitcher. But he has a 3.88 ERA, and he's only on a 1-year deal, so it doesn't hurt too bad. Hit that like button if you're just joining us. Really appreciate you guys joining us here early on a Tuesday morning. Trade deadline a few hours away, ticking down to about 7.5 hours right now until the deadline. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ronald. Yeah, he is an injury waiting to happen, but that's what the 1-year deal is for, to show that he can be healthy. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. But yeah, the Astros, they've had their issues with that whole scandal that they had with the banging of the trash cans and that kind of a thing. But I think the guys who did that are almost completely gone at this point, except for maybe Altuve, Bregman. Altuve probably the biggest beneficiary of that so far in fans' eyes. But I think the main culprits of that scandal are all off of the Astros organization. Brennan Drury, Mariners. I just think the Mariners they've spent too much here at the deadline for them not to invest. Even though they're on a little bit of a slide right now, I still think they'll get into the postseason. But I think they're going to have to get a couple of bats to at least keep them afloat while they recover from some injuries that have struck them over the past couple of days. But I think Brandon Drury is going to end up. How long am I going to live stream for? I'm going all the way through to probably 5 o'clock. So you're looking probably an 8-9 hour stream here. I know. We did a 6-hour one the other day, and then another 3 that same. Or we did 3 in the morning on Sunday, and then we did 6 in the afternoon. So we did about 9 hours total. Started a little bit earlier. Appreciate it, Ronald. You working at the moment? Oh, I'm trying to put in some work. I put in a full day yesterday at the 9 to 5 job. Got the day off today. Made sure I was off today for the deadline. Would love to have had off yesterday with all the trades that were going down, but them's the breaks. Whole bunch of draft guys signing today. Jim Callis reporting those on Twitter right now. He's the prospect guy for MLB Network. Wilson Contreras. I was just saying, I think he's probably going to end up in San Diego just because of how aggressive they are right now. But the Mets are equally aggressive. I think those are the two teams that are in his mix. Do I miss the waiver trade deadline of the past? No. I think it's forcing teams to make their decisions quicker, which I think is helping the trades right now. Because I think that because of the Soto deal, everything was backed up, but teams are just done waiting. They're saying, "Hey, we got literally a few hours left here. We're under 24 hours." And so last night we saw all those moves happen because we're getting closer and closer to the deadline. Yeah, that's my worry with the Dodgers, that bullpen. Also, their platoons. Their platoons have not worked this year. Max Muncy hasn't worked. Bellinger's not recovered yet, and I don't think he's going to at this point. How do I get notifications? Well, I've got a few different sources. I've got Bleacher Reports, MLB Trade Rumors, bulletin open, if you will. I have two different Twitter pages open, one list that I created for a bunch of different reporters on my own personal Twitter feed. I also have the notifications up for all of baseball as well. That's a long time ago, though. I'm so faint of a memory at this point. I don't think he's ever going to be a league average player again. Well, he's certainly not going to be an MVP. Thoughts on Lesko? Refresh me. Muncy was good like a year or so ago, I think, but he hasn't been this year. Oh, from the draft? Still, a draft this year, I think, is all Rangers. I mean, it's not close, honestly. 4th round, you get the best high school pitcher in the draft. The reason they were able to do it is because they took a Kumar Rocker, who they had at number 2 on their board last year. Not saying they had him that high on their board this year, but I think they had him pretty darn high. But I think that allowed them to get the steal of the draft in Brock Porter in round 4. I think we're overestimating Bellinger at this point. I think the Dodgers faithful would be best. Okay. The Dodgers front office would do themselves a great favor if they got rid of Cody Bellinger and just saw what kind of potential they could have out there in that outfield if they didn't have Cody Bellinger anymore. He's not worth the salary he's getting. He's living off of his past at this point. And his defense, while good, was better at first base. They now have Freddie Freeman. Getting a better defensive center fielder. Somebody who can swing the bat a little bit better might work wonders for them. Who do you think will win tonight between the Cubs and Cardinals? Let's see. I haven't looked at the schedule yet today anyway. Cubs and Cardinals, you say? It's going to be Thompson versus Wainwright. Both have pitched well so far this year, but it's in St. Louis. I'll go with St. Louis. Thompson's been good, though, for the Cubs. 3.16 ERA, Wainwright a 3.28. Rondon. Oh, thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Trying to remember who I was just listening to. I was just watching MLB Central on MLB Network anyway. They don't think that the Giants are going to sell. I believe they will. Reports came out yesterday anyway that they were looking at trading away a bunch of deadline pieces, most notably Jock Peterson and Carlos Rodon. I think Rodon would be a very nice piece, possibly possibly for the Toronto Blue Jays. I think they would indeed be the better team than the New York Yankees. They're better than the New York Yankees right now offensively. Yeah, I got that on the TV as well. The Braves have made a number of different interesting moves, kind of tinkering around the edges. Robbie Grossman brought in for an outfielder. They brought in Adrianza for the infield. That's why I think they're no longer in the Brandon Drury sweepstakes. I think they're pretty much done for the Braves. I think they did a lot of their shopping yesterday. Welcome back, Mark. Welcome back, Michael. Yankees need to go get Syndergaard or Rodon with Sevy now on the 60-day IL. You're saying that the Yankees weren't going to give up too much for Montas, and I don't think they did, but I wonder if they need to still get another pitcher. Who is today's Josh Hader trade? Completely out of nowhere type trade? I still have my money down on Xander Bogaerts. Yep. I do think a Soto deal gets done today. I do think they're going to be packaging Bell and Soto, and I'm wondering, as part of that package, if the Nats are going to take back Hosmer just to increase that prospect package that they get. At this point, I'm expecting 8 prospects to go back to the Nationals if they get that type of deal done. Maybe another reliever going the Nats' way in that type of a deal. That would solve their left field problem and their first base position. That infield would probably be the best infield in all of baseball on the Padres. That rotation is still very good. Teams that need pitching: 1, Cardinals, 2, Yanks. I think the Yankees moved down just a little bit after the acquisition of Montas. I do still think they need some starting pitching. And I do think the Cardinals are done. Not that they made the right move getting Quintana, but I think that's the move for them that's going to solve their rotation in their eyes. Do I think it wins them a postseason spot? No. Do I think it wins them a postseason series? Absolutely not. But yeah, I think the Soto deal not getting done yet is what's taking the Ohtani deal pretty much off the table for all teams at this point. One team that needs a starter is the Blue Jays. I agree. And I think they'll get at least one. Joe Musgrove signed that extension yesterday. That's a great move for the Padres. They've pretty much locked up their starting pitching for this year and next. Gore going to the IL, I believe, as well. A little bit worrying as you get down to the stretch here. I wonder if the Nats sale price is going to drop way down after Solo. That team doesn't seem to have much there future-wise. It makes the team okay. I'll counter that a little bit. The Nationals have done a great job bringing in top-end prospects. Just imagine how good they're going to be after the Soto deal, after the Josh Bell deal. They still have a couple other pieces that they could move in addition to that. The Nationals' future is going to be very, very bright. They're just not going to have a star player on the team next year, but they're going to have all kinds of salary room even if they bring back a guy like Hosmer in the deal. They're going to have a lot of salary space going forward to be able to bring in a top free agent, and they're going to have all those prospects to work with. The Twins, I do still think, are going to get Tyler Mahle. Phillies, I think at this point, are going to get Thor. Blue Jays, I'm wondering if they're going to get Carlos Rodon. I think the Braves are done, so I don't think they're going to get Jock Peterson, but maybe another team will check in on him. Red Sox did get Tony Pham. Eovaldi could be moved. I wonder if he might actually go to the Padres. I think he'd fit that multi-inning roll out of the bullpen that they envisioned for Josh Hader, but I think Hader's going to say, no, I'm the 9th inning guy. Eovaldi shouldn't be too pricey for them to acquire as far as prospect capital. And the move that they made to get Hader didn't really give away any of their top prospects. They gave away 3 players off of their major league roster and 1 prospect in Gasser. That didn't take away anything out of that Soto talks. Welcome in, Preston. Thank you for joining us. You think Cardinals will get Rondon? I'm guessing you mean Rodon, not Rondon. Best lineup in baseball? It'll be right up there. Cards aren't getting Mahle. They aren't willing to give that or give up the prospects. The Yankees didn't give up that much for Frankie Montas. Waldichuk was the best piece in that deal, in my opinion. And then you look at Maley's not exactly Frankie Montas either. He's not far behind him, but I got to imagine the Twins are hardest after the pitcher right now, and they're going to get their guy. I think the former Rangers GM or assistant GM and the current Rangers are going to fight it out between Maley. Those are the two teams that I heard early on before the season started were after Maley, and now that he's still there and both teams are still looking at him, I think one of those two is still going to get it. Push comes to shove, I'd still pick the Twins to get Maley. Red Sox are probably going to deal a couple of their back-end starters. Maybe the Cardinals get in on a player like Rich Hill or Michael Wacha. They do have experience with Wacha. That would make more sense for the Cardinals. They like to take advantage of situations like that. JD to the Padres, maybe, but I think they're going to get Josh Bell in that Soto deal. Dodgers looking to trade prospects for Pablo Lopez if they lose the Soto sweepstakes. I think they're going to lose the Soto sweepstakes. I think they're the only team still hard in on Pablo Lopez. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I didn't think after his start that he was going to be moved, but it seems like they're still in on it. I'm guessing you mean Cardinals need Soto just to get the wild card? I think in order to get the wild card, yes. Then Philadelphia is probably on the outside of looking in. Givens is one of many relief pitchers out there right now. We saw some of that relief pitching start moving yesterday. Efrost, Bush, Hader, Rogers. Toronto is looking at Happ plus a bullpen arm, maybe Robertson. Toronto was also looking at Michael Fulmer. Toronto would do very good for themselves if they get Happ, Robertson, Fulmer, and then in addition to that, get Rodon. When do you think Soto will be traded today? What time? Let's see. It's 9:30 Central right now. I'm in the Central time zone. If I had to guess, Soto deal probably gets announced by noon at the latest, honestly, just because I think it has to with all the medicals that are going to have to be done. Yeah, I think if Bell goes with Soto to the Pods are going to be quite formidable. Yeah, exactly what I was saying. 30 people at 9:34. Just imagine what it's going to be at noon, let alone 2 o'clock. This is going to be pretty good. So if you haven't joined, subscribe and like the video. Stay around. We'll be here pretty much all through the deadline. Go a couple hours past the deadline just in case there's some deals that come out late. So if you haven't hit that like button already, please do so. Another Central Time Zone viewer, yeah. One of the Rangers beat reporters is saying he was interested by Scoball's exit last night. One of the fans that asked him, do you think the Rangers trade for another starter? And apparently Evan Grant says that it raised his eyeballs that Scoball exited last night. Maybe he was a guy that the Rangers had their eye on. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are not moving, according to John Heyman. Jorge Lopez to the Twins. Baltimore Orioles making a move. I think Lopez is that reliever that I saw a few times for them. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I want to say he's a lefty reliever. No, righty reliever. Yep. He is the one I'm thinking of. 29-year-old has a 1.68 ERA. That bullpen has coughed up a few games this year. Getting a guy like Lopez to go back there with Duran, that bullpen is going to be formidable in the postseason. They're not going to be as easy of an out as previous years, especially with Carlos Correa there. Got to think they're going to at least end up with a starter. If they get a starter now, the addition of Lopez, they should be very good. They could use a bat to really try to make a run at winning a postseason series. Yep. Twins are getting Jorge Lopez. I really like that. He was probably one of the best eighth, seventh inning guys out there on the market right now. Yep. That's the one I was just talking about. Looks like we're finally going to get some moves now. That might start the trade dominoes falling, especially on the in the bullpen. There's a number of relief pitching options out there on the market. Just looking at a few of them. Let's see. Lou Trevino has already moved to the Yankees. Bard has already re-signed his deal with the Rockies. Cool of the Rockies could be moved. Gregory Soto of the Tigers, Anthony Bass of the Marlins, Finnegan of the Nationals, Mantiply of the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks also have Melanson and Ian Kennedy as well. Joe Jimenez from the Tigers, Scott Barlow from the Royals. That could really start the dominoes falling in the bullpen. I'm hoping the middle infield trade market's going to heat up as well, with the Braves kind of stepping back after getting Adrianza anyway. We could expect to see Drury move shortly. Wilmer Flores could draw some interest as a utility player. He's not going to command a lot, but we're going to see some of those moves. The most impactful move, I believe, out there could be Carlos Rodon. He pitched excellent on Sunday Night Baseball. We watched that game live. Check that out on our YouTube. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And thank you guys for joining us here on MLB Trade Deadline. A few more of the other relievers on the market. We mentioned Michael Fulmer of the Tigers. I think he ultimately ends up with the Blue Jays. Michael Givens of the Cubs, Andrew Chafin of the Tigers, Matt Moore, the best lefty option out there of the Rangers. David Robertson of the Cubs, we mentioned him earlier as well. And of course, there's a number of other. I would turn on notifications. Yeah. Today's going to be fun. Yeah. Lopez was the All-Star. Passan has the return. It looks like it's going to be Cade Povich and Yennier Cano and a couple more prospects. Wow, that's a big return for a relief pitcher. Passan says he's the closer. Orioles have had kind of a revolving door at closer over the past month. So take that with a grain of salt. He's probably going to end up in your seventh, eighth inning role in Minnesota. But he gives you somebody you can deploy in addition to Duran. That bullpen should do very well. That bullpen was being relied upon a little bit too much over the past month or so by riding Duran a little bit. He came in and gave up the lead against the Rangers a couple weeks ago. This will allow them to have multiple options back there for them. Twins get their guy in Lopez. Really hoping this gets the bullpen trade market going. Catching market has already moved, of course, with Christian Vasquez going to the Houston Astros. I knew they were going to be in on a backup catcher, maybe like a Yan Gomes type, but they wanted more of an offensive complement for Martin Maldonado. Christian Vasquez is definitely that this year. In fact, I think Vasquez is probably going to get more starts than Maldonado down the stretch just because of the offense. Here's the full deal. Cade Povich, Cano, Juan Nunez, and Juan Rojas go to Baltimore. Baltimore really loading up on prospects right now. That's exactly what they should do. This is their last bite at the apple before they really get serious about contending next year for a postseason spot. That's why I like the move of Mancini. Now I like the move of Jorge Lopez. Cash in your best bullpen piece. I pretty much tell you guys every single time whenever a bullpen we watch a bullpen game, that kind of thing, is that bullpens are mercurial. One year they're the best bullpen in all the league, the next they're not. Jorge Lopez is having a great year. Does that mean he's going to have a great year next year? No. So trade it while you got it. Or trade for it when they have it, one of the two. But don't count on it year to year. The Rockies have made that mistake year after year after year, and that's why they're in the hole they're in. That's why they had to trade away Nolan Arenado, because they invested so much money in the bullpen over multi-year deals, and it didn't work. That's why the Daniel Bard signing is a little bit worrisome for them, but it's only a 2-year deal. And he's actually shown that he can handle pitching in Colorado. Welcome in, Preston. Do you think the Cardinals will get Soto? No, I think they're pretty much out. I think they pretty much all but said they're out by the acquisition of Jose Quintana. I don't think they're going to be pursuing any major pieces at the deadline. In fact, I think they should tinker around the edges a little bit more. It's what they always do at the deadline. They're not the team that goes out and pays premium prices for anything. They just got a discount on Jose Quintana because they didn't go out and get Frankie Montas. Back end starters right now aren't going for big prices. Relief pitching isn't going for big prices either. All right. Joel Sherman tweets out teams with relievers to trade thought going into today that the Twins, Blue Jays, Mets were as big of players as anyone for bullpen. One of the best relievers on the market, Jorge Lopez, goes to the Twins. Yeah, those other prospects were, I just had it a second ago, Juan Nunez and Juan Rojas. Welcome in, Tross. If you guys haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Trying to see how close we can get to 450 today. I already got 38 of you guys in here at 9:43 a.m. Central Time. Make it 40 of you guys at this point. Wow. Appreciate all the support. Thank you guys very much. A couple of relievers, as we mentioned, have already moved. Matt Bush, Josh Hader, the big piece, along with Jorge Lopez. Baltimore Orioles are 2.5 games out of the wild card, have officially waved the white flag on their season, but they've only tinkered around the edges. A bullpen piece and a expiring deal in Mancini. He could probably be back on the Orioles next season, but bullpen pieces, as I mentioned, year to year change. So if you're an Orioles fan, don't worry too much. You got a great return for him. Morosi just tweeting out they remain active in the rotation market after acquiring Jorge Lopez to fill a key bullpen need. As I mentioned, I do believe they're going to end up with Tyler Mahle. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Will Gregory Soto be moved? With that return going to the Twins, I think the Tigers would be crazy not to try to move him at this point. That's a great return. I don't even know how good those prospects are at this point. I'm going to check on that in just a moment. But you get 4 prospects in exchange for a middle reliever, maybe a back end reliever. 41 of you guys. Wow, thank you. Twins got to go get Mahle now. I agree. Just imagine, though, if they get Rodon. I think Rodon's a little bit better than Mahle, but Mahle has the control. Philly's main target is Noah Syndergaard. Yes, because, well, they're not willing to give up their top 5 pitching prospects, and those top 5 pitching prospects are not all in their top 10. A few of them are in the top 20, and they're not willing to touch them. So that tells me you're going to have to give up a couple of pieces at the very back end of your prospect pool. Philadelphia is going to have to go cheap here. Wow, 45 of you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for hitting that like. I really appreciate it. Finally seeing some moves happen now. Rockies manager just told the MLB Network Radio that if they're able to move shortstop Jose Iglesias, that they're going to call up Ezequiel Tovar. Iglesias could be a team or could be a player for teams in need of bench spots anyway. Welcome in, Boogie and Chris. Are the Astros done? Absolutely not. I think they're going to go a little bit harder. I think they're going to probably get at least one more reliever and a center fielder as well. Ramon Laureano is the name to watch there, in my opinion. Yeah, the Dodgers aren't going to keep Soto off San Diego. San Diego's getting Soto done at this point. Welcome in, Bison. Orioles farm is getting really deep. I like the way they did their draft this year, really strengthened up the middle. The one team that I think has to tinker around the edges, even though they've already invested in their team, is the Seattle Mariners. Injuries are starting to hit them. They need to fill in some spots and fast. So the tweet that we just read from Jim Bowden about Jose Iglesias might make a lot of sense. Blue Jays got to do something, man. Yes, they do. Welcome in, Nugget. Welcome in, Ryan. Povich was Minnesota's 22 prospect, according to Feinsand. Jim Bowden just announcing that the Padres now appear to be the front runner for Juan Soto. They're saying Yarlin Susana, the right-handed pitcher, is one of the key pieces at the deadline. He's saying that's the most underrated prospect in the Padres system. He could be one of the pieces going in that type of a deal. Jim Bowden breaking a few pieces of news. Well, Soto's hitting 240 now, but he's had a really bad run of bad luck in the beginning of the season. That number is probably going to tick up to, wow, 52 of you guys. Thank you very much for joining us. Hit that like and subscribe. But it seems like Juan Soto is now possibly going to go to the Padres. Jim Bowden saying that they are now the front runner. I mentioned that we're probably going to see 8 prospects in that deal along with Josh Bell going. Yankees are indeed interested in Brett Phillips. I'm really excited to see what the trade ends up being for Soto. I think we're actually going to get it here in the next couple of hours. Now that we're actually seeing headlines come out from reporters that they're going to get something done. Welcome in, Zach. Well, you need bench pieces, depth, that kind of thing. That's why they'd be interested in Brett Phillips. They're not counting on him for, to hit 30 home runs down the stretch, but somebody who can fill in once every 5 games, give Judge a day off every now and again, give Stanton a day off. That's why you get him. I wonder if Mullins, Santander, and Lyles get moved by Baltimore as well. I'd imagine Lyles is going to be available. Salty about Brett Phillips, yeah. But no, I don't think you're going to move Mullins or Santander. Santander was mentioned as a piece that could move. I don't think they will, but Lyles probably does get moved. Orioles are going to tinker around the edges. If they have a veteran piece that they might be able to spin off, think like Rougned Odor, who's not having a great year, but maybe a team could use him for a couple of weeks while they wait for injuries to get better. Seattle Mariners. Yeah, I agree. Soto and Bell would be the biggest trade right now at the deadline, in addition to Josh Hader. Yankees could use somebody like Odor. I agree. Gleyber Torres, for whatever reason, is having not the same success I would have thought he would have had at the beginning of the season, or even when he started coming up. He's still probably the best. He's definitely still the best option for them. I'm not saying Odor over Torres at all, but maybe just to kind of give him a day off here or there, Odor would be a nice piece for them. Because Gallo's been absolutely terrible in New York, and he needs to get out of New York for pretty much anything. Bag of Cracker Jacks at this point. Imagine a lineup of Soto, Machado, Tatis with Hader in the bullpen. That is exactly what they're hoping for. I still think they're going to get Josh Bell in that, so that'd be a great, probably 5-6 spots in the lineup. And if they end up getting a catcher as well, they would do that would do great for them. After trading away Ruiz, though, I wonder if they're going to enter in the market for a center fielder. Ian Happ, possibly they get in that deal, but they would really have to shell out most of their top prospects to get those type of deals done. Gallo has gotten plenty of interest over the last day or so. I fully expect him to be traded at this point. I don't think they get a good return. Of course, I think anything better than a bag of peanuts is a better return, though, at this point. but maybe a top 30 prospect, and that's it. You're not getting a top 10 for Joey Gallo, sorry. Expiring deal, hitting 160. He needs regular playing time to be able to fix the issues that he has. And the teams that have regular playing time for him aren't going to be willing to give up the farm for Joey Gallo. Feinsand is hearing that the Royals are going to be busy today with the markets for Scott Barlow, fourth outfielder Michael Taylor, and Josh Stumont. But it seems like the Padres are now the clear front runner to land Juan Soto. That's the big news so far of the morning. The Twins getting Jorge Lopez from the Orioles, a fantastic trade for them. Looks like they're willing to give up more quantity than quality. Povich was ranked number 22 in their system, the rest of them outside of the top 30. Bullpen is going to be flying off the board over the next few hours. There's at least 20 names I expect could be moved before the deadline out of the bullpen. We touched on a few of them just a minute ago anyway. Braves, welcome in, Spencer. I don't think that the Braves are going to get anybody else. I think they pretty much solved all their issues. They got a rotation piece. They got their middle infield bench bat with Adrianza, even though he's not having a horrible year so far. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. They acquired Robbie Grossman, inexpensive, cost-effective move. They got a back-end starter for them, the Jake Odorizzi. However, they did move Will Smith. So if they're going to be moving for somebody, maybe they go out there and get a bullpen piece to fill in for Will Smith. Not saying they'll get his level of production, but maybe just somebody to fill that bullpen role. That would probably be the only thing I see them moving. Welcome in, Matthew. Will the White Sox add more? I don't know if they will. I think they'll probably be closer to standing pat at the deadline. They did trade Reese McGuire to the Red Sox for Jake Diekman. That might be the length of the moves they're going to make. Health is the biggest thing for the White Sox. All they need to do is just get healthy. If the White Sox can get healthy, have Giolito perform a little bit better. Lance Lynn threw 6 shutout innings the other day when we watched him live anyway. If they can just get them healthy, they should do much better. Robert coming back healthy and Jimenez playing every day would make that lineup work a lot better. They're only a few games back of the AL wildcard, so they're not out of it by any means. They did acquire bullpen, which I think was their one area of need, which at the beginning of the season I would have said is crazy because they had the best bullpen on paper entering the season. Just hasn't lived up to that over the past month or two, especially. That Lance Lynn game that I mentioned, the bullpen coughed that one up. You're welcome. Appreciate you guys joining us. 9:55 a.m. Central Time, getting closer to that deadline. About 7 hours left before the deadline at the moment. Anybody could win the AL Central. I think the Twins are still going to get it, especially now that they've strengthened that bullpen, and I think they're going to get at least one starter. They may still add to that lineup as well, but I think the Twins are pretty much going to take that Central. The White Sox are there. The Guardians are there, but I don't think the Guardians are going to do anything to leapfrog the Twins. Now, the White Sox could do something shocking. They're the one team that might, but I don't think they'll get anything done. Welcome in, Jacob. What will the Yankees do? I think they're also done, but I think they're going to get a bullpen piece and trade Joey Gallo. I think those are the only two things left on the Yankees' agenda. They got Frankie Montas, the starter. They got Efros, the reliever. They got Benintendi for the outfield. And they did it all without giving up Peraza or Volpe at the top of their prospect list. Arise is absolutely fantastic. One of the least talked about players in all of baseball, but people should be paying attention to. I really hope the Dodgers don't get Soto. They're winning the World Series. It's not happening. Don't worry. Dodgers are not getting Juan Soto. Cleveland is better than the Twins. I think Cleveland has better rotation than the Twins, but I think the Twins overall are better. Cleveland has some nice pieces. Thank you guys. Got 60 of you guys in here right now. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. In case you guys missed it, the San Diego Padres now appear to be the front runner, according to Jim Bowden, to land Juan Soto. They're saying that prospect Yaran Sousa is going to be part of that, possibly. They also mentioned C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, Adrian Morejon, and at least 2 more prospects, with Josh Bell as well going to the San Diego Padres. I'd imagine if it's going to get that big of a prospect haul, maybe you finish off that relief core as well and get Kyle Finnegan anyway, or Carl Edwards Jr. out of that Nats bullpen. The Padres could go shopping all from the Nationals here, and then maybe the Cubs to finish off their lineup. Diaz would be a nice call up for them. No, we're not going to worry about that. Let's see. Welcome in, Morgan. Blue Jays, we mentioned a little bit about them earlier. They're looking at Ian Happ for center field, Michael Fulmer for the bullpen. They're looking at multiple bullpen pieces, though, David Robertson as well from the Chicago Cubs. However, I do think they're going to get a rotation piece. My feeling is they're going to end up with Carlos Rodon from the San Francisco Giants. That, to me, would be a better move than the Yankees getting Frankie Montas. The lineup has come on recently, and I think if they get Rodon, I would end up favoring the Blue Jays, even on the road against the Yankees in a postseason series, especially if they add to that bullpen and get Ian Happ. George Springer's injury kind of opens up the door for them adding center field. Plus, having Happ there would give them a super utility player around going into the postseason. Plug and play him where you need to. Astros, I don't think are done. I think they still need to get a center fielder. They traded away Siri. They need a center fielder. Yeah, they're definitely. I think the Yankees are going to be in on a reliever. They need a lefty reliever, in my opinion. A back-end starter would be nice for them, but I don't think they're going to get one. They might get somebody they could put at the very back end or use as a long reliever. Welcome in, Blue Jays, today. Appreciate you joining us. You think they're going to get Pablo Lopez? You think they're going to outbid the Dodgers for him, though? I don't know. Besides, I'd rather go for Rodon than Lopez. Do I think the Mets are done? Absolutely not. As much talking as they've done and as much tinkering around the edges as they've done, they were in on Mancini. They were in on Bell, but I think they're going to lose on both of those. I think they're going to get J.D. Martinez. I think they're going to get one catcher, either Murphy or Contreras, maybe Gomes as well. That could kind of be your catcher that they do bring in at the deadline. I do think they're going to get a back-end starter for them as well. Nobody of any serious consequence, though. But thank you for joining us, Dorito. Teams have been calling about Mad Bum. Mets might be a team for Mad Bum as well. Cardinals are a team to watch out for there as well. Mad Bum's contract, though, is the biggest deterrent from a trade, so we'll see if a trade actually ends up happening with him. Ultimately, though, I think they're probably going to have to sit on Mad Bum another year to see if he can get a little bit better. He's only been league average this year, the first time he's been league average since he signed in Arizona. So maybe teams are going to want to see a little bit more production out of him before they say, hey, let's invest in you. Seems like the trades are finally starting to get percolating here as we cross the 10 o'clock hour Central Time. White Sox interested in Michael Givens. Makes sense. White Sox and Cubs haven't been afraid to make trades in the past. Thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you follow us at UpsideSN on Twitter whenever we do go live or post a short video about your favorite team or player that you're interested in. We'll post it there. That way you'll know when it's posted for you. Just waiting for the next deal to get going. A lot of moves have happened over the last 24 hours. Are the Pirates done? Maybe. I think with the price of relief pitching right now, I think they'd be crazy to say they're absolutely done. They said they're not moving Bednar. I think if they get an overwhelming price for him, you could see him move. You think Soto is going to the Cardinals in 21 were front runners for got swept by the Dodgers? Yeah, but the Cardinals aren't the Dodgers. Cardinals aren't willing to pay or play at the top end of the market for anything ever. That's why I was shocked to see them in on the market for Montas and for Soto. I think part of the reason why the trade deadline has been so slow up until yesterday is because they were in on both. But they're not going to part with the prospects they need to for Soto. Padres, I think, are going to be well outclassing them as far as what they end up giving up. I think that prospect haul is going to be shocking whenever it comes out. Cardinals, I think, would give up Carlson in that deal. But I think even if they gave up Carlson, Gorman, Walker, Wynn, McGreevy, and a couple others, I still think they're going to fall short of a deal. But are the Pirates done? No, I think they could move Bednar if they're convinced. Padres package is already huge, and it's going to get even bigger, I think, because I think the Nationals are putting the screws to him for probably the next hour to probably get that final prospect out. Just so you guys know, let's kind of flip over to the Padres prospects. Bear in mind, a few of them have already aged out. So you're looking at players like Morahone, C.J. Abrams that are going to be moved in that deal, maybe a Grisham type off of that major league roster, and Kim. Now, we haven't even touched their top prospects yet. That's going to include Hassel, Wood, Merrill. Welcome back, Ronald. But that's going to be a massive haul. Susana that they mentioned. You could see a Joshua Mears going the other way as well. Gasser, they already moved in that deal for Josh Hader. But they still have a plethora of prospects to move, and that still leaves them with a couple of prospects left in their system. Look at what the Mariners did to be able to bring in Luis Castillo. Their top prospect right now is catcher Harry Ford. The Padres' top prospect would be Luis Campusano, and I think they're going to bring in a catcher. So maybe Campusano is then used to bring in a catching piece and maybe an outfielder there to finish things off after bringing in Soto. So I think there's going to have a lot of trade pieces to move, and that trade is going to be massive. I'm expecting at least 8 pieces possibly going to the Washington Nationals in that move. It's going to be Soto, Bell, and I think a reliever coming to San Diego. But you guys tell me what you guys think. Hosmer might even be included in that just to get one extra piece out of the Padres system. Take 3 of the top 5 prospects, a couple more out of their top 10. You get Abrams, who has played too much this year to still be considered in that top 10. I don't think you include Mackenzie Gore. He's probably the one piece I think is untouchable. Plus, he's injured at the moment. Martino from the New York media anyway says there's no traction between the Mets and Cubs last night. Cubs are said to like pitching prospect Matt Allen and not a lot else in their system. So maybe there isn't a deal between the Mets and Cubs for Wilson Contreras. That's more good news for the Padres as they could get their guy in Wilson Contreras as well. Welcome in, Tim. Kind of exciting for the Nationals, to be honest. Just need to figure out their ownership issue. Selling the team is up in the air. And then, of course, they can invest in free agency. The one guy I was saying is that the Bogaerts could be the surprise of the day, just like Hader was yesterday. Bogaerts, I think, would be a great fit in Philadelphia, possibly sign there in the offseason as well. They're going to sign a shortstop. Why not go out and get one for a pennant chase this year? But do I think that the Red Sox could sign Trey Turner in the offseason? Possibly. There is rumblings that Trey Turner does want to come back to the East Coast. But if you're a Phillies fan, do you go out and get Bogaerts and give up prospects for him, or do you wait till the offseason and then possibly get Trey Turner? There's a number of teams, I think, that are going to be in on Turner this offseason. I think the Dodgers might not be considered the favorite. Got to wonder if they go after a shortstop this offseason as well. But yes, the Padres package is going to be massive. I think the Padres are getting everything to come their way right now. It sounds like they're going to get Wilson Contreras. It sounds like Juan Soto and Josh Bell as well. If you're a Padres fan, things are looking up, my friend. MLB Network right now going over the Twins trade. Jorge Lopez going to the Twins. He's been dynamic out of that Baltimore bullpen for 4 prospects. A couple of lottery tickets, and Cade Povich, the number 22 prospect in the Twins system, going the other way. Feinsand reporting that the Rockies could move Chad Kuhl or Carlos Estevez as well. Multiple interested teams in both pitchers. Relief market seems to be heating up right now. Maybe that's what the next big thing is going to happen outside of the Soto trade anyway. Would the Mariners be better off moving some major league pieces as well as prospects to bring in a more consistent bat or two? You don't want to ruin chemistry, but they need run support bat. I think they do have a plethora of outfield options that they have on the roster right now. Plus, they have Julio Rodriguez, of course, right now on the IL. Maybe you move Trammell or Kyle Lewis, pieces like that, Kellenic, in a deal to bring in a bat here at the deadline. Prices for bench bats right now are not very high. So while the Mariners gave away very good pieces in that Castillo deal, they should have no trouble being able to go out and tinker around the edges. Jerry Dipoto is very happy to do that. I think he's traded the most out of any team since he took over his spot with the Mariners. So if you have a utility infielder or a bench outfielder out there, the Royals have Michael Taylor that they could put in there, but I think they want more pop out of that lineup with France hitting the IL, I believe, soon. Haniger, yeah. I completely forgot about him. If their injuries don't continue to keep adding up anyway. France injury, the J-Rod injury, I really hope that doesn't take them out of postseason contention. I hope for all Seattle fans, and I hope for the good of baseball, that the Mariners finally get into the postseason for the first time in 20 years. I mean, if you're a baseball fan, you got to feel for them a little bit. Yeah, we're up to 56 people right now, so thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Really helps the stream out. See how many people we can get in here. Thank you guys for subscribing. Really appreciate the help. Gain looks like 10 subscribers already today. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Trying to reach 450 by the end of the day. Welcome in, Aaron. Cards need to offer Carlson, Gorman, Walker, Burleson, Liberatore, Gomez for Soto and Corbin. The Nats already said they're not going to go out and put Corbin on that deal just to get rid of the money. They want the best return they possibly can get. That's why I think they're attaching Bell, not Corbin, to the deal for the Padres. Welcome in, Aaron Papin. I think the Cardinals would give him up, but I don't think that's going to be enough to get it done. I think the Padres' offer is just that massive. As I mentioned, I think the Padres are probably going to end up giving 8 pieces away to the Nationals. In fact, I think they might get as high as 10 pieces total, with 8 of them being prospects. Well, if you're debating Wynn and Walker, there ain't no way you're getting Juan Soto. Send both and then some. I think that's why we heard Jim Bowden say the Padres are now the front runner. Just to read you guys the tweet again, the Padres now appear to be the front runner to land Juan Soto, and watch for Yaren Sousa, right-handed pitcher, as one of the key pieces in the trade. He's 18 years old, clean delivery, 98 miles an hour in late innings, underrated prospect. Now, I'm not saying he's the headliner, but they also have Abrams, Hassel, Morahone, Wood, Merrill, probably Mears in that deal as well. It's going to be a massive trade, and I think Abrams is the best prospect out of any one of those pieces the Cardinals could possibly put in there. I think the Cardinals are officially waving the white flag on that trade after they made the move for Quintana. Hassel is a beast. He's righted the ship after having a horrible time last year in high A. This year hitting like 305 in high A ball. Our team's allowed to play they are, but I think they still have to designate them as a player to be named later. I know that the Players Association tried to solve that issue. I'm not sure if they completely solved it, but they are able to trade those type of pieces. Think back to the trade that the Padres made years ago to bring in Will Myers. Sousa went from the Nationals to the Rays. The Rays sent Myers to the Padres. Padres sent Trey Turner as the player to be named later in that deal to the Nationals. Whoops. Nationals hoping for a repeat of that success with C.J. Abrams, in my opinion. Plus, they get an outfield bat and Hassel. I'd view James Wood as a very similar player to Hassel as well. As far as offensively, James Wood stands at 6'7", Hassel at 6'2". Both are left-handed bats, and both would fill in nicely for the future of the Nationals, possibly being a Juan Soto type call-up at one point. Remember, Juan Soto was not the top prospect in the National system. That was Victor Robles. See how that worked out? Robles is still there, not exactly a power hitter, didn't exactly ever become the Andrew Jones people thought he was going to be. Juan Soto obviously has become one of the top 3 players through his age 23 season in all of Major League Baseball. Welcome in, Joshua. We touched a little bit on the Yankees. I think they're mostly done. I think they could add a back-end starter. Possibly. I don't think they will, though. But primarily, I think they're going to add a lefty reliever, possibly Matt Moore from the Rangers. He's the best one on the market right now. Welcome in, Victor. You can trade him, but you can trade him as a player to be named later. That's why Trey Turner had to wait like 6 months for him to actually go the other way. He just can't be announced as the player in the deal at the time. As we get closer to the deadline, expect to see player to be named later a lot as we see some of these relief options move. And some of those situations take months and months to resolve. A lot of them are resolved around the winter meetings. Jonathan Lucroy announced his retirement today. He will not be an option here at the deadline for a team. Welcome in, Trevor. I do think they're getting Soto and Bell. I'd pretty much put that at 100% certainty at this point. I'm pretty sure that it's going to get done. Preston Reynolds, who's my favorite team, the Texas Rangers. Also have a soft spot for the Twins and Braves. I know teams could actually trade draft picks this year, but I'm not sure all the rules behind that either. Me neither, but I know that they can include him as player to be named later. They have been able to do that for years. Jason DeGrom is expected to make his season debut today. That's going to be the biggest acquisition for the Mets right now, even though I still think they're going to be getting J.D. Martinez as well as a catcher. I don't think they're going to get Wilson Contreras, though, as the Cubs just don't like the Mets prospects. Who are the Padres going to give up? C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, Merrill I expect is going to be in there. Morahone's going to be in there. Susana, according to Bowden's going to be in there. I expect a couple of players off the Major League roster, possibly Grissom and Kim. Maybe Hosmer goes the other way just to make things work. Mears possibly going the other way as well, but I don't think Mackenzie Gore will be there. Welcome back, Dawson. Welcome in, Jacob. Welcome in, Sweeney. Who are the Blue Jays going to get? I expect Carlos Rodon. One of the teams traded their competitive balance pick before the draft started. Yeah, that was the Royals trading their competitive balance. Welcome in, Ryan. I do think you're going to see big deals, though. Welcome in, Jack. Do you think the Mets have a chance at Soto? Not a prayer. Dorito lover Javi Lopez and Andrew Chafin on the move? No. Javi Baez is absolutely staying in Detroit. That contract is an albatross at this point, and he just signed it. Chafin, yes, will be on the move. Final prediction for Soto: Padres with Bell and possibly a bullpen piece for at least 8 pieces. 8, maybe even 10 from the Padres at this point. Welcome in, Ryan. Syndergaard is not going to the Jays. I expect him to go to Philadelphia. Quintana is probably going to be the only move of note for the Cardinals. They could tinker around the edges. That's correct, Michael. Phillies are targeting Syndergaard. Orioles can trade Chris Davis. Yeah. I honestly, if I'm a Mets fan, I celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day at this point. It's only $1 million. It's through 2050, but who cares? John Murphy said the Nats are in the process of calling up multiple minor leaguers, indicating a trade is imminent. Well, yeah, it's trade deadline day. They're expected to make a number of moves. JD Martinez, I expect them to make a move for a catcher as well, bullpen help, and a back-end starter. That's 4 pieces they're going to be bringing in. Mets have made a number of moves already, but I think they're going to make more. The Astros going out and getting catcher Christian Vasquez was a little bit surprising. I thought the Astros were going to be in on a offensive bat at catcher, maybe, but not at the Christian Vasquez level. Morosi reporting that news that they're going to call up multiple players. Trades are imminent for the Mets anyway, or excuse me, the Nats are in the process of calling it multiple minors. Ooh, there we go. Red Sox get Vientros. I think they will for JD Martinez. Twins do need a starter catcher. I think they're set there. They have 3 of them. Rodon would help the Jays a lot. In fact, I think they'd be better than the Frankie Montas move, especially if they add on a reliever and maybe even Ian Happ. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking that's going to end up happening for the Padres. Soto, Bell, Contreras. I don't think they'll get Happ, but Finnegan. If the Padres get Soto, do you think they will need a catcher and a reliever? I think they will. I think they'll push all their chips to the center. They'll have a couple of prospects left to do it. I believe so. I think we're going to get the Juan Soto news any minute, so make sure you hit that subscribe and like button. React live with us. Welcome in, Daniel. Odds the Red Sox get Vientros, I'd put it almost at 50% at this point with JD Martinez. I think that's the reason for the holdup in those talks. After Soto, that system is going to be dead, and then they won't be able to get more pieces. Yes, they will. They'll still have Camposano, I believe. Alfaro is their backup catcher. Wow, 75 of you guys. Thank you very much. Alfaro hasn't proven that he can handle everyday duties yet. I think if the Padres get Soto, they fall flat in the playoffs like the Yankees. I don't think so. I think the Padres at least take one series, especially if they get Soto and then still add pieces. They added Hader to the back end of that bullpen. Their starting pitching looks pretty good this year. I'm waiting for that Soto news. I think we're going to get it here in the next 20 minutes if I had to guess. Morosi, I think, is sniffing around the right spot right now, seeing the prospects that are being called up. Really excited to see this trade when it comes down. For those of you who thought Soto wouldn't make it here at the deadline, I think you're about to be proven wrong. I think Soto's going to go here in the next 20 minutes. Then it's going to be complete and apoplectic shock from the entire market. I think welcome in, Goated. Soto is going to go to the Padres. I think Bell is going to be part of that deal. Welcome in, Zach. One more Blue Jays question. Jackie Bradley Jr. for some outfield help? No. They're probably going to be in on Ian Happ. I don't think they make the move for Jackie Bradley Jr. Tapia is a better player at this point. Soto and Bell are indeed going to go together, I believe. I think that's the reason why the Astros went to Trey Mancini instead. Just everything is looking like it. Bowden reporting, Morosi reporting. You're saying the Brewers made the trade for Narvaez? Or traded Narvaez for Happ? I haven't seen that one cross yet. Yeah, Garcia, was it, trying to remember. JD Martinez to the Nats, not to the Nats, to the Mets. Mets. Welcome in, Tyler. He's going to go probably for Vientros. I think that's the reason why it's taken so long, is because the Mets are wrapping their head around it. And it sounds like they're not going to get Josh Bell, so he's the best option left for them. He'd be the right-handed complement at DH. Vogelbach, the left-handed. That's kind of what they wanted when they traded for Vogelbach, a low-price acquisition from the Pirates. Yes, he does. He does throw gas. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Welcome back, Brianna. Appreciate the new subscribers. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure you join us here at the Upside. Cover MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. Training camp underway. We'll get into a lot of football here in the next couple of weeks. Follow baseball as we go into the postseason as well. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Thank you. Card's not willing to give up. Carlson tweets Morosi. Okay. That's surprising. Yeah, he does. Unless the hours have changed, Soto is likely to become a Padre or a Dodger. Yeah, I had a feeling the Cards were stepping back. Ohtani's not moving. It's too big of a deal to make here with less than, what, 7 hours? I told you guys, he was hyping you guys up for no reason. Y'all were not going to step out and pay a premium price for Juan Soto. Even if you included Carlson, I don't think they would have gotten the deal done. The Padres are just willing to include way more pieces than you guys would have to be able to counter it. Whether that's the right long-term approach for the Padres doesn't matter at this point. They're pushing their chips to the middle now. Well, you also got to remember the one time he did Sandy Alcantara to the Marlins. Look how that worked. Yeah. Yankees did make an offer on Ohtani, but even with Volpe in the deal, I don't think it was getting done. Just because there's not enough competition for him yet. They haven't discussed enough names with enough teams to be able to really get his value out of him. Cards front office is cheap. That's what that's what's happened in the past with them for the past 10 years. They look to take advantage of situations. Look at the Nolan Arenado situation and the Paul Goldschmidt. They didn't pay premium prices for either of those players. So the Cardinals falling back in the Juan Soto's talks is not surprising at all to me. I was surprised they're in it as long as they were, honestly. Ohtani's not getting traded as much as I'd love to have seen it, and I think the Angels are absolutely nuts for not doing so. They keep saying that they're looking to contend for the postseason for this year in a trade for Ohtani. What universe do you think you're making the postseason after being the worst team in baseball since May 25th after trading Shohei Ohtani? What universe are you living in? There are several scenarios in which Josh Bell is a part of the Soto trade, according to Bob Nightingale. A deal has yet to be finalized. Sounds like we're getting close, though. Nightingale also reporting the San Diego Padres are getting close to landing Juan Soto from the Nationals. The deal is not yet finalized. Dodgers and Blue Jays, I think, are indeed fighting over Pablo Lopez. If I had to pick a favorite in that out of those two, I think the Dodgers get Lopez. I think Rodon ends up going to the Blue Jays. Mark Feinsand, executives around the league believe there's momentum for Soto to the Padres is gaining steam. However, let's not forget the exact same scenario happened last year with San Diego and Max Scherzer. Still, many believe Soto will be a Padre by the end of the day. Bowden saying the same strong momentum now for Soto to the Padres. They're not to the deadline, and yet everybody's saying, look how Scherzer and Trey Turner happened last year. Appreciate you guys joining us today. We're getting close to a Soto deal. A lot of not official yet talk right now. Maybe they're still trying to notify players and exchange medicals at this point. Welcome in, Nikolai. Do you think Robertson goes? Absolutely. Any chance he goes to the Phillies? No. Welcome in, Cody. Appreciate you joining us. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe, please do so. Conforto possibly could go somewhere at the deadline just because he hasn't signed anywhere yet. Will the Rays get a catcher? I think they will. It sounds like they may end up going for a cheaper option. Welcome in, Greg. Got 78 of you guys in here right now. Appreciate you guys joining us. Angels got kicked. Well, Trout still is going to play. I think that back issue is scaring a lot of fans, but we'll see how that goes going forward. Seems like he's going to ramp up his activity right now, and we'll be back before the end of the year. Welcome in, Skull Nation. Another Vikings fan. Jorge Lopez to the Twins should make them a lot better. Do you think that's the guy I needed, the White Sox, or do you think they're going to make another move? White Sox might tinker around the edges, but I think they're largely done. I don't think they're going to make a big move here at the deadline. I think they're going to focus on health and bounce back performances in the second half and see if they can get a little bit closer. Back before the end of the year to pad Trout stats. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's all the Angels have going for them outside of Ohtani, and Ohtani's going to be traded at the end of the year, I believe. MLB Network now discussing the Juan Soto deal to the Nationals, how close it's getting. Yankees checked in on Pablo Lopez. Yeah, but I mean, after getting Frankie Montas, I don't see them making a big move at starting pitcher. Twins getting Rodon would be fantastic. Peterson would be a fit as well. I agree. Is Segura available, Tim? Gene Segura? I don't see why he would. If I'm the Phillies, I'm buying, not selling. Why are you on right now? Trade deadline not till 5? Because there's going to be trades right now. We already saw a couple of them, and the Juan Soto deal is about to go down. That's why we started right now. Well, started about an hour and a half ago. Thank you. All 80 of you guys joining us right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Yanks are no longer trading Shohei. That's obvious at this point. Welcome in, Blake. Do I think the Braves will make any more moves? Possibly for a bullpen piece after trading for Jake Odorizzi. They've sent out Will Smith. I think they might add another piece back there. But outside of that, I think they're done. Make sure you hit that like button if you're joining us. Really appreciate it. Yanks still want another starter after Sevy went to the 60-day IL yesterday. Possibly, but again, I don't think it's going to be anything big. Phil's like Jackie Bradley Jr. He might be a low-cost option for them. Dombrowski seems to want to not spend his top pitching prospects at the moment. Contreras and Happ are going to go for peanuts if Padres land Bell and Soto. I don't think they'll go for peanuts. I think Contreras could go to the Padres in a deal. They're going to have Campusano, I believe. Heyman is saying Soto is probably going to the Padres. Everybody's saying that now. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. I'm a bot. Where is Contreras going to land? San Diego, if I had to put my money on it. Mets or the Cubs don't like the Mets prospects. There's one guy they like, Allen, and they're not getting him apparently. Watch Friedman pull a Scherzer. Well, he did that last year. Thank you for the like. 85 of you guys. Wow. Thank you guys for joining us. Juan Soto news is getting very close. Who would be the Scherzer this year for the Dodgers? I mean, if they somehow pull out Soto away from the Padres, I don't think it's going to happen. But wow. But I don't think he's going to pull that level of move this year. 90 of you guys. Wow. Thank you guys for joining us. I think if they get Soto, I think they literally shove every prospect they can into any deal to get any piece they need to make a run at a World Series. I think they're going for broke this year. Under the radar candidates to be traded, I think there's a million of them. A little bit more specific. Is there a team in particular? I think there's a ton of relief options that are under the radar that'll get a lot of pub. Gallo to Minnesota. I don't think that has much steam as you think it does. Maybe the Brewers, just because they now added a bunch of pieces. They got Ruiz, but I think they could use some pop in that lineup. Gallo might finish up the Brewers off or deadline shopping here. They're not going to get a decent haul for Gallo. Of course, a bag of peanuts right now for Joey Gallo would be a good haul for them. He's hitting 160. I think if they get a top 30 prospect, that'd be a good return right now for the Yankees. Look at what Adrianza went for to the Braves yesterday. That would be a similar type of deal for Joey Gallo at this point. 93. Wow. Thank you guys. Yeah. Those of you who haven't been paying attention, Joey Gallo in New York has been a wow. There's not a word to describe how bad it's gone for Joey Gallo in New York. So getting anything that's a top 30 prospect, he may gain his production back, yes, which is why they might get his top 30 prospect. A week ago, I would have told you they had designated him for assignment because he had literally no trade value. The only teams interested in him were the Padres and Rangers. Right now, they finally drummed up a little bit of production for him. Welcome in, Chadwick. What do you think of the Strohs move so far? I think they've gone a little bit cheap, honestly, as far as with Trey Mancini. But I think they had to do that after Josh Bell was pretty much had to be included in the Juan Soto deal by the sounds of it. Do the Yankees have endless prospects? Absolutely not. Reds doing anything else? Yes. Maley, Drury, possibly Solano. Judge has more homers than Gallo has hits. Yes, he does. E-Town, thank you for joining us. They stole Montas without giving up Peraza. Highway robbery. I do think they went with more quantity yet again over quality. We'll see if that quantity over quality approach is going to start hurting the Yankees in the long run. But that's kind of what they did in the late 90s and early 2000s too. And that strategy worked out for them then. I do think that they could have done a little bit better than Montas on the trade market, getting Luis Castillo. Honestly, if they really wanted to be the Yankees, they should have gone out and gotten Shohei Ohtani. But that deal, of course, never really had any chance because the Angels are the Angels. Do the White Sox make a big move? No. Could you see someone like Hunter Strickland getting moved? I mean, he is a bullpen piece. He could be a piece that from the Reds that could move as well. Basically, if you're a Red and you're a veteran, expect your name to be in trade discussions today. In that deal for Luis Castillo, the Reds did get a good bullpen option, Andrew Moore. I don't think he'll be up there this year. Yeah, the Angels are the Angels. Did you hear what they were saying? They were saying we were going to compete for a postseason spot this year if we're going to make a trade for Shohei Ohtani. Are you nuts? You've been the worst team in baseball since May 25th, and you want to say you're a postseason team? Yuck. Mike Minor as well is available, yeah. But the Angels have had bad luck with as far as the transactions they've made. At the time, people hailed the Albert Pujols thing as a victory. Justin Upton, the Anthony Rendon, Bundy, Syndergaard, all those moves hasn't worked out nearly as well as they had hoped. They hope to at least make the postseason, and Shohei signed with the Angels thinking he would make the postseason there, and they haven't. Contreras to the Mets is not happening. Reporting came out today that the Cubs really want Allen from the Mets, and that's the only prospect of interest to them, and the Mets aren't willing to move him for Contreras. That's dead. Trade deadline is going to be on all kinds of channels. ESPN's carrying it, of course, around 3 o'clock. MLB Network, of course, is covering it all day. Welcome in, Glenn. Do the Cardinals make any moves? They already acquired Quintana, but I think they could acquire a bullpen piece or a back-end starter, maybe a bench bat, but nothing of impact. Welcome in, Evan. Any traction on a Maile trade from the Reds? I think the Twins end up with Maile. Welcome in, Steels. Do you think the Yankees are in on Contreras? Buxton's not moving. Stop it. $95 of you guys with us. Thank you. Welcome in, Corral. Appreciate you, Cody, for joining us. Yeah, the Cardinals and Phillies are going to fight for that final playoff spot. Do you think that if the Cardinals stay put, that Arenado opts out at the end of the year? I think he opts out anyway and gets a bigger deal. Player of his caliber almost always opts out and gets that long-term deal. Maybe the Yankees could go after Contreras. I don't think they will. I think they're set pretty much at catcher. I think they can get Robertson. They do need a bullpen arm, but I think they need a lefty more than anything else. What about Machado opting out? I don't think that's happening. I'm surprised the O's are throwing in the towel. They're only 2.5 games out. This is their last chance to sell before they really start contending in the next couple of years. They trade a bullpen piece. They trade a guy on an expiring deal. That's not really throwing in the towel, though. They haven't traded any pieces that are critical to their success going forward. Wilson Contreras for Joey Bart? No. Walker will be St. Louis starting third baseman next season? I don't think so. That'd be a big surprise if it does, because that means Nolan Arenado is somewhere else. 98 of you guys. Thank you guys for joining. We just broke 100. Really appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you very much. Morosi tweeting, San Diego's in the final stages. Yes, it is. Hit that like button if you're excited to see a Soto move. All right. Let's not get a little too carried away, Brixia. Dodgers do have a hole at third base going forward, so maybe they could go for him. As far as if they could afford him, I mean, they're the Dodgers. They can afford almost everybody, but they got to have some limit at some point. But it looks like the Juan Soto deal is just about to come down. For those of you wondering, it looks like he is going to go to the San Diego Padres. Padres look like they're going to get their guy. I do think even with Efros and Trevino, they're still going to look bullpen, though. Fulmer and Mark, if I had to pick one, Moore is probably the guy that goes there. They are ahead of schedule, which is why everything is a win. The big trade they made with Jorge Lopez getting 4 players, that's great for a relief pitcher, even if he does have 2.5 years left. Relief pitchers are up and down. Trade him while you can. Soto to Padres is in final stages. Welcome back, Ronald. Do you think Trey Turner walks at the end of the year? I think there's a 50% chance Trey Turner is gone just because there's reports already out there that he wants to go back to the East Coast. Phillies are going to need a shortstop. Boston, of course, has Bogarts as a free agent. They still have Story, though, so I'm not sure they make a move. Yanks have IKF, Volpe, and Peraza, but do they spend some money? Robertson goes to Mets or Yankees? Maybe. I think he goes out east somewhere. Probably the Mets if I had to pick. Even though the Cubs don't really like the Mets prospects, I think for Robertson, maybe they can find some lower-level lottery tickets they can hope on. Yeah, if they lose Turner, then maybe they go after Arenado. But then, remember, the Rangers were hard after Arenado when he was being a trade candidate for the Rockies. So expect them to be stiff competition, especially with like $50 million to spend this offseason. But we're about to get into the Soto trade. Looks like the Padres are on the verge of acquiring Juan Soto. Just to kind of go over the deal of what it's expected to be again. Juan Soto, Bell, maybe a relief pitcher could go to the San Diego Padres. For the Nats, they're going to get C.J. Abrams, it looks like, Morejon, Hassel, Mears, not Mears, Wood and Merrill are expected to be in that deal. A relief pitcher prospect as well. Do I think Soto will re-sign with the Padres? I believe so. I think the Padres are doing this without clear indications that they're going to um, sign him to that extension. But you got to think with Soto going for that big of a haul, they'll do anything they have to keep him. 110 of you guys, thank you. But it's going to be a massive haul. As I mentioned earlier today, I would expect that trade to have 8 pieces or more going back to the Nationals in that deal, at least 6 of them being prospects. San Diego has been doing tons of accounting work trying to move Hosmer and Myers to stay under the $230 million threshold. You got to think if they're willing to include extra prospects in the deal, maybe the Nationals take those contracts on. I know a lot of you guys were skeptical about the Nats taking on contracts, but they weren't willing to attach Corbin to that deal because they wanted to maximize the value for Soto. That's another way to maximize that value. Do you see LA trading for Pablo Lopez or JD Martinez or both? Martinez, no, he goes to the Mets. Lopez, possibly him and the Blue Jays, or the Dodgers and Blue Jays are after him. Do I think Soto would re-sign with the Padres? I think he will. It's going to take over $500 million. I think the Padres are not done after this. Yeah, they are gaining trade interest. Now at the half-yard line, according to Jim Bowden. John Paul Morosi just announces Padres and National have agreed in principle on a deal for a Juan Soto trade with Josh Bell going to San Diego. The time is 10:43. We have it official. Juan Soto is going to the Padres. Joel Sherman says that he was told the deal for Soto cannot wait till close to the deadline because there's so many prospects going from San Diego to Washington. They're emptying it out in one person's view. That physical review will take a while. Wow. The deal is getting done. Morosi breaks it right there. They have agreed in principle on a deal. Soto is going to go to the Padres along with Josh Bell. Welcome in, Winnie. Appreciate all 120 of you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. If you hadn't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. News just breaking. The Padres are getting Juan Soto and Josh Bell. Wow. Wow. This deal, by the sounds of it, according to that Sherman tweet, I'm expecting this deal to be well over 10 people going in this deal. This is going to be big. Remember at the beginning of the Soto talks, the Nats wanted a Kevin Durant type of return. This is going to be bigger than what Kevin Durant's going to go for in the NBA. What a move by the Padres. Commitments next year for the Padres in 2023, Machado at $30 million, Soto at $27, Musgrove at $20. They have a lot of salary. Hosmer is still on that list, but maybe Hosmer is a part of this. That might be part of the reason why they're willing to include so many prospects. Here's part of the return according to JP Morosi. Abrams, Hassel, Wood, Susana for Bell and Soto. If that's it, I'm surprised. There's got to be more. There's got to be more than that. That's 3 premium prospects. There's got to be more. That's got to be only part of the deal. Jim Bowden saying the deal is not done according to sources. Well, obviously, they got to go over all of the pieces yet. Padres didn't fleece them. I think they're still going to have a number of pieces going in here. I think that's just, or Bowden saying that is just because of the scope of the deal. They have to do all the medicals. So hold your horses. Man, this is going to be a great day for the Padres fans. You get Josh Hader the day before. Now you get Soto and Bell. Could be some players to be named later. Yeah, that would make some sense as well. 130 of you guys. Appreciate you guys joining us. Hit that like and subscribe. We're watching the Juan Soto deal get done right now. Padres it's not completely done because you still have to worry about the the medicals in the deal, but it sounds like the deal is officially agreed to at this point. They just are going to dot the I's and cross the T's at this point. They do still have prospects left. You don't see Camposano's name in there. MLB Network now reporting it as well. Padres and Nationals have agreed in principle on a trade. They are not done getting people. I'd imagine there might be a reliever in this deal. If not, they could go out and get another reliever. Houston, you could see them getting Taylor, of course, but I think they're looking a little bit bigger game hunting at center field, Laureano, Happ, that type of player than Michael Taylor. But right now, Soto is the name of the game. That's funny. Rangers reporter saying the Rangers do not trade away the Round Rock and Frisco rosters. They're double A and AAA team away for Soto, making fun of the Padres giving away so much for him. Yeah, Gregory Soto would be a great get for another team. The players, according to Jim Bowden, have been agreed upon in the deal, but it's still not officially done for various reasons, most notably, of course, that they have to agree to the medicals on every player. Let the floodgates open. The big piece that needed to move to open up the trade deadline is now moved. A lot of first basemen on the market. Brandon Belt, Garrett Cooper could be moved as well. Biggest domino, though, has officially fallen. Well, not officially, but the trade is officially going to the San Diego Padres. This is going to be one of the biggest deals in the history of baseball when it gets done. You're saying they can't sign both? Why not? Hader's a bullpen piece. You're looking probably 10 to 20 million for him at most. Soto's going to command probably in the neighborhood of 40 million. Robles would be a good piece for the Astros. I wonder if he's enough bat though for them. Welcome in, Winnie. I'm too tongue-tied to say that at the moment. Nats are going to be great over the next couple of years, though, with prospects. Plus, they're going to have money to spend. They're going to sign some free agents as well. It's going to be fantastic to be a Nats fan. I know it's a sad day to see Soto move. Do you think the Guardians pull off a Sean Murphy deal? No. I think there's going to be too much interest from the Rays and the Mets and him to be able for the Guardians to get something done. But right now, the Soto deal is where it's at. Juan Soto and Josh Bell are going to the San Diego Padres. Abrams, Hassel, Wood, Susana are all going the other way. Just waiting to see the remainder of that return. I imagine there's at least a couple other players in that deal. 150 of you guys joining us. Thank you very much. Nationals got fleeced. I wouldn't go that far. If that's the end of the deal, though, yes, I would say that. But right now, I think there's still more names to come out. Why are you mad you didn't get Soto? I don't think you were ever really in. I was shocked how far in you were. But I mean, at this level, welcome in, Ashton. I would expect the Jays to go after Rodon, honestly. Gore is included? I haven't seen that yet. Let me see. Where are you seeing that, Corral? If Gore is included, that's a huge deal. Welcome in, Billy. Bowden says he's in there. Gore is injured, but that doesn't matter for the Nats. They're not contending. I'm just waiting for it to pop up on my screen. I don't see Mackenzie Gore's name included, though. Welcome in, Logan. 160 you guys. Thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like button and subscribe. Trying to reach 450 by the end of the day. See how close we've already gained. Looks like 15 of you guys. Clevenger is included. That would be a good get for the Nats, but of course, let's see if that's actually there. Oh my goodness. Bob Nightingale says that the Padres deal for Juan Soto and Josh Bell, they're trading Mackenzie Gore. Abrams, Hasselwood, and Susanna. Wow. Gore is indeed going to be a part of the deal. Oh my goodness. I thought that was the one piece they were going to hold out, but they include Mackenzie Gore? Oh my goodness. Nationals are officially one of the best teams in 3-4 years. Oh my goodness. They fleeced the Dodgers last year. This trade is going to be massive. This is bigger than a Kevin Durant level return. Kevin Durant, though, it's 33, 34 years old now. Yuck. There are still likely more pieces. I agree. There's probably a lot more coming. Nats are going to be very good, especially with all the salary room they're going to have now. Gore, Hassel, Abrams, Wood, Susanna, and another major league player. That's the only holdup right now to the agreed upon deal. Wow. What do I think the Dodgers will do? The only thing they can do right now, probably go out there and get a starter. They're not going to get Ohtani. But this is a great move for the Padres. This puts them pretty close to the Dodgers, honestly. Dodgers do like to make those desperate type of moves. Maybe this will trigger them to actually pony up the price a little bit for Pablo Lopez. Their platoons haven't worked this year. Maybe they go out there and get a bat or two. But the Dodgers are not going to be quiet. Maybe the Dodgers immediately turn and counter, like Michael says here with the trade for Martinez. But this trade is wild. Thank you to 175 of you guys joining us. In case you're just joining us, Soto and Bell go to the Padres. In return, it looks like Mackenzie Gore, Robert Hassel, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, and Susanna, and another major league player. Passan, Nightingale, Heyman, Bowden anyway. There's a lot of sources right now on this. But yes, the Dodgers like to keep the news cycle in their end zone anyway. Morosi is going live right now on MLB Network discussing the trade. They get two high A outfielders in Hassel and Wood. Not saying that they're Soto, but they are viewed very similarly at this point in their career as Soto was for the Nats. This is a pretty even trade. Through his age 23 season, there's only 3 players that are in Juan Soto's class. Juan Soto, Babe Ruth, and Mike Trout. That's the type of player you're getting if you're the San Diego Padres. Solves your left field position for the next decade. Welcome in ZYZZ and Stewart. Ashton as well. How good are these prospects? All top 100? Not all of them. Susanna's a lower level player, but he's really coming on strong. Welcome back, Haya. You did miss the big news. Juan Soto and Josh Bell are going to be going to the San Diego Padres. Tatis and Soto in the top 4 of all of baseball? Maybe. I wouldn't say they're completely in the top 4. Top 10, sure. No, they're not going to go after Gallo. They don't have enough playing time for Gallo. I want to see what the rest of this deal is going to be. I think there's still more pieces coming, honestly. Welcome in, Clifton. Source confirms, according to Ken Rosenthal, Soto and Bell headed to the Padres. Gore, Adams, Hassel, Wood, and Susanna to the Nats. Got to imagine that Hosmer's on the move somewhere. I'm still waiting for the official trade to happen. That way we can see all these moves. I am surprised the Padres are keeping Merrill. I think because they included Mackenzie Gore anyway. That's the reason why they didn't have to include Merrill. Welcome in, Scotto. Appreciate you guys joining us. They're showing the pass and tweet that we read off a few minutes ago. Welcome in, 1986. Any news on the Mets? The Mets we're trying for Wilson Contreras, but the Cubs don't like the prospects that the Mets have to offer. The only prospect they like is Allen, and the Mets, of course, said no to him. That's why I expect Contreras to possibly go to the Padres before the end of the day. No news on the Mets as of yet outside of that. The Nats are taking on Eric Hosmer in the deal. That's the news right now from Joel Sherman saying that the Nationals are taking on Eric Hosmer. Wow. 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 Hit the like button if you like the Soto deal so far. This is getting absolutely absurd. Whoa. They take on the salary of Hosmer to get things done as well. The A's are going to trade Sean Murphy. He should get a nice price here at the deadline. Karma for the Dodgers, yeah. I mean, they did get Scherzer and Turner, but both of them could be gone after this offseason, and yet the Padres could end up with Soto. What a turn of events that would be. Phillies talk, yes, I believe they're going to get Syndergaard at this point. They're not getting Happ. They're not getting Rodon. They're not willing to make those type of pieces. Why are the Mets thinking we need bullpen and some hitting desperately? Because you do. You need a right-handed complement at designated hitter. You need a catcher. You need a little bit more of an 8th, 7th inning role as well. Washington is taking on Hosmer. And I don't understand why the Dodgers would go out and get Joey Gallo. That would not be a good move in response to the Soto acquisition. Woj having a little bit of fun with Jeff Passan, tweeting out a picture of Passan announcing the Soto news. Kind of cool. Happ would be a great fit in Toronto. I think it'll be Toronto or Houston for Happ, maybe the Padres if they have enough prospects left after this. Thank you for the like. Appreciate all you guys joining us. 180 of you a minute ago. Josh Bell going to the Padres. Hosmer to the Nats. That's huge. 2 mid-range prospects. I think it's going to be 2 lower-end prospects, honestly, for Syndergaard, just because of the price that the Phillies are willing to pay. Will they be in the lineup tomorrow? Probably not. Got to imagine it takes a lot for the medicals to get done today. They probably take a day to travel and get accustomed to being around San Diego, and then maybe the following day. Yeah, they have done well in Toronto in the past. Mets better get JD Martinez. I agree. They do have a little bit of a hole there in that lineup when you compare them to the other teams in the National League. Heyman confirming as well. Hosmer is in the deal. Padres think officials thought James Wood was their number 1 prospect, not Hassel, but they get 2 very similar type of hitters. Wow. Hosmer has been notified that he's in the deal. He has a no trade and has not consented yet. Belief is they will figure this out, however, one way or the other. Ooh, just imagine if they don't take on that deal. Does this set the Soto trade off a little bit? I don't know. Do I think the Sox trade Bogarts? One of the reporters said that the Red Sox have like a 1% chance of trading Bogarts. They already told him they're not trading him. I think if they get overwhelmed in a trade offer, say by the Phillies or maybe even the Dodgers now, since the Padres got Soto, maybe they make something like that happen. Welcome in, Billy. Got 2 different Billies here. If he doesn't consent, does the trade fall apart? I don't think it falls apart completely. I think they may have to find a different place for Hosmer to go if he does not agree to the deal. I mean, he would get out of San Diego, where he's basically been hammered by fans over the last couple of years for his production. But remember, he was the first piece that got this thing going for them. So it all started with Eric Hosmer. Then Manny Machado went there. Tatis became the player he was. And now you're getting Juan Soto. So remember, if you're a Padres fan, thank Hosmer for the last couple of years, giving your team at least some credibility. Now, of course, he's not exactly the same player he was. And now it's time to move on. Welcome in, Lucas. Trey Mancini is an Astro. He was traded there yesterday in that 3-team deal with Baltimore and Tampa. Just waiting on some more of the details to come in. Padres are definitely now in a win-now move. They are going to try to make the best of it. They traded away a lot of their future. Tatis Jr. will be back sometime in the next week, I'd imagine. Thank you, Eric. I agree. Hosmer should be respected a little bit more for what he did for that Padres organization. He gave them credibility. This trade would not be happening without them signing Hosmer all those years ago. So, as you fans say, thank God Hosmer's leaving. Make sure you thank him for making your team a legitimate contender going forward. Manny Machado doesn't sign there if Hosmer doesn't get done. Do you think the Dodgers are better than the Pirates? I still think they're a hair better in a 7-game series. I think it goes 7. I think the Padres, though, are about to get a lot better with Soto and Bell. I think they're one move away from possibly beating the Dodgers in a playoff series, but we haven't seen what the Dodgers are going to do to counter that yet. Welcome in, Connor. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. If you're just joining us right now, remember to hit that subscribe button and the like. Really helps us out. The Yankees did trade most of their best pitching prospects. I agree. Who do you think the Brewers get? I think they could go after Gallo. He might round out their shopping here at the deadline. Padres do need a bullpen arm. I think they will end up getting one. Welcome in, Chris. Braves Magic. Well, that's kind of what they're hoping for again. They did make some around the edges moves with Grossman, Adrianza, those type of moves, Odorizzi. The big move for them, though, is they locked up Austin Riley. They now have 4 team-friendly deals to lock up their core 4 for the next 8 years. Think of the Yankees and the success they had with their core 4. That's what the Braves are doing right now. Welcome in, Hoyt. Welcome in, Flight. Appreciate you joining us. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. See if we can reach 450 by the end of the day. Price for Gallo may have just gone up. I think so. Welcome in, Yankees Army. Musgrove did sign that extension as well. Do the Cardinals make any big moves? Absolutely not. This move basically solidifies that they're going to tinker around the edges, and that's about it. That's what they did with the Jose Quintana move. Maybe they go out there and get a back-end starter like Michael Wacha from the Red Sox. You're getting some of the goodbye hugs right now for Jorge Lopez as he leaves the Orioles organization. Any more movement for the Twins? I think they're going to get Tyler Mahle. Eovaldi is still out there. I think Eovaldi could be a fit for the Padres as well. He had a good start last night. Velocity was up. Command was better. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Wow, we gained 6 more of you guys in the last 10 minutes. Appreciate you guys joining us and hitting that like and subscribe button. Really matters a lot to us. Trying to climb as high as we can today. Crossed 400 the other day. Now let's see if we can get over 450 today. Donaldson. Sorry, Yankees fans. I think he was a misstep for your organization in the long run. I think you could have had Carlos Correa this offseason if you didn't make that move. I think that was the first misstep, and then you'd have had the ability to trade Volpe for some of these other best prospects or best players on the deadline. Best 48 of the MLB season, I believe, King of the North. That is exactly what I'm here for. I'm here for trade deadline and offseason. I love those 2 parts of the year for baseball. Eovaldi and JD Martinez to Dodgers, you say? That'd be a great get for them, but I don't think it's going to happen. No, he wasn't going to trade for Correa. I'm saying this offseason he could have signed Correa outright instead of making the trade for Donaldson. I think they made a mistake. They went a little bit cheaper with Donaldson and IKF because they want their prospects in a couple of years to take over. Understandably, they can't have everybody make $20 million at every position. But they're the Yankees. Look at what the Mets are doing. Look at what the Dodgers are doing. Heck, look at the Padres. Dodgers should get Lopez. I don't think they'll get Drury. Mariners, I think, are going to get Drury. I am excited for the Padres fans as well. This is a great day for you guys. I saw one of you notice say that they were taking away picks from the Dolphins because of their negotiations this offseason that were centered around Tom Brady and Sean Payton. We'll get to that in our video probably tomorrow. But for right now, it's all about Juan Soto and Josh Bell going to the San Diego Padres. Yeah, that's going to be a crazy lineup. But of course, they still have to exchange medicals. It's not done yet. Hosmer has to waive his deal or waive his no trade clause. I think all of these things will end up getting done in some form or fashion. I think they're way too far down the road for this to be called back now. Jock going back to the Dodgers, possibly, but that's an in-division trade between the Giants and Dodgers. Welcome in, Daniel. Why do you say no for Eovaldi and JD? Saul says. Well, I don't think they're going to be interested in getting both Eovaldi and JD. I think they'd be interested in JD because it solves some of their offensive issues. Eovaldi would be a good bullpen piece for them, but I don't think they're going to make something like that move or that happen. I think JD Martinez is going to end up as a Met. I think the Mets counter is JD Martinez. The Dodgers are going to have to go somewhere else. Yankees did not pay a steep price for Montas. Let's not kid ourselves. Welcome in, Zombie. I believe the San Diego Padres are going to end up with Contreras. He's been their target at catcher all along. What bats other than Gallo do you see the Brewers getting? I think that's it. They already made their move with the Padres. They got Ruiz for their bench. I think they may go out and get another reliever, but that's about it. Welcome in, Valle. Yes, they do. They got Campusano. They got Mears. They got a couple of others. And Contreras isn't going to command that big of a price anyway, especially with the Cubs not liking any of the Mets prospects. However, I do think they will empty it out. I think they're going to go out there and at least get a catcher, maybe another bullpen arm. Thank you guys for joining us. Let me get rid of this spammer real quick. You're saying Contreras is going to go for Corey Lee? Are you saying it's already happened or what? But they already have Maldonado. They just made the trade for Vasquez. I don't think there's any way Houston would do that kind of a move unless they're just that unhappy. They're saying Ken Rosenthal sent out a tweet: enormous pressure on Hosmer to approve the deal, and he might get something more out of it beyond his 3-year $39 he's owed through 2023 and 2025. Hosmer, Soto, and Bell are all represented by Boris, as are Gore and Wood. Players generally need to be compensated to waive no trade protection. That would make sense. Mets try for Jock? No. Padres needed to fix pitching and didn't. Why? Their pitching already in their rotation is pretty solid. They just made the trade for Hader the other day, and they still may not be done adding pieces to that bullpen. Thank you guys for joining us. Welcome in, Aaron. Will the Twins go after a starting pitcher after getting Lopez? I think they will. I keep saying all along, I think they're going to get Maley. They could go out there and get an outfield bat as well. Somebody mentioned Peterson. He might be a good fit. But if I had to put my money on, I'd say Maley, and that might be it for them. Mets should try for Murphy. I think so too, especially if they're out on Contreras. Any chatter on Blackburn? I haven't seen anything at all. Padres are definitely flashier. Blake Snell has been terrible. Yes, he has. All right, Tross, we'll see you shortly. Muncy and Bellinger both suck, so I agree. They've been terrible this year. Bellinger is no longer the MVP that he was. Muncy's not the platoon guy that he was. Gallo is better than Muncy. I wouldn't say that at this point. I'd say they're very similar. The Padres having Musgrove makes me wonder why my home team would trade him away. Well, yeah. Musgrove's really improved himself. Padres' best players are better than the Dodgers. I don't know about that. I still like Betts, Trey Turner, and Freeman more, but I wonder how long that core is going to stay together. My team is the Rangers anyway. I still think my Dodgers are the best pitching and pitching staff, and that counts all in the playoffs. I'm not so sure about that. I think your bullpen's a little thin. Your starting pitching is thinner than it ever has been in the past 5 years. I think if you acquire Lopez, then your staff probably is a little bit better. But that bullpen still is worrying for both teams, honestly. But I think both are going to be making some moves. I think the Rangers are unloading. They traded away Matt Bush. They're going to trade Matt Moore. I think they could trade away Martin Perez if they can get somebody. Any word on the Jays? They're talking about a left-handed outfield bat. They're talking bullpen, and they're talking starter. So thank you for joining us, Doc. Welcome in, Blackwell. Soto is indeed going to the Padres. Heaney doesn't move the needle for me. Mitchell White's too young. Anderson doesn't move the needle. Gonsolin doesn't move the needle. Welcome in, Sheldon. I hope the Rangers do something as well. Gallo could go going back to the Rangers not for Perez. Come on now. Addition by subtraction. Braves rid themselves of Will Smith. Yeah. That's a bullpen arm they're going to have to replace. I was hoping you were kidding because Gallo for Perez, are you nuts? Buehler is really good, but I still like the way the Padres have built their roster up. Padres are going to have a lot of momentum here in the second half. Rockies are taking offers on Cool and Estevez. We talked about that about a half hour ago. Welcome in Owen and Mario. Chances for Contreras, I'd say about 75% after that move. Yankees in talks with Cardinals about sending Montgomery to the – wow. That would be surprising. Yankees selling away or trading away Montgomery. Everybody's still talking about the Hosmer chance of waiving his offer. I think that's a little too much of a talking point. I think that will get worked out. Welcome in, Zoo. Who did Padres trade for Soto? The trade for Soto and Bell, anyway, includes C.J. Abrams, Hassel, Wood, Susana, Gore, Hosmer. And I'm guessing there's probably another prospect or two in there as well. Ohtani is not going to be traded. I think we're too close to the deadline for something to get done. Welcome in, Incarnate. Welcome in, Eric. Now that the Stros didn't get Bell, well, they already made their move for Mancini. I think they knew they weren't getting Mancini, Bell, so they went ahead and pivoted to Mancini. They added the bullpen piece in Smith by trading away from their depth at starting pitcher. I think the only move the Stros have left is to get a center fielder. Dodgers and Padres are must-see TV already. I think this makes it absolute must-see TV right now. Rodon and Peterson both going to go? I believe so. I think the Twins would be a great fit for Rodon. I don't think they'll make that type of a trade, though. I think they'll be more interested in Maile. I think the Blue Jays are going to be the team that ends up getting Rodon. That'd be a great move for them. Mike Trout will never be traded, most loyal player ever in Major League history outside of maybe Derek Jeter and Tony Gwynn as well. Montgomery does have years of control left. I like this tweet out by one of the baseball reporters. Can't believe the Nationals are having Harper, Rendon, Scherzer, Turner, and Soto are all gone in a matter of a couple of years. Welcome in, Cola. Do you think the Mets do anything? I think they're going to get a DH. I think they're going to end up getting JD Martinez. I think they're going to end up getting a catcher. I don't think it's going to be Wilson Contreras. We're getting closer to the deadline now. It's already 11:16 Central. Reynolds from the Pirates, that's not happening. Another deal that's too difficult to make up this close to the deadline. If you're the Dodgers fans and you're wanting the Dodgers to make a big move here at the deadline, you got to pick a player who's already had a lot of names thrown around them. Somebody that you're going to jump in on. That's why players like JD Martinez makes sense because he's been discussed a lot already. Mets get Chafin and Martinez. That would be fantastic for them. Do I think the Twins are done? Absolutely not. They're getting a starting pitcher one way or the other. My money's on Tyler Mahle going there. The Reds have a number of different pieces that they can move. Tyler Stevenson is not getting traded. No. Let Shohei go. They should, but they're not going to. Any Guardians news? Are they buying, selling? They're doing a little bit of both. They've talked a little bit about Bieber and Plesac with a couple of teams. I think the Blue Jays are the most logical candidate for them to trade with just because of the connections between the Guardians and the Blue Jays office, or front office anyway. Ross Adkins, president of baseball ops for the Blue Jays, with his time as GM in Cleveland. But I still don't think either one of them are moving. Reds are not trading Tyler, yeah. Do I think the Cardinals are done? No. I think they probably add another reliever or a back-end starter, something like that. Welcome in, Wilson. Welcome in, Jared. Any chance the O's make more moves? I think they could sell off some more of their veterans, maybe Odor, maybe another bullpen piece. Something like that might make sense. There was rumors out there that they could look to trade Anthony Santander. I don't think they will, though. What was the deal for the Padres and Rogers? Was there a conflict or just performance? No, I think they just wanted Hader. They were in on Hader a couple of years ago. Rogers has been a nice closer for them. However, they just wanted Hader, I think. That's why Rogers was a part of that deal, along with two other major leaguers and a prospect. They didn't have to trade from that prospect depth, which is why I think when the Padres finally circled around to them one more time and said, hey, we'll throw this at you. You willing to do it? I believe so. That's why it happened. Are the O's going to call it? Waiting on the O's to call it Gunner. Okay. Josh Bell is good. Yes, he is. He's hitting like 313, I think, this year, something like that. I think he's got like 13 home runs. He's going to be a much better first base option for the Padres. Really lengthen out that lineup, give him some pop in that lineup as well. Juan Soto has officially been informed that he's been traded to San Diego, the source tells ESPN. Bell, a switch hitter? I believe so. I can't remember, but I think so. Yeah, to the Sharks. Sharks are rebuilding, so, you know. Braves need Thor to complete the rotation. No, they don't. They just acquired Odorizzi. They got enough pitchers in the rotation now. I thought they would be a player for Drew Smyly, but I don't think so at this point. Drew Smyly would be a nice piece for a team needing a fifth starter, somebody they can put in the bullpen in the postseason. Tatis is coming back this week or next. Welcome in, Noah. Do the Padres beat out the Dodgers for the B? If you're asking in the postseason which team I'd rather have, Dodgers for now, but I think the Padres are going to make one more move that'll push them over the top. Who do you think will win the World or the NL title? NL West title, I think the Dodgers are still, because of how far out in front, I think they're going to still get it. Matt Harvey coming back soon? No. He's still dealing with this legal trouble surrounding the death of Skaggs anyway. He actually had to testify in court earlier this season. Welcome in, Jordan. Any thoughts on additional moves for the Cards? Yes, I have answered it, but I'll answer it for you again. Back-end rotation starter is what they're talking about. Welcome in, Khan. Soroka coming back this year? I don't believe so, but if he does, wow, that'd be a great move for the Braves if they can get him back. He was the ace of their staff a couple of years ago. Anyway, Hosmer becomes a villain and says no, absolutely not. Jim Bowden saying this trade is the biggest haul of any trade since the Herschel Walker trade. Welcome midnight. What else are they going to do? They're going to get a catcher. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. If you haven't hit that like button already, really would appreciate you doing that. Trying to gain up to 450 subscribers today. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. Welcome in, Glenn. But as far as who the Padres are going to go after, Contreras, the catcher, I think they're also going to go after a bullpen arm as well. There's a lot of bullpens options out there, and they're not going to be very high cost. I don't think Harvey's going to come back soon just because of his legal troubles. I haven't heard anything else beyond that. Last I heard, he was testifying in the court case about Tyler Skaggs. I'm ready to see more trades too. I think the industry is recovering from the Soto trade. We're probably going to see a plethora of bats move here in the next hour as the trade deadline gets closer and closer. It's 11:22 Central Time. But yes, for the Padres to get Hader, Soto, and Bell, that's already a fantastic trade deadline. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, you saw the way that they had the cameras at the game anyway for Vasquez last night when the trade happened. He was in tears before the game. Alex Cora basically gave him a big old hug and said, "Keep your Red Sox uniform on. Go out there and take batting practice with the Red Sox before the game," because they were playing in Houston. So basically, you just had to switch dugouts. It was very emotional for Christian Vasquez. That's what you're going to see a lot. You just saw Jorge Lopez do that in the hotel for the Baltimore Orioles a few minutes ago. James Wood was the linchpin of this deal, apparently. They're comparing him to Willie McCovey. All right, let's slow down a little bit at least. Welcome in, Dylan. What about the Mets? As I mentioned, the Mets are probably going to make a move for JD Martinez. They could use a back-end starter. There's a number of them that could be had right now. Rich Hill, Michael Wacha, Drew Smiley, players like that anyway. They also are looking for back into the bullpen help. David Robertson has been mentioned before, but the Cubs don't really like any of the prospects the Mets have to offer. So sorry, Mets fans, as much as you'd like to make trades with the Cubs, it likely not going to happen. Padres will be in full tank mode in 2.5 years? I don't think so. They're going to have Soto, Tatis, and Machado all locked up for the next decade. Mets finally going to trade Dom. I think he would be one of the pieces going the other way in that deal for JD Martinez. Sorry, serious drama. As much as you might like to see the Padres be sellers in 2.5 years or tanking, it ain't going to happen. I think this team is here to stay with Tatis and now Soto. I think the Padres are very comfortable with the extension terms for Soto. I think even if they're not, they could trade him and be right back to where they were this year, which, by the way, is still a contender in the National League. Wilson Contreras is going to re-sign with the Cubs. I haven't seen anything on that at all. Oh, no, I don't think he's re-signing with the Cubs. I think he's done. Ken Rosenthal saying behind the scenes, Hosmer is probably negotiating what it would take to waive his no-trade clause. Welcome in, King. Welcome in, Hawkins. Huh. For those of you who don't get what Hawkins is saying, Tatis rode a motorcycle, and that's why he missed so much time. He got in a bunch of accidents. That's why he's saying to Soto ride a motorcycle. They don't want to see a repeat of that happen. Josh Bell and Juan Soto are indeed going to the Padres. Wendell, he's a nice piece, but he's not moving the needle wherever he ends up going. He's not like take you from outside the playoff picture to a wild card team, from a wild card team to a division champion. Do you think the Padres will win their division? Not this year, but possibly next year, especially if the Dodgers lose Trey Turner. I thought they were already a contender before the Soto trade. After, I'm absolutely convinced they're a contender. Are the Padres contenders for the playoffs? Does move Machado? Yep. Welcome in, Eric. Welcome in, Pat. What's going on with the Jays? They've been a little bit quiet, but news out of them yesterday was that they're looking for a left-handed bat, an outfielder, a bullpen arm, and a starter. They're going to get something done at the deadline here, so thank you for the like. Appreciate it. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe button already, please do so. Really helps us out. Trying to grow this channel as much as we can. But as far as names that are going that have been interested in going, or the Jays have been talking about anyway, for bullpen, you're looking at Michael Fulmer. For the outfield, you're looking at Ian Happ. For rotation, you were looking at Frankie Montas, but I expect Carlos Rodon is now the top option for them, as well as Pablo Lopez. Yeah, just look at that lineup. If they get Contreras, welcome in, Hayden. Do you think the Yankees are going to do anything else? I do think they still need to add a left-handed reliever. If I had to guess, I'd say Matt Moore. He's the best on the market. He shouldn't go for too high of a price, though, but he is the best on the market. He has not given up a home run in 46 2/3 innings. I do think the Yankees are also going to move off of Gallo. Welcome in, John. If you're the Nats, you're going to be weirdly excited about your future. Yes, you have a lot of your big stars over the years, but this is exactly how you rebuild, gathering a great mass of prospects. Exactly true. Just think of all the trades that the Cubs made years ago to build up with Bryant and Schwarber and all that group. Think of the Astros with Correa and that group. The Nats are now the next team to do that. Welcome in, Mets fan. Can Yanks trade Gallo or Donald? They're not going to trade Donaldson too much salary. Gallo, they are going to move, or DFA. I think they will end up getting a trade for Gallo at this point. What are you talking about? Soto is on the best market. Hosmer said no. Bob Nightingale says that Eric Hosmer has not approved the trade to Washington. The Nats are on his no-trade list. Remains to be seen if he changes his mind. Wow. This throws a big wrench into the Juan Soto deal. In case you missed it, Juan Soto and Josh Bell basically were working on finalizing a trade to the San Diego Padres. Hosmer was part of the deal going back to the Nationals. However, if you're a Padres fan, all is not lost. Eric Hosmer has a 10-team no-trade list. All you have to do is find one of those 10 teams that can take him on and give some prospects to get that type of deal done. This thing is too far down the tracks for this thing to get knocked off. Welcome in, Cody. Yeah, he is going to be absolutely hated in San Diego now. This is getting very juicy right now. Thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like, follow us here. Wow. Where do you think Carlos Rodon would go? My guess is the Blue Jays or the Twins. Deadline, I think, is 5 o'clock East, I think. Dodgers, yeah. Dodgers better get in there. That's the one move that they could make to kind of trump anything the Padres want to do, even after getting Josh Hader. I don't think they will, though. I think this thing is way too far down the line. This trade will very likely get done. But, I mean, you kind of can't blame Eric Hosmer. He likes playing in San Diego. You're going from a team where you're likely going to be one of the favorites for the World Series for the next 4 years to go into a team that's going to not make the playoffs for at least the next 2. Red Sox haven't been quiet. They made a trade of Christian Vasquez. They traded away Jake Diekman. They brought in Tony Pham. They've already made a few moves. Pablo Lopez, his market is the Blue Jays and Dodgers. Yeah, I would too. So you can kind of understand. But Hosmer, the reason why the Padres have any chance at any of these moves right now is because of Eric Hosmer. You can't blame Eric Hosmer for wanting to stay there. Welcome in, Daniel. Thoughts on the Phillies? Noah Syndergaard, not a lot of trade options outside of that. Maybe your big surprise move is getting Xander Bogaerts, but I don't think you do. Welcome in, Max. Thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us right now, Juan Soto and Josh Bell, we're close to being traded to the San Diego Padres. That trade right now has hit a little bit of a snag with Eric Hosmer going the other way, saying no to the trade to the Nats. We'll see if he ends up waiving it eventually. Maybe it's just part of the negotiations. Welcome in, Balin Wolf, or Ballin Wolf, I should say. No Soto trade as of yet. Got to think this is either part of the negotiating tactic for Hosmer, but I think this thing is way too far down the tracks for the Padres. They're going to flip Hosmer somewhere. Welcome in, Clark. Welcome in, Aha. Jays haven't done anything as of yet, but they're looking at bullpen, outfield, and starting pitcher. Ohtani is not moving at this deadline. Gallo is expected to be traded. If I had to pick a team for him to go to, I'd say the Brewers. He would complete their deadline shopping. Mets are not swooping in for Soto. They don't have the pieces to get it done. He was already getting threats from fans. And that was just for his poor play, not turning down a trade that would have brought them Juan Soto. What do you grade the Yankees at the trade deadline? A B. They could have done so much more. I'm still disappointed with the offseason that they had, not bringing in Carlos Correa. As far as the deadline itself, at least they brought in one starter, not the guy they wanted in Luis Castillo. They go a little bit cheaper and get Frankie Montas. They don't pony up and trade for Ohtani. But I'd give them a B. Even after getting another reliever, say like Matt Moore, maybe a B+, but they ain't getting an A. Red Sox, they get more long-term pieces with Reese McGuire now behind the plate instead of Vasquez. This isn't the same old Mets. This team is willing to spend. Going out and getting JD Martinez would continue that spending strategy. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Yankees should have gotten Carlos Correa. That was their missed opportunity. Who do you think the Twins need to give up for Maile or a starting pitcher? Do you think Correa stays? If they win a postseason series, I think Correa does stay because I think they'll pony up the money to get it done. If they don't, then they very well could lose him to one of these big market teams, especially, say, the Dodgers or Yankees if Trey Turner goes to a team like the Phillies. There's a lot of teams that have a lot of payroll that are going to be looking for a shortstop. Yeah, Volpe is kind of their hope for the Yankees right now because of their decisions for Donaldson. But in case you guys are just joining us, got another spammer. Hold on just a moment. Welcome in, Lewis. Do you think the Angels are going to make a move on Ohtani, I'm guessing? No, I don't think they are, but I think they have Rengifo to move. Oh, yeah. It's always fun trying to deal with them. But thank you guys for joining us. We've crossed 441 subscribers. Let's see if we can get to 450 here in the next couple of minutes. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Welcome in, Tommy. Robertson Contreras are the big Mets moves of the year. That's not happening. In case you guys missed the report, Contreras, the Mets have a lot of interest in him. However, the Cubs are not interested in the prospects the Mets have to offer. The only one of interest for them is Allen, and the Mets have already said no to him. That's not happening. Now, you could get Robertson maybe for a couple of lottery tickets, but you're not getting Contreras. How long am I going to broadcast? All the way up to 6? Yeah, I'm going to broadcast probably to 7 East. Eric Hosmer is your favorite new player? Ouch, that's cold. Christian Vasquez just saying goodbye to the Red Sox faithful. According to sources, Hosmer going to the Nats, San Diego would pay all of that contract for the next 3 years. Wow. The whole point was to offload a little bit of money and get him out of town to free up room for Josh Bell. That defeats the purpose of getting rid of him. Now, maybe if he's traded to another team, maybe a team would take Hosmer for free. But if Hosmer doesn't want to go to the Nats, he's not going. Welcome in, Fusco. Welcome in, Frank. Brewers are not sellers. They're the trade for Hader. They brought in some good pieces to help them at the deadline. They're winning the division. I don't think they're serious about going for anybody else, but I do think they're going to get Gallo as much as you may not like it. Will the Yankees trade Gallo? Yes. He will be gone by the trade deadline. Vasquez and Maldonado are BFFs. We will treat Vasquez like a prince in the juice box. You better treat him right. He'll be a much better offensive piece than Maldonado. If Hosmer doesn't go, he will be released. I seriously doubt that. If the Padres pay his salary, I will take him on the Mets. Why? You already have your DH spot locked up. You have no room for him. No, this isn't a real threat to the deal. I think this deal is still going to get done. It's just a matter of stuff getting, or it's just a matter of him working out a deal to a team of his liking. I think he wants to be in. It sounds like he wants to be on a postseason team. Do you think the Pirates do anything big? I think they've already done it. I think the Pirates are pretty much done unless they get a huge offer for Bednar. Not much. I think you might get a top 30 prospect for Gallo if he's traded to the Brewers. And I'm not talking top 20. I'm talking top 30. Very back into that top 30, if anything. Any word on the Guardians? They need bullpen help. Guardians are said to be interested in moving off of Plesac or Bieber, but I don't think either gets moved. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the likes. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. Will the Yankees have a shot at beating the Astros in the playoffs? Of course they do. Until the Astros get a good, really good center fielder and help out that bullpen just a hair more, I think the Yankees are fair game for the Astros. Rangers, nothing really on the Rangers. They're looking more right around the end of the deadline. They're looking to trade Matt Moore. He's the best lefty trade candidate out there. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. But the Rangers, the best piece they have to move right now is Martin Perez, and I don't think they're going to move him unless they get overwhelmed by a trade offer. Now, could the Dodgers go to him and say, hey, we'll give you X, Y, and Z? They've made trades before for starting pitching twice, I believe. Not that it worked out for the Dodgers either time. If Bieber gets traded, do you think the Yankees would try to get him? I think they'll try, but I don't think Bieber moves. And I think the Blue Jays would be much more likely to get him just because of the connections there. Plesac was on the Phillies' radar. Yeah, but you weren't going to get him. I don't think the Dodgers get Soto, but they definitely make some big moves. I don't know how big of a move the Dodgers are going to make. I think they may end up getting a starting pitcher. That might be it. Maybe a reliever. Just waiting for some more news to break. See if the Soto deal actually gets worked out with the Eric Hosmer situation. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you guys. Crossed about 220 a minute ago. Down to about 200 right now. Any of these moves surprised you? Not yet, anyway. The Soto deal, I pretty much had pegged the entire way that the Padres were the favorite for him. Welcome in, David. What's up with Wilson Contreras? Well, he's not going to the Mets. He's going to be going if Soto deal gets done soon enough. I think the Wilson Contreras deal gets done to the Padres. The Mets or the Cubs just don't like the Mets prospects. That's why Wilson Contreras. I think that deal is just being held up by the Soto negotiations. Mets fans, you're going to have to hope for Sean Murphy, maybe Young Gomes, other catchers out there. Yeah, exactly. Hosmer is not thrilled to go from a contender to a rebuilding club. That's why maybe if they're willing to eat that type of deal for him to go there, maybe they're willing to eat that type of deal for him to go to a team that needs a first baseman. Maybe the Mariners take him on because they need a bat, especially with the injuries. The big deal surprise so far for me was the Hader deal, but not today. No surprise deals yet today. I just didn't think Hader would be moved, but in fact they did. There's a few teams in on Gallo, but if I had to pick, Brewers. What do you think the Cardinals will do? I mentioned that a couple of times. I think they're going to add a back-end starter, maybe a relief pitcher, but that's about it. I think they were being very disingenuous with their fans with saying they were in all the way in on Juan Soto. I think that didn't do any favors for their fan base. That was not the type of move the Cardinals have ever done, and they're not going to do. You can tell me they made the trade for Arenado or Goldschmidt. Well, those were positions where they were able to take advantage of the other club. I haven't seen anything on Montgomery at all. Ohtani to Jays, not happening. Hosmer declines. We've already talked a little bit about that. I think it's still going to get done, even if he declines. I think they're going to figure out a way to get the deal done. Yeah, I agree. Padres fans better have at least a little bit of sympathy for Hosmer. He's the whole reason your team has even a chance at getting Machado, has even a chance at getting Juan Soto, because he was the free agent that took a chance on them. So I know a lot of you guys are San Diego fans, or Dodger fans or Yankee fans. As much hate as Hosmer's been getting, even right now, I'm watching a bunch of the tweets right now on some of these Hosmer notifications. The grief he's getting, not deserved, man. Not deserved at all. I mean, he hasn't had a great second half. He was very good in the first half. Made that contract look a little bit better. But we knew at the time the deal was a little bit too much. That's why San Diego had to overpay to get where they are at. John Paul Morosi tweets out, Padres and Eric Hosmer's representatives currently negotiating about what it would take for Hosmer to approve a trade to the Nats. The Juan Soto, Josh Bell blockbuster in its current form is contingent on Hosmer's assent. Or acceptance, I'm guessing, is what he meant to say anyway. Welcome in, Logan. Mets were interested in Hosmer. I imagine they would be as well. But maybe they're not going to I think they're more interested in J.D. Martinez than anything else. Cardinals fan, and I'm thrilled we didn't pay that much for Soto. Yeah, you should be. Cardinals should never have been in this deep with Soto. The reason why it took so long for the trade deadline to really get percolating is because the Cardinals were dipping their toe in pools they had no business in. Got to wonder what Mozeliak was really doing. I understand what he wanted to do. He wanted to get the best player at the deadline. Great. But you're not a team that does that type of move. You've done a million other things better over the years, taking advantage of other teams. That model has worked for you. There's no reason to think you would have gone at the top of the market. So why were you in there? Welcome in, Ben and Glenn. Do you think the Braves are done? I don't think they're done. I think they could use a bullpen piece. Cardinals fan, thank God we didn't give up Gorman Carlson. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I don't think it was a real possibility either. So who do you think won the Soto trade? I feel the Padres won. I agree as well. Although I think the Nationals long-term are going to look fantastic. I don't think this is a lose-lose or a win. I think this is more of a win-win situation. Why would you want Gallo in Atlanta? I wouldn't. They had interest in him before. They had interest in Mazzara before. They've liked the Rangers outfielders in the past, but I don't think they're there anymore. He would be a buy low candidate for the Braves to get here at the deadline, though. Biggest trade in MLB history? Absolutely. This Nationals Padre deal is going to be the biggest for sure. Thank you for the like and the subscribe. Really appreciate it. Welcome in, Hit Hard and Slick. Do you think the Brewers are done? No, I think they get a bench bat for the outfield. Did C.J. Abrams get traded to the Nationals? Yes. He is going in that Juan Soto deal along with Josh Bell. Welcome in, George. Do you think the Yankees could do more with starting pitching? Supposedly they're talking a little bit about a back-end starter. A couple of y'all have mentioned that they're talking about Montgomery, but I haven't seen anything about that. No active talks between Hosmer and Padres? No. The talks right now are between Hosmer and the Nationals. That from John Paul Morosi. Jim Bowden repeating that it does not hinge on Hosmer being part of the deal. This deal is getting done regardless. The reason why they want Hosmer is because they get a veteran bat. They get the Padres to pay for it, apparently, and they get more prospects from the Padres to be able to get the deal done. Welcome in, PJ. He is kind of a typical AA move. I agree. Bell is a better bat than Hosmer, absolutely. Bellinger is an elite defender. I wouldn't say elite. He's still a very good defender in center field, but his bat's not there. The Dodgers need to move on, make a clean break. Can't wait to see the numbers on the Soto deal. Exactly. I want to see how big that contract extension is going to be. Yeah, he got hurt, and he's never been the same player since. It's been 3 years now. Welcome in, Gia. I agree he's not an elite center fielder, but he's still a very good one. What package do you think they'll give up for Contreras? Probably some middling prospects. They still have a number of those guys to deal. Have I watched Bellinger every day? No. I watch the entire league as much as I can. It's hard to watch every single game every single day, but we try to watch. I think we did a Dodger game about a week ago. His bat just isn't there. The defense is pretty good. The bat is just gone. 470. Woo! I haven't checked. Let me see. Oh, no. You're talking contract 470? I think you're going to get well north of 500 million for Soto's extension. Thank you guys for subscribing. We're 4 away from 450. Let's see if we can get there here in the next couple of minutes. Thank you, Gia. Really appreciate the support. Appreciate the likes. It's been a great trade deadline so far. Got about 200 of you guys averaging in here. Welcome in, Lewis. Dodgers don't have enough talent to win games and championships. There's something wrong. They have plenty of talent. They have plenty of starting pitching. They could use a little bit more, and they do need bullpen help. But they are getting they're getting pushed very hard now by the Padres if they get this deal done. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate it. Thank you very, very, very much. Hearing anything on the Jays? Latest I heard out of the Jays, they're looking for a left fielder, a left-handed bat, an outfielder, a relief pitcher, and a starting pitcher. I believe they get all of those before the deadline. I think the Blue Jays have a real chance to make a run at the World Series this year. In fact, I think if they get Rodon, I think they're better than the Yankees, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm loading like 6 different pages while I listen to the chat, you guys. Do you think it's right to give a guy a 10-year contract? I mean, here in Europe, at best, you give a guy 5 in top football club. For baseball, it's a little bit different. For pitchers, you don't go that long if you can avoid it. For hitters, they're usually a little bit safer bets. So Soto's only 23. That would take him through his prime. So I think a 10-year deal would be great for Soto, but it's not great for every player. Just look at the Albert Pujols deal, how that aged. Did not go well. Rendon, all of those type of players. Prince Fielder's deal. The Rangers are still paying him $6 million in injury settlements because he's been retired for a couple of years due to a neck issue. That's exactly who I thought was going to the World Series before the season started. The Blue Jays, their bats have finally come around. Their pitching's starting to look a little bit better, and I think they're going to get one of the starting pitchers out there right now. So I think the Blue Jays should be considered one of the favorites for the World Series if they get the starting pitcher. Springer's health, of course, is important, but I think they do get an outfielder there as well. Note from Joel Sherman, fringe benefit for the Padres. They have 7 games left against the Nationals. That'll be a lot. Those will be wins for them. Good benefit. Welcome in, TSI. No way you just said the Blue Jays are better than the Yankees. Yes, I did. I'll repeat it. Blue Jays, when they trade for a starting pitcher, are better than the Yankees. Did I mince my words? No. Welcome in, King Sai. Welcome in, Kelvin. Yankees have a good lineup. Their starting pitching since the beginning of June has a 4.5 ERA. You're saying the Martinez deal to the Mets is official? I don't see anything yet. Thank you, dude. I try. No. Who's your starters in that series? I'll give you Cole. Cortez is iffy for me at best. So is Montas. And then who's starting game 4? Cole again? Blue Jays, before the season started, had the better roster. The only reason why the Yankees got off to the start they did, their young pitching, pitched a lot better. Taillon is not moving the needle. He's losing game 4. I like Gosman. Barrios has given up a lot of home runs, but maybe the only reason I like Barrios is because of his strikeout numbers, and the Yankees have a ton of swing and miss in there. However, the Yankees do have a lot of pop in that lineup, so maybe they're able to get the better of him enough. But I think the way the Blue Jays have handled it, the way they've built that lineup, it's a lot more well-rounded. Welcome in, Brendan. What do you think of the Dodgers are going to do? Well, if the Soto deal gets done, I think they're going to have to make some type of move. If I had to guess, I would say probably Pablo Lopez at this point. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah, I saw that tweet from Bowden and Rosenthal. The deal is going to get done with Soto and Bell both going to the San Diego Padres. In case you guys are just joining us, Juan Soto and Josh Bell are both going to be going to the San Diego Padres here at the deadline. It's just a matter of medicals and Hosmer waiving his no trade. Whether or not each waives it or not, they'll make some type of trade anyway. But as far as the trade itself, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, Wood, and Susana are all going to be going to the Nationals in that deal. There might be some other pieces at the very end that we find out later on, but that seems to be the deal right now. They're saying Hosmer. There's Nightingale saying the deal is done with the Padres and does not include Eric Hosmer. Got to wonder if they're going to move Hosmer now to a team that's not on his 10-team no-trade list. Do you think there's a chance the Cubs hold on to Ian Happ? No, I think there's too much interest in him, and I think the price is going to be too high. Now the deal is without Hosmer. We'll see if that changes anything in the parameters of it. I don't think it will, because I think the Padres really want this thing to get done. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the new subscriber as well. We just reached 454 subscribers. Thank you very much. Sorry, Victor. Even if the Yankees have been the best team in the first half, look at their starting staff. Look at the moves they made. They add Frankie Montas. They miss out on Luis Castillo. They add Andrew Benintendi, a good contact hitter. They have Joey Gallo to trade away as well. They lose Michael King in the bullpen. Aroldis Chapman hasn't been very good. I mean, am I missing something? The 4.5 ERA for the starters, I told you at the beginning of the year, was going to be a problem, and it has been. The reason why you got off to such a great start is because the starting pitching was playing way above their heads. And even with the Yankees having as much success as they had, even with Cortez, however you want to say it, Nestor Cortez making the All-Star team, they still needed another starter. Even with Frankie Montas, I don't believe their starters are better than the Blue Jays, even with the struggles Jose Barrios has had. And if they get Carlos Rodon, Barrios is your Game 4 starter. He's beating Taillon. Or Taillon, anyway. Montas is not moving the needle. Well, he moves it a little. Gives them a chance in Game 3, honestly, but I still like that type of a deal for them. But they needed to do more, and they didn't. They went cheap at a couple of different and multiple ways this offseason. They went cheap again here at the trade deadline. They're not the Yankees this year. Playoff success is about starters. Yanks don't have the horses. They have one horse. One. Garrett Cole. Everything else is a toss-up. Rodon to the Yankees is not happening. Exactly. I think Contreras is going to go to the Padres now, though. Experience matters a lot, but when you're a starting pitcher, sometimes you can get a little bit lucky here and there, but you need real talent. You need real starting pitching, and the Yankees don't have it. Thoughts on Riley's contract? Remember years ago, the Yankees were all about the core four: Bernie Williams, Posada, Jeter, Mariano Rivera. Look at the Braves now. They have Albies, Acuna, Austin Riley, and Matt Olson all locked up for at least the next 8 years. That's a fantastic way of building a team for Alex Anthopoulos. He should be given a congratulations. I mean, Preller's going to pull off the move of the century anyway, getting Juan Soto, and he should be given GM of the year. Alex Anthopoulos should get second place. Montas is similar to Castillo. What are you talking about? And Benintendi is way better than Gallo. Yeah, but it doesn't move the needle for them. I mean, you're starting him in the postseason, but he's not moving the needle as far as being a bopper for you. He's a luxury item. They went for a luxury item in a place where they already had luxury. They needed starting pitching, and they decided to add bat. They decided to go Donaldson. They decided to go IKF instead of going Carlos Correa. Instead of Freddie Freeman, they went Anthony Rizzo. You added 2 bullpen arms. Neither one of them, for me, moved the needle too much. And even if you get Matt Moore, that doesn't move the needle too much either. Rizzo's a fine first baseman. Don't get me wrong. Is he the best first baseman in all of baseball? No. Okay, you're not paying attention to baseball if you're saying Rizzo is having a better season than Freeman. Sorry. Yeah, you don't need the best at every position, but you do need better starters than what you got. 7-game series between the Yanks and Astros. That to me is very close. I do like the young Astros starters, though. If the Astros are able to pull off a good center fielder and another bullpen piece, I like the Astros' chances against the Yankees as well. As much as that might chap the rear ends of Yankee fans, I like what the Astros are doing. Well, the Brewers are going to make it. Who needs to buy the most before the end of the day? Blue Jays need a starter. Twins need a starter. That's about it. The Padres need to get the deal done, and then the Mets need to finish off all the trades that they're making. Yeah. Thank you, Dorito. Rizzo's a good player, don't get me wrong, but he's not in that top class of first baseman right now. Welcome in, Brett. Welcome in, Bryce. That's weird. Welcome in, Park Air. You liked Oviedo? Cool. Check in on some of these moves, see if anything's getting done. Jeff Patson saying some version of the Nats Padres deal will get done. In case you missed it, it'll be Josh Bell, the first baseman, and Juan Soto going to the San Diego Padres. Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Hassel, Wood, and Susana are expected to go the other way. Possibly some other pieces as well. Welcome in, Miguel. Money and production, sure, but you went cheaply at third base. Well, you spent more at third base than I think you should have with Donaldson. You went cheap at shortstop because you wanted to have the young guys up next year. And of course, you can't have $20 million at every single position, but you can at least go for some starters. And they haven't done that. I like the move for Montas, but he doesn't move the needle that much for me. But you had to get a starter, so at least you accomplished that. We'll see how their rotation plays out down the stretch. But right now, I'm not sure you have a starting rotation that's better than the Blue Jays right now. Can we trade Contreras for Preller? Welcome in, JM. Where do you see the Cubs going? Selling. They got a couple of pieces: Robertson, Contreras, Gomes, Hap as well that they can move here at the deadline. A lot of people said that they can move. Come on, Bryce, keep it clean. Last chance. Welcome in, Colton. Contreras to the Yanks, not happening. Hap, I think, would be a great piece for the Blue Jays or the Astros. I think that's kind of the market for Hap. I think the Padres would love to have him. I don't know if they're going to be able to outbid the other two for him, though. Contreras, I see, though, going to the Padres. They want a catcher. San Diego, I think if they're able to keep that core together and keep that rotation intact, San Diego should be better over the next 10 years. Dodgers and Padres, though, are very competitive for the next couple of years. Favorite team, the Rangers. The Yankee starters are not going to bounce back. It's not. I mean, we've kind of seen them playing above their heads, and as you get closer down the pennant race, their arms are going to tire out. They're not going to perform as well in the postseason, and you're going to be out by the before the championship series. Camposano for Contreras, but I think if you get Camposano, you're going to have to include Robertson in that deal. Welcome in, Joseph. Anything on Giants making a deal? I think they're talking at least about selling a couple of pieces. Gabe Kapler would love to keep that team intact, but we've seen that path fail them in the past with Mad Bum and Will Smith. I think they looked at the board this year and said, hey, we can get a lot for Carlos Rodon, and so they're going to move him. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Braves already made a bunch of moves. They already acquired Jake Odorizzi, Adrianza, Grossman as well. Could they acquire another bullpen piece after trading away Will Smith and that Odorizzi deal? Yes. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Thank you. The Yankees should have done more. I think Yankee fans are going to be left in tears again because they're not going to be in the World Series. Are they a contender for it? Sure, but I think they could have been much better if they chose a different path. I don't hate the Yankees. I like a lot of the pieces on there. A lot of former Rangers are on that club. That's why I don't hate them as much as I used to. I actually like a lot of the pieces. Trevino, Carpenter went there after not finding room on the Rangers roster. Really like him. I like Aaron Hicks because I'm he was former Twins player there. I like the pieces that they got, but I think they could have just done a lot more. That starting staff, they haven't been able to put it together for years. Judges, I don't think he's walking, but I think it's 50-50 at this point. Any Mets rumors? They're talking a lot about JD Martinez, bullpen arms as well, back end starter and catcher. All right, Bryce. I warned you. Welcome in, Kevin. Who wins the AL Central? Twins, I believe. White Sox might be able to get up there a little bit more if they're able to get string some victories together. Health gets a little bit better. A lot of players who had bad first halves are expected to perform a little bit better, especially as they get healthier. Thinking of Eloy Jimenez, that kind of thing. I'll make a wager that the Yankees won't make the World Series. Right now, I'd say it's 1 out of 3 between the Astros and Blue Jays in the American League. I think they could have locked up the American League if they had gotten a starting pitcher. That's all I'm saying. I still think they're a good team, but I don't think they're as good as all you Yankee fans are making it out to be. Kevin, you're saying the Yankees are the best. Come on, man. They don't have a better starting staff than the Astros. They're right there with the starting staff with the Blue Jays. As far as a lineup, they have a lot of swing and miss in that lineup. They solved a little bit of that with Andrew Benintendi. Let's stop overestimating the Yankees' chances, please. I do like Syndergaard as a piece for the Phillies. I think that's who's going to end up getting him. Yeah, that's what all I'm saying, Steels. Yankees fan, or if the starting pitching is better than I thought, then they'll be a little bit better than I thought. But they don't have good starting pitching right now. They have a 4.5 ERA over an extended period of time. I'm not a New York-based reporter, so I'm not going to sit there and eat the stuff the Yankees are feeding me. Sorry. I like the pieces that the additions that you made. You got a lot of production out of surprises this year. Matt Carpenter. How many of you before the season said Trevino and Carpenter were going to be some of your best players? None. They performed very well. I like those two pieces. I liked Gallo at the time when he was traded to the Yanks. Obviously, it hasn't worked out there. They need to move off of that. I like Hicks on that team. He's going to get a little bit better as he gets further and further away from his injury. Welcome in, Sam. Welcome in, Chase. Do you think Toronto still has a chance to acquire a starter and reliever? I think they do both. I think they're also going to get an outfielder. Yeah, that's what I said. Rangers liked his bat. They just had to make a decision on Mitch Garver. Mitch Garver again biting the Rangers, both times helping out the Yankees. You ain't getting Volpe for Robertson and Happ as much as you would like to. But as I was saying about Mitch Garver, before the season anyway, the Rangers traded for Mitch Garver. When he injured himself, the Yankees were able to take advantage of that situation because there wasn't a spot on the Major League roster because Garver had to play DH, and that was the spot Carpenter would have taken. But just in case you guys are just joining us anyway, the big news, Juan Soto and Josh Bell go to the San Diego Padres for the biggest trade possibly in MLB history. Thank you guys for joining us again. We also saw Jorge Lopez go to the Twins, one of the better relievers, for a nice package of prospects there as well. Orioles trying to get one more bite at the apple at selling before they really get into contention. Who's the higher prospect on the Yankees? Volpe by a mile. Dominguez has fallen off. Gained a lot of weight. Still has the power numbers there, but the weight issues are probably going to take him out of center field, take his versatility away. Doesn't have the arm for other outfield spots, so he probably sits in right field as an average defender there. But that bat is what they're really hoping on. Yeah. He's looking a lot more like Panda. No, he's not, says Yankee fans. He's still a very good prospect. He's young. He still needs to learn how to eat properly. Yankees front office, I'm sure, will do that, so don't worry too much about him. But he's certainly fallen off. Apparently, the Red Sox are talking about Enrique Hernandez right now. Yankees are checking in on him as well as the Astros. But Joel Sherman says that he doubts that the Red Sox would help out the Yankees, of course. Who has the best farm system? Nationals are going to be up there after this year. Braves are no longer there. Baltimore's up there. San Diego is probably in the top 5. They're going to fall back quite a ways now. Thank you guys for joining us. Pirates do have a terrible farm. They've been trying to build it up and just haven't been able to find any success. Dodgers always have a good farm system. Thank you guys for joining us. Now that we're finally getting some distance from the Soto deal, we might see some other moves start to be made. Gregory Soto of the Tigers would be a good get for any team out there looking for bullpen arms. Jackson Holliday probably rank in the top 30. That's usually where the top pick in the draft usually ends up. Contreras trade probably happens closer to the deadline because you still got to figure out all the particulars with the Soto deal. Welcome in, Nathan. Welcome in, Ross. Orioles deal so far, I really like what they've done, trading away Mancini and Lopez. They did very well in both deals, in my opinion. Getting kind of a grab bag of prospects for Lopez. Details on the Soto trade. So, just in case you guys have missed it, Juan Soto and Josh Bell are going to be going to the San Diego Padres. And Eric Hosmer originally was part of the deal to go back to the Nats. He is not, apparently, at least at this moment. But the deal is going to have Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, Susana going to the Nationals. There are rumors that there could be other pieces available or in that deal as well, but they have not been listed as of yet. As a Cubs fan, I still want Contreras to go to San Diego. Well, I think you're going to get your wish. What do you think is going to happen with Nelson Cruz? He's been terrible over the last month, especially over the last couple of weeks. Nelson Cruz might be a good buy low guy, buy very low guy for a team. He does have like a $15 million salary, though. You got to wonder what they're going to end up doing. I think a team like the Phillies might be a fit for him. Let him be their DH and split with Derek Hall there. If they get Cruz on a hot stretch, you saw how he can perform in the postseason. He is definitely not afraid of the limelight. Yeah, I agree. Nelson would be a bad rental DH, but for the Phillies, they're trying to go really cheap here at the deadline. He might be the type of player they're going to have to go with. Yeah, the Brewers are not sellers. They traded away Hader because they had to at this point. A little bit of a surprise. And the deal they got back was mostly major league talent. By trading Hader, they still got a closer. They got another outfield piece for them. They got a good prospect. And they got a starting pitcher to take that fifth spot in the rotation. That's a good trade for the Brewers and the Padres. While the Padres didn't have to touch a lot of their talent in the minor league system, leaving it all there for the Soto deal. That's why they're able to get both Soto and Hader, not to mention Josh Bell. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Welcome in, Drew. Got to watch these spammers. My apologies. Otani to Jays. What? I don't see anything about that. I didn't say the Cubs need bullpen help. The Cubs are selling off pieces. Smiley, Contreras, Robertson, Happ. Lefty bullpen is the Yanks. They need a lefty bullpen or need some lefty bullpen. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. We should see some bullpen options start to fly off the board here as we start to get closer and closer to the deadline. Prices you can't imagine are too high for relievers just because there's a bunch of them out there. No, not a Blue Jays fan. I'm a Rangers fan. Remember a few years back, the whole Rougned Odor, Jose Bautista fight? It might be like 6 years ago. All you Yankees, apologists think I'm a, Blue Jays fan. I'm not. Looking at it from the outside in, your rotation just isn't that good. My apologies. It's not. Do you see Kyle Hendricks moving? If teams are going to need a lot of starting pitching right now, so maybe you could see him moving. Gia says Gavin Lux plus to Miami for Lopez, prospects to Cincy for Drury, prospects to Cubs for Happ. Happ they're not going to get because I think he's going to either the Astros or Blue Jays. I think they're going to offer a little bit more. Drury, I think he's going to go to the Mariners. I don't think the Dodgers are going to be willing to part with as much as the Mariners are going to, just because Drury can fill in a bunch of different spots for them. Lux plus to Miami for Lopez could be a deal that gets done. I'm not sure if it would get to the Gavin Lux level, but Pablo Lopez would be a great get for them. Astros are going to end up with a center fielder. Enrique Hernandez apparently is the name they just touched base with. My thoughts were that Ramon Laureano would be the guy that goes there. He's a very good outfielder, good defender, and has some pop in that bat. No longer suspended, had that suspension earlier at the beginning of the season. That's why we had there were some issues at the beginning of the season for him being traded. Reynolds to Houston would be a great thing for them. However, I don't think it's going to happen. Too much to get done. They do have history trading between the two clubs. Think back to the Garrett Cole deal. Patrick Wisdom isn't getting moved. Sorry. A lot of you Cubs fans think Patrick Wisdom is worth the sun and the moon. He's not. Welcome in, Richard. Welcome in, Fernando. Appreciate the like and the subscribe. Welcome in, Mark. Do you think Scoball gets traded? No. Looks like the Mets are actually in on lefty relievers. They're looking at Matt Moore, looking at Gregory Soto, Perez, Chafin as well. Robertson dominates versus lefties as a right-handed reliever. Mets looking at relief help, it sounds like. Wilson, I expect, probably is going to go to the San Diego Padres. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. If you're just joining us, make sure you follow us here on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button, and on Twitter at UpsideSN. More important, pitching or batting in the postseason? Pitching. McCutchen going anywhere? No. Can San Diego beat the Dodgers in 7 games? They're going to be close. I think it's a 7-game series at this point. The trade for Soto and Bell really helps their chances going forward. Thank you for the like. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe already, please do so. Really appreciate you guys joining us. But if I had to guess, I would say that the Dodgers still win that series right now. Once they make the trade for Contreras or for another bullpen piece, I think the Padres take it over the Dodgers. I worry about that rotation for the Dodgers. I worry about their platooning that hasn't worked all year. I worry about that bullpen as well. Maybe the Dodgers make a few moves to make those type of things better, and they take it. But I think right now it's closer than what you might think. Welcome in, Vader. Welcome in, Sean. What are the Pirates going to do? I think they're pretty much done. Pirates have Bednar still there, but I don't think they're going to trade him. They already said they're not going to. But I think if a team comes there at the deadline, say the Dodgers are like, hey, Soto went to the Padres. We need to make a dynamic move, so we'll get Bednar from the Pirates. That's the type of offer it's going to take for a team willing to overpay for him, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Pirates are basically done right now. The one team that's expected to make a ton of moves, Cincinnati Reds. They have a number of pieces that could move. Still here at the deadline, Tyler Mahle, a couple of bullpen arms, Drury as well, Mike Minor. That's going to be a team to watch here as the deadline counts down. Rangers have a couple of pieces to move. Angels have some pieces to move. Thor is out there, but I expect the Philadelphia Phillies to be most after him. Raisel Iglesias, I thought would be a nice piece to move here at the deadline. I just don't think a team's willing to take him on at this point. That'd be a big overpay if they get Lux out of that, but maybe it's that type of a deal. Pham is a Red Sox. Red Sox have bought and sold here over the last couple of days. Thank you for following Tyler Coleman. Appreciate you. Following us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Thank you, dude. Thanks, Sean. Mets news or moves. We mentioned that they're in on catchers. However, the Contreras move is probably not going to happen as the Cubs don't like it or don't like the prospects they have. Welcome in, Declan. Yeah, I'm kind of following along live as best I can. Twitter, Bleacher Reports. I got a couple different Twitters going. I got a baseball list that I created myself on my own personal one that I'm following on, relaying as much information as I can as fast as it comes up. Ben, I don't like the acquisition of JBJ. Get rid of that thought. I think you're better off with the team you got than getting Jackie Bradley Jr. Welcome in, Scully. Mets are in on Chafin. They're talking about relievers right now. He's one of the ones that they're talking about. They're looking at left-handed relievers. Joel Sherman just tweeting out 5 minutes ago. They're in on Matt Moore, Giovanni Soto, Perez, Chafin, and Robertson. They're going to get one of those guys. Ohtani's not moving. Way too much work that needs to be done on that. That's going to be that's going to be a off-season thing, winter meetings type of trade. Thank you, Scully. Appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following on Twitter. Gained 5 of you guys in the past 5 minutes following us here on YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Really helps us out a lot. Thank you very much. We'll be covering the trade deadline all the way through the deadline, probably a couple hours after as well, as news always trickles out after the deadline. Teams like to wait to the very last second to try to get those trades in. Mark Feinsand making it official. Hosmer rejected the trade to Washington and will not be part of the deal for Soto. Padres now have less than 5 hours to figure out what to do with Hosmer, who's owed $39 million between 23 and 25. Mets do need to make some moves. I think they're still going to make some moves. They have a lot of options out there. JD Martinez has long been rumored to go to the Mets. We'll see if he goes there now. Hosmer will not get DFA'd. I don't think that'll happen. At worst, he's a bench bat this postseason. Could do worse. Thank you, JM. Appreciate it. The Mets don't need a new bullpen. They've got the best closer in all of baseball in Diaz. I like Ottavino back there. They got a couple of other good arms and good relievers out there, but they do need another 7th, 8th inning guy so that it's not all on 1 or 2 guys. Yeah, the Cubs need that Soto deal to get done so they can move Contreras and then move some other pieces. Who do I think on the Phils? Thank you for joining us, Lambo. Thank you for joining us, Sasha, anyway. For the Phillies, they're looking at pitching. They're looking at a starter. They were interested in Tyler Mahle. They aren't getting him. They aren't willing to trade any of their top 5 pitching prospects, which would take them outside of their top 20 prospects. The farm system for the Phillies isn't that great to begin with, so you're looking mainly at back-end starters. Drew Smyly possibly, Noah Syndergaard, that kind of player. Cubs would take on his deal possibly if you can get some prospects for him. I could definitely see that. Brewers are definitely in on some relievers. There's a ton of them out there. I don't think they're going to pay a premium for any of them, though. We saw the deal last night for Matt Bush. Was a nice piece for them. Rogers as well takes over for Hader as the closer. Welcome in, IT. What do you think about the Mets thinking of Contreras? I think they like Contreras, but the Cubs don't like the Mets prospects. The one prospect they like is Allen, and the Mets already said hard no on that. Nobody else interests the Cubs, according to multiple reports. They want him as a bench player. Think of what happened last year at the deadline. How many of those moves for Soler, Peterson, Rosario were like, hey, yeah, this is the greatest move ever by the Braves. Braves just wanted to add some depth. You still got Acuna coming back from a season where he was injured. It's a good depth piece for them. He's not moving the needle for them, but it gives them somebody to play should they need it. Rodon, I expect to be moved here at the deadline. My bet is either Blue Jays or Twins. If I had to pick a team right now, the Blue Jays. If the Blue Jays get Rodon, I think they definitely take the Yankees in a 7-game series. Mets said Alvarez is untouchable. Yeah. They've said a lot of their prospects are untouchable, though. But they've been nipping around the edges of a bunch of trades. They did the Vogelbach thing. It didn't cost a lot. They were in on Mancini. They were in on Josh Bell. They're not going to get either of those. The rumor is Dom Smith and Vientros will go to the Red Sox for J.D. Martinez. Yep, Hosmer is no longer a part of that. Thank you for joining us, Stacy. Phillies, as I mentioned, are looking at starting pitching. Syndergaard is the most recent name to be mentioned that way. Thank you for joining us, Rob. Number one prospect in the league. I don't know about that. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Got 200 of you guys in here right now. Thank you for all the likes and subscribe. Really does help us out. Syndergaard to Toronto. That was the other name that made other team that was interested in him. The Yankees as well. What would it take to get Gregory Soto? I'd imagine at least 2 quality prospects, maybe a top 10 and a couple of top 20s. You're saying the Phillies just made that trade, gave up Didi and Stott? I haven't seen that yet. Let me see. Welcome in, Lucas, Ashton, Sean, Chase. What starting pitcher are the Jays interested in? They're interested in a couple. Rodon, most notably. Pablo Lopez as well. I haven't seen the news pop up, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Top prospect in all of baseball, Francisco Alvarez for the Mets, according to MLB.com. That list is going to be updated, though, here shortly. He is very good. Corbin Carroll is tube of the Diamondbacks. What would it take for to get Lopez of the Yanks? I don't think you make a move for Lopez. I think you're pretty much done as far as that level of starting pitcher shopping. Welcome in, Clay. Welcome in, Will. Reds making any moves? They'll make a ton. They got Drury, Minor. They also have Solano, Strickland. They got Maley, of course, to trade away. Nothing is going to help the Blue Jays win a series versus the Yanks. Aaron Judge is a different animal this year. Addition of Montas was key to facing the Astros as well. Sorry, the Astros still have a better rotation than you. Judge is a great player. He's the MVP of the American League, but he doesn't do anything for your starting staff, who has a 4.5 ERA since the beginning of June. The starting staff right now, without any trades, even after the trade of Montas going to the Yankees, I think is equal to that of the Yanks. If they get Rodon, the Blue Jays lineup or the Blue Jays rotation is better. Sorry. Especially with that lineup right now for the Blue Jays. They're hitting very well right now. Yeah, trying to get up there. If we get to 500 today, that'd be fantastic. We've gained quite a few of you guys. We've broken 471 now. Really, thank you very much to all you guys for joining us. Really appreciate all the support. Rodon is a beast. I think if he goes to the Toronto Blue Jays, he is definitely the best starter in that trade deadline acquisition in that division. Any news on the Mariners? Well, of course, they got Castillo. They're in on Drury. They're in on a bunch of these lower level pieces right now, as well as bullpen. They could move some of their outfield depth out there. Kyle Lewis, Kellenic, Trammell to try to get another piece right now. Thank you, Lambeau. Thank you. Really helps, dude, when people say they subscribe. Welcome in, Sebastian. But yeah, the Jays right now, if they get Carlos Rodon, will definitely have a better rotation than the Yanks. The Yanks still have work to do, in my opinion. Welcome in, Maxwell. Any updates on the Twins? We were talking a little bit about the Rodon and Maley thing earlier. I think they could also use a bench bat as well. Jock Peterson has been mentioned, but I think they're hardest after Maley. I think Rodon would do more for them in a postseason series. But the Twins are trying to prove to Carlos Correa that they can win a postseason series, and they're going to need starting pitching to do that. The trade for Jorge Lopez today was great for them. Phillies update, we just went over them a little bit. They're looking back-end starter. They're looking Noah Syndergaard, pieces like that. Got 220 of you guys watching right now. Thank you for liking and subscribing. See if we can hit 500 by the end of the day. Welcome in, Felix. Welcome in, Keizeth. Will the White Sox make a move on a left fielder? Love your content. Left field is taken by Eloy Jimenez. They're not going to make a left field move. They do need a bat possibly, but I don't think they're going to make a trade. The move for Jake Diekman, sending out Reese McGuire the other way, is probably the only move I see them doing, strengthening that bullpen. Their improvement's going to count on internal growth. They're going to have bounce backs from injuries, and Lance Lynn coming back from injury is very important for them. Do the Phillies have a chance at the playoffs? Yes, they're going to compete with the Cardinals for that last playoff spot. Thank you for the like. Somebody's been watching a while. Yes, I am a Ranger fan. Where are the Tigers at with Soto, Fulmer, and Chafin? I think they're going to trade 2 of the 3. I don't think they'll trade all 3. How do the Mets stack up in the playoffs? Right there, I think they're one of the World Series contenders, especially if they get another bat and a bullpen piece. If they get another rotation piece, really would solidify themselves as one of the favorites, if not the favorite. Still got to go through the Dodgers, in my opinion, though, until that Soto deal is completely done. I think that deal will get done. Jim Bowden tweeted out this: the next domino is expected to fall. Contreras, he's saying with the Rays. That's a little bit surprising, as he's not a good defender. They do value defense there. A little bit surprising that they're not going to go the Murphy route. Mets are apparently in the hunt, but they're not going to get him. As I mentioned, they're not interested in the prospects they have. Guardians are also interested in Contreras. Ian Happ, Dodgers and Blue Jays are mentioned at having interest, as well as the Astros. Again, I'd pick the Astros and Blue Jays to get them. Maile and Syndergaard, both the Phillies and Twins are involved there. I think one goes one place, one goes the other. I don't think the Phillies end up with Maile, though. Pablo Lopez going to interest in the Twins, Cardinals, and Dodgers. Dodgers, I think, end up getting him if he's moved at all. J.D. Martinez and Dom Smith going to the Mets, possible, or J.D. Martinez and Dom Smith in a trade possibly would make some sense, as well as Mark Vientos. That was a lot. Okay, so will the White Sox make a move to trade Harrison or Lurie Garcia? No. I think they'll hold on to both of them. No, they aren't catching the Mets. Phillies getting a wild card. I agree. Phillies and Cardinals will be very close. It depends on who makes the better moves and how they perform down the stretch. No, the Mets are not selling. They've already spent a lot, or they've already bought in a few pieces here at the deadline. Do you think the Mariners have a chance to make the wild card? They're already in wild card position right now, I believe, even after losing a couple of games. But I think they do need to solidify that lineup a little bit with the injuries they're having right now with Julio Rodriguez and Ty France. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. If you haven't hit that like button already, please do so. And that subscribe really helps us out a lot. Will the Yankees go after Ian Happ? No, they're already set in that outfield with Judge, Stanton, Hicks, and Benintendi. Mariners, I think, are going to hold on to Haniger. He's at the AAA level, I believe. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Are the White Sox going to get a good bat? Okay. Good bat and Joey Gallo. Hold off on your language there. Joey Gallo needs to go to a team that can give him every day at bats every day. That way he can get a little bit more production, or get a little bit more consistency and be a little bit better player. Joey Gallo needs to get out of New York. Give us a like if you agree that Joey Gallo needs to be traded out of New York. Should the Phillies trade Harper? No. Vogelbach about to turn into the Mets Babe Ruth. LOL, we're good. I don't know about that, but Vogelbach crushes right-handed pitching. Does not do much against lefties at all. Is there any chance Contreras isn't moved? No, I think there's too much interest in him. Padres are the preferred trade partner. Blue Jays players are letting it be known they're disappointed that they're not getting anybody as of yet. Maybe this will put a little bit of pressure on that front office. That tweet coming from John Heyman, the exact tweet says, hearing of Jays players, disappointed to see them not doing anything yet and probably seeing the first place Yanks get a little bit better. Still 4.5 hours to go, however, and they are working on pitching and maybe a lefty bat. As I mentioned, looking at Rodon, they're looking at bullpen and Fulmer, they're looking at outfield with Happ. Any news on the Brewers? They already made the trade of Hader, filled a lot of their needs. I expect them to go out there and possibly get another bullpen arm and maybe a bench bat like Joey Gallo. Welcome, Tony. Your Reds should be good in a few years. I like the trade they made for Luis by trading away Luis Castillo. They still got a bunch of moves to make. Drury is out there. Mariners, I expect to possibly go there. Mariners are the Reds of the North this year. Gallo back to the Rangers, I think, is the best thing for Joey Gallo. I don't think that happens, though. Rangers do need a left fielder, but I think they're going to invest heavily at it in free agency this year. Yeah, I do like Vogelbach there for you guys. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you guys hitting that subscribe button. We gained quite a few of you guys today. Really appreciate it. We'll be going through the deadline today about an hour or two afterward. That way we don't miss any of the deals. Make sure you follow us here on YouTube, subscribe, and on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll put out a whole bunch of short videos over the next couple of days giving you more detailed analysis on every single one of these trades. Are the Phillies interested in center field? They haven't been mentioned out there, but I'd imagine they'd look at one if they could get one. Herrera is out there right now, I believe, as well as what's the guy's name? Starts with a V. Vier. I can't remember the rest of his name. He's their center fielder right now. I think they will make a difference for him. Uh-oh, here we go. Here's a trade. Yeah, the Jeff Passan one that you just mentioned. Blue Jays are finalizing a deal with the Marlins. Shortstop Jordan Groshans is going to Miami. Zach Pop and others are going to Toronto. Wow. Pablo Lopez is not in the deal. That's a big trade for them. Pop is a 25-year-old right-handed pitcher. Bullpen arm. Got to wonder if there's other pieces in this. No Lopez. In case you guys are wondering, there is a trade right now happening between the Blue Jays and Marlins. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe for us. Waiting to hear the return. Anthony Bass as well. So it looks like the Blue Jays are solving their bullpen issues right here. Maybe this takes them out of the Michael Fulmer sweepstakes. This will allow them to focus on starting pitcher as they get closer to the deadline now that they've solved their bullpen issues. I thought they just needed one bullpen piece. This gets them two. Good move for the Blue Jays. This solidifies their back end. I like Romano as their closer. Now they have 3 or 4 pieces they can turn to close out a game as well. Bass is having a nice year as well. John Heyman with the Anthony Bass inclusion. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the subscribe as well. Are the White Sox going to get a bat and push for the playoffs and World Series? No. I think they'll stick with what they got and hope for positive regression. What team would you say has the strongest 3 best prospects collectively? That's a tough one. I do like the outfield prospects the Diamondbacks have. Orioles have a couple of good ones. Probably going to go with the Diamondbacks. Lawler, Jones, and Carroll, I think, have the best 3. Any chance the Mets can get Fulmer and Chafin? That would be a good answer as teams try to bulk up that bullpen as we get closer to the deadline. Sorry for the spammer. Welcome in, Centro. Welcome in, Tennis. Where do you predict Ohtani might go? Nowhere. I think he's going to stay in Anaheim at least until the offseason. Any chance Trout moves? No, he's going to stay there pretty much for the rest of his career. Will the Dodgers make any moves? They will. Dodgers are never quiet at the deadline. They might not make the piece or the trade you're expecting. That bullpen for the Blue Jays now is quite formidable. Garcia, Simber, Romano, Pop, Bass, Meza. I already got a mod. Expectation is the Padres will look to trade Hosmer, one of the 19 teams not on his no trade list. There's been some interest over the last couple of years, Cubs and Rangers among others. Welcome in, Zachary. As a Sox fan, I want them to trade for Happ or Santander. I don't think you're going to, but that would be a good move for them. Royals, they have some pieces to move. Bullpen. They've talked about Whit Merrifield in the past. I don't think there's a prayer either one of them move. Welcome in, Nick. Welcome in, CB. What was the Jays trade? You just got on. So the trade itself is top 100 prospect Jordan Groshans goes to the Marlins in exchange for Zach Pop and Anthony Bass. Welcome in, John. Welcome in, AJ. Hosmer's to Cubs felt like that was a deal in the making 3 years ago. Possibly, yeah. Same thing with the Rangers. They were interested in him 2 years ago for Hassel. Hassel is now part of that Soto deal. In case you guys are just waking up, Juan Soto and Josh Bell are expected to be traded to the San Diego Padres for a package that includes Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abram, James Woods, Robert Hassel, Susana, and a couple other prospects possibly at the back end of that deal. Welcome in, Brazuco. Do you think Dodgers actually need starting pitching? How about a closer? I think they're set at closer with Kimbrel, but I do think they need bullpen help. They do need back-end starters as well. I don't trust their starting pitching down the stretch here. They have really good starters, of course, with Urias, Buehler, Kershaw. But I wonder beyond that, with Dustin May coming back, if he's their deadline piece. Welcome in, Brianna. The biggest thing for the Dodgers, though, is they don't have anything outside of Betts, Freeman, and Turner and Smith in that lineup. I worry about their platooning. I worry about their center field spot. They need to make something happen. They're saying Pop is a ground ball specialist. Bass is not an extreme strikeout guy, but whiffs 26% of the batters he faces this year. I feel like Hosmer could come to KC and just draw fans. Cash, O'Hearn, and Dozier. Welcome in. Welcome back, Rays. Zach Pop is from Canada, so Blue Jays getting a Canadian. Where do you think Contreras and Happ are going to go? Contreras, I think all signs are pointing right now to the Padres. Happ, I would expect to either go to the Astros or Blue Jays. I could see the Dodgers getting a stud closer. There are no stud closers on the market, though. None. Not one. Somebody's having fun with this thing. You mean the Soto, the closer from the Tigers? He's good, but I don't know if he's a stud. Will Judge pass Roger Maris? Maybe. Yeah, I was thinking about switching it to subscribers here. We've got a lot of y'all already subscribed to us, up to 483 now. Really appreciate all you guys joining us over the last couple of hours. We're going to go all the way through probably about 6, 7 o'clock. Got another subscriber. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I will. Welcome in, Zach Bean. We're switching our chat to subscriber only. My apologies to those of you who haven't subscribed. We're just trying to weed out some of these spammers. Do I talk fantasy baseball at all? Not a lot, but I'm not against it. Jays are now going to focus on Rodon and Happ. I would believe so. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate the like. One minute. All right. Do you think the Yanks, who do you think the Yanks are going to get? I think the Yankees are pretty much done outside of adding maybe, wow, we got 250 of y'all in here right now. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. Who do I think the Yankees are going to get? Well, I think they're pretty much done already. They got Montas, they got Trevino, they got Efros, they got Benintendi. I do think they need a left-handed reliever, and honestly, I think they could have done a lot better, but they've made their choices. They made their bed. They're going to have to see if they can actually win it now. Padres are going to need some center field help. Welcome in, Carlito. I remember Carlito, actually. Who do you think the Mets are going to get? I think they're going to end up with J.D. Martinez and maybe a couple bullpen pieces. Jays are not too young. They've got a lot of veteran people on that team now. Gregory Soto to Yanks, not happening. What do you think? That's what I was thinking. Gallo just wants out of New York. He's not performing this badly just to get out or just to try to get out of New York. Sorry. He's going through something. He needs time in a lineup. He doesn't need any pressure on him. So those of you who are wanting him as a bench piece in a pennant race, I think you guys are going to be sorely disappointed in what you get out of Joey Gallo. Can the Dodgers trade for Robertson from the Cubs? Absolutely. He'd be a great get. I think he's more destined to go to an East Coast team. He's very familiar with a lot of those teams out there. Padres do need some backup center fielders. Any news on the Astros? Not as of yet. Just some odds and ends from that Marlins-Blue Jays trade. Marlins are getting shortstop Jordan Groshans, the 12th overall pick in the 18 draft. He's hitting 250 this year in Triple-A. That's a great move for the Padres. His numbers this year aren't that great, so they get a guy who doesn't have great stock right now in their system and able to get 2 relievers for it. Yes, they do win the trade, in my opinion. Angels and Thor. I think Thor will be traded by the end of the day. I expect the Phillies probably most likely to get him. Blue Jays are mentioned. Yanks have been mentioned, and Twins. Thank you, Brew Crew. Appreciate it. Yeah. Soto's hitting 240 something this year, but his numbers are expected to rebound. His numbers have already rebounded. Welcome in, Big Jim. Phillies going toward Brandon Marsh. I don't think they have the prospects to be able to get that done, especially if they're not willing to trade a lot of that top-end pitching that they have. Not that they have top-end pitching, but their version of it, they're not willing to give up. Cards already acquired Jose Quintana. I don't think they're going to enter the market for anybody of Pablo Lopez's caliber. Appreciate you guys subscribing. We just crossed 500 subscribers, so thank you very much. I agree the Yanks do need to get a relief pitcher. The Yanks are not getting Rodon. I don't see that happening at all. Mets are 7-0 since Vogelbach's debut. Okay. Is Juan Soto that good? Yes, he's one of 3 players to be on the level he's at right now. The other 2, Mike Trout and Babe Ruth, to start their career before their age or through their age 23 season. Does Rodon stay? No. I think the Giants learned from their mistake in the past. Their mistake being in 2019 when they decided to stand pat at the deadline and keep pieces like Madison Bumgarner and Will Smith when they were on the outside of the playoffs looking in. The Giants say, no, we're going to go ahead and sell this year. I think they made that decision a couple of days ago. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you. Yanks should trade to bring back David Robertson. He would be a good piece for them. They do need bullpen help, and he is going to go back to the East Coast, I believe. Cubs have top starting pitcher available. No, they don't. Stroman's not getting traded. That contract is not being moved. He's not performing very well this year. He's having his worst year since 2018. Hendricks could be had. Smiley, I expect to be traded, possibly Miley as well. Maley to the Twins, I expect as well. Thanks for joining us again, Tony. Trying to keep y'all updated as the news happens. But yes, I do expect Tyler Maley to be traded, most likely to the Twins. Will Dodgers make a move on Jock Peterson? That would be an interesting one because he would be coming over from the Giants. I mean, Zaidi did come over from them as well, so we'll see what happens there. I don't think they're Juggernaut. I know you're wanting Ian Happ, but it's not going to happen. You already have 4 outfielders: Hicks, Benintendi, Stanton, and Judge. You have LeMay who can play out there as well. Yeah, but you're still not trading that. I mean, he got 3 years, $71 million. You're not trading Stroman. Maybe in the offseason you could, after he recaptures his value, but he has like a 3.99 ERA. Not happening. Welcome in, Tape It. Well, that you could say that with any trade, really. I mean, just look at the contract they signed for Freeman. If Freeman got hurt, he's worthless. But Juan Soto's a great player. You take the risk if you can. Welcome in, Berger. Cubs sell now, buy during the offseason, very likely. Although the way they've run that organization is very odd. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate all the new subscribers. Thor to the Yankees would make the most sense. But I don't know about that. He has handled New York before. I could see him going to pretty much any of the East Coast teams. We got Freeman as a free agent. Well, you got him and Suzuki in free agency. I mean, you bought a little bit. I think you could buy a lot more. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Joel Sherman posts out some numbers. JD Martinez is owed roughly 6.95 the rest of the year. Syndergaard 7.8. Rodon 7.8. But he's already triggered his opt-out clause for 2023. If he doesn't opt out, means he's likely hurt, and the acquiring team would be on the hook for $22.5 million. Ouch. But Rodon, is, in my opinion, has proved himself to be healthy. He's going to be a great get for whoever gets him. Welcome back, Dawson. Derek Dietrich, he's out of the league right now. I think he went international. Red Sox just going to hold Xander and hope he resigns. Seems like that's the route they're wanting to go, but they were so far apart before the season that Bogarts basically said, nope, we're not interested in discussing an extension at this time. We'll wait until the offseason and see what kind of contract we can get on the open market. That's why I'm kind of surprised the Red Sox said we're not trading him. Welcome in, Vic. What's your thoughts on the Blue Jays deal for the relievers? I think this is a Grosjean seems like an overpay. No, Grosjean is having a down year. They would get something out of him before he loses some more prospect status. I think this is a clear win for the Blue Jays. Marlins hoping to get something out of that former top prospect. He's still in the top 100, so he's still got some value. Don't get me wrong. Rays trade within every division. Any team they trade with is always leery, though. They almost win every single trade. The only trades they've lost over the past few years, maybe the Nathaniel Lowe one to the Rangers, but that's not exactly a big loss. Dodgers made the right move to wait for Ohtani and Soto to hit free agency. Padres depleted their farm system. I don't think Soto's hitting free agency. I think this offseason you're going to see Soto sign a massive deal north of $500 million. The contract Rodon has right now, according to John Heyman, is seeing teams are seeing it as a poison pill due to that $22.5 million next year if he decides to opt in. The only way he would opt in, of course, is through injury. That's why teams are not being as active on Rodon right now. I imagine teams overcome their hesitation with that. I'm guessing the Cubs still in talks with the Padres, having 2 of the top bullpen arms available. I don't know about 2 of the top bullpen arms available, but they do have one of the top catchers on the market in Contreras. They have Robertson, of course, as well. Ian Happ probably is their most valuable piece, though. I think Syndergaard will get traded. How do the Mets have money for all these guys? They've had money. They're willing to invest. Their ownership group has been willing to make these moves. I did not see that article, but the Yanks haven't made the best decisions as far as starting pitching in years. Bieber, I wonder how much he has left. He's still a great pitcher, don't get me wrong. But we're not talking about them getting another Garrett Cole or somebody like that. Bieber's still very good, but they need to get something. They need to get something going in that rotation. They're counting on young guys right now, which is my worry for them in the postseason. That's why I think if Rodon goes to the Blue Jays beat them in the postseason. Right now, the Astros have the best pitching in all of baseball, even after losing Jake Odorizzi. They strengthened that bullpen with Will Smith. The Astros still have a better rotation. Padres are becoming a large market team. Yes, they are. DeGrom is making a season debut. That's why I think the Mets need to acquire a starter at the deadline, just somebody at the back end of the rotation to start every 6th day or something like that, just so they don't have to push DeGrom too hard as the season winds down. Welcome back, Kenny. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us, hit that subscribe and like button. See how high we can get it today. We're up to 149 likes right now. Thor back to the Mets might make some sense. What's more likely for the Yanks, Rodon, Thor, or Shane? Who are you referring to as far as Shane? Rodon, I don't think is likely. Thor, outside possibility, but I think they're mainly going to look towards relief help. Dom Smith and Vientros, get that right. Vientros for JD Martinez. Welcome in, Hustle. Appreciate you. Are the Guardians going to do anything? I don't think so. They're going to tinker around the edges if they do anything. Thank you for the like, up to 154. Wow. Appreciate you guys. Up to 220 of you guys right now in here. Thank you guys for joining us on MLB Trade Deadline Day. We'll take you all the way through the deadline. Tomorrow we'll post a whole bunch of videos, short videos as to what happened today. So make sure you give us a subscribe here and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Appreciate you guys joining us. Up to 520 subscribers. Thank you guys for all the help. Really appreciate it. I think they do need another starting pitcher as well. Hey, I'm right there with you, Zach. All 220 of y'all need to like and subscribe to this video if you haven't already. Take Zach's advice. Thank you for the help. Appreciate you. Givens, I do like as well. He's a good relief pitcher. He was as well for the Baltimore Orioles for years. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. You wouldn't give up more than Dom for JD? Then you're not getting him. It's going to take Vientros as the main piece of that deal, and the throw-in is Dom Smith. You're going to be stuck with, I don't know, Brandon Belt as the other DH option, although that wouldn't fit because they just got Vogelbach. But the Mets need to be smart about this. You've already invested a lot in this team. Why are you stopping now? They need to keep going. Who do you think the Braves are getting? Braves, I think, are pretty much done. They got Odorizzi, they got Grossman, Adrianza. I do think they could go out and get a relief pitcher. There are a ton of them on the market, so maybe they get one of those. Which team is going to make the next big move? Well, assuming the Soto deal isn't going to count because Soto's going to go along with Bell to the San Diego Padres, I think it's the Dodgers' move. They got to make something happen. Can the Angels sell everybody? I think they should. Welcome in, Cy. Welcome in, Dustin. I think they're going to just go the sneaky cogs again. That's what they do. Grossman's not going to move the needle for them. Maybe they go out there and get Jock Peterson. I do like the move the Blue Jays made, upgrading that bullpen. Thank you for the like. If you haven't already liked the video, please do. Subscribe to us. Comment below. Angels do need starting pitching badly. That's why I think moving Shohei Ohtani is the best thing for their organization. Well, I got bobbleheads and things like the Rangers in my theater room anyway. I say theater room. I turned a bedroom into a TV room with a recliner in it. So, don't get too exotic. Braves getting Jock, that would make a lot of sense. That's what I was just saying. Just because they have history with him, how he performed last year. He'd be a great fit for that organization. 4 hours to go now to the deadline. We're getting close. You already see your first photoshopped images of Juan Soto in a Padres uniform now. Thank you for the like. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. 525 of you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome in, King Bob. Cubs don't want Vientros. The only thing the Cubs have wanted out of the Mets system is Allen. That's it. The Cubs have not been interested in any of the pieces that the Mets have up for trade. Allen was the pitching prospect that they liked. That's why the Mets are not going to get Wilson Contreras. Welcome back, Sasha. Welcome in, Jordan. Any Detroit Tigers moves? Bullpen is where that's at right now for the Tigers. I don't see them making any other moves outside of that, really. Freddie Peralta joins the Brewers. That'll help. They also have Lamet that they just acquired. Thank you for the like. Yeah, Allen. I forget what his name is. Let me pull it up again real quick. It was Allen. It was in the tweet. Trying to remember. Matt Allen, 21-year-old pitching prospect for the Mets. That's the one the Cubs like for Contreras, but they're not. So far, they haven't been willing to include him in the talks. So that's why the Mets are not going to get Wilson Contreras. Thank you, Big Jim. Appreciate it. Well, the Mets, they said they wouldn't include Vientros in the deal for J.D. Martinez. I think that's the holdup in the J.D. Martinez deal. The Mets have been very tight on their options anyway. Who is the best all-around position player to make a move for that's left right now? The best position player? Players that aren't likely to move. Jazz Chisholm technically is on the market. The Marlins have everybody except Alcantara out there. Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox is out there. But as of players that are likely to move right now, probably J.D. Martinez as far as a bat. As far as outfield prospects, Ian Happ, Ramon Laureano. First base, you're looking Brandon Belt, Garrett Cooper. Mariners will make a move. Brandon Drury is probably the best middle infield option. Appreciate the like. Welcome in, Joe Kagan. Appreciate you. Welcome back, Eric. Do you think the Stros made good trades so far? They've made interesting moves, bought and sold a little bit, traded from some of their surplus. Any trades in the last 10 minutes? Not that I've seen. The only one that I've seen over the last couple of minutes anyway. John Heyman saying that Brett Phillips is a fit for the Phillies and Yanks. We'll see if that happens. Thanks, Haya, for inviting him. If you want to invite your friends, tell them to join. Welcome in, Luis. I want a catcher prospect from the Mets. You're not getting the number one prospect in baseball for J.D. Martinez. Sorry. But thank you for joining us. Welcome in, Michaela. What do the Dodgers do? They need to get some bullpen help. I expect Dustin May to come up and help them in the rotation. There's rumors out there for Pablo Lopez as well, but you got to wonder if May would be the other piece going back. That might be a one-for-one type of thing, but I like May more if I'm a Dodgers fan. I don't think the Yanks would get Brett Phillips either. Well, yeah, you tried. Belt is strictly a first base DH option at this point. Maybe could be stuck in left field for a couple of innings, but he's not going to be starting there in a postseason game. Twins moves. The Twins, I really like the move they made for getting Jorge Lopez. I expect them to go out there and get a starter today, though. Most notably, Tyler Mahle. Brewer fan, I mentioned that they would be interested in Joey Gallo, and they are. We'll see if they can get that done. Thank you for the like. If you haven't already liked the video, appreciate you, those of you who have, but if you haven't, please do so. Would the Rays trade Carson Williams or Meade for Contreras? I'm not sure that they'll trade for Contreras, even though Bowden says that they're in on him, just because of the defensive deficiencies for him. They could see him possibly as a DH type of player, but I don't think he really fits that. Yan Gomes, I think, is a sneaky good option as a catcher. Teams like the Rays and Mets could pivot to him. Welcome in Oakley and Cy. Ian Happ to Blue Jays, I think, makes the most sense. I keep mentioning that. Any moves for the Braves? I think we talked a little bit about that as well. I still don't see the Ian Happ move yet. Are you saying that it's happened or that you want it to happen? Would you give Gavin Lux for a rental? Absolutely not. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Any other left-handed starting pitchers the Mets could trade for besides Rodon? There's several out there on the market, none that are going to really move the needle like Rodon, though. Do you see Drury getting traded today? And if yes, do you see Seattle getting him? Yes, and yes to both. I like Seattle's options to get or chances to get Drury. I think he fits that team very well. Thanks, Brett. The Weirdo Channel, nice name. Do you think the Jays are done for today? Absolutely not. The Braves did trade Will Smith. That's why I think they could add a bullpen piece. Favorite team, Rangers. I want to see where Matt Moore goes if I'm a Rangers fan. I want to see if they end up trading away Martin Perez. But yes, I do like the Seattle Mariners' chances of getting Brandon Drury. In case you're just joining us, biggest trade of the day, biggest trade of the season, possibly the biggest trade in Major League history. Juan Soto and Josh Bell go to the San Diego Padres. The return, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, Susana, and there might be a couple other pieces that might be tacked onto the end of that. They're still exchanging medicals. That's why there's a little bit of a delay in the official announcement of the deal. Welcome in, Cleveland. Any Guardians rumors? Not a whole lot. The only rumors I've seen them have are just tinkering around the edges. Martin Perez, I don't think will be traded. But for the Guardians, Zach Plesac and Bieber are the only two names that have been bandied about to possibly bring in other pieces. Think of the Clevenger deal a couple of years ago with the Padres, how it brought in Franmil Reyes and a couple other pieces as well. That's the type of move I see the Guardians making if they make a trade at all. Thank you for the like and the subscribe. Appreciate it. What do you see the Brewers doing with Pedro Severino? Nothing. Thoughts on David Bednar trade with the Pirates? I don't think he gets moved unless a team overwhelms them, namely the Dodgers, in a response type of a move. I think it's going to have to be a knee-jerk reaction type of thing to be able to overpay for Bednar to pry him away from Pittsburgh. Cleveland does need a catcher, a backup catcher, so maybe Yan Gomes returns to Cleveland. Just learned Zach Pop was actually drafted by the Jays in 2014. Yeah, he's also Canadian. He fits because, of course, it is a Canadian team. What do I see the Astros doing? The Astros have already done a lot. Astros added Mancini, first baseman anyway, to kind of give Yuli Gurriel the day off anyway. Well, welcome in Edgardo, sorry. Any news on the White Sox? Not a lot. They traded away Reese McGuire last night for Jake Diekman. I think that solves their problem. Jan was indeed a fan favorite there. Remember the Jonathan Lucroy debate whenever he declined to trade to go to Cleveland? Yan Gomes was his catcher at the time. That's what made him a favorite back in Cleveland. Who do I think the Braves will go for? Reliever, possibly one of the Tigers guys. Big Jim, if I'm Tampa, I want Wilson plus Wisdom. I'm sorry, Cubs fans. I don't like Patrick Wisdom. He's way overplayed himself in Chicago, and he's only a power bat for you guys. He's still hitting like 220, still basically the same type of player. Am I a Kansas City fan? No. I think they're 2 years away from being 2 years away. And then Ian Happ, I think, ends up in Toronto. I think if I had to handicap it right now, I would say Laureano goes to Houston, Happ to Toronto. Dodgers and Mets are battling for the same Cubs players right now. Don't know exactly who. Interesting. Which player do you think it is? Maybe a reliever? Robertson, maybe? Any big moves in Cricket League? What? Do you see the Cardinals doing now pivoting from Soto? They already pivoted a couple days ago, in my opinion. They pivoted to Montas anyway. Now they pivoted to Quintana. They got him. I don't think they're doing anything of any significance, but thank you for joining us, Chris. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subscribe. Really helps us out. Welcome back, Juggernaut. You think the Dodgers will trade Cody Bellinger for a reliever since Chris Taylor and Betts can play center field? Is Taylor back from injury? I wasn't sure. I haven't seen him play in a little while. I haven't followed the Dodgers too closely, though. But Betts can play center, but they prefer him in right. You don't want to wear him down. Betts had injury issues. You don't want to use him in center. But maybe you get a borderline outfielder. Home plate seats at Globe Life look awesome. Yes, they are. Welcome back, or welcome in, Ringworm. Think Taylor Ward gets moved and where? I don't think he gets moved. If I had to say where, a team that's willing to overpay, I think the Angels are going to dispense a couple of pitching pieces, and that's about it. Try to stay as updated as I can. Rangers fans, you guys might want to tune into me a little bit. Evan Grant, the Rangers beat reporter, apparently is dealing with a family emergency, and so he's not been able to keep his ear to the ground today. So if you're a Ranger fan, you may want to keep it tuned to us. Welcome in, Dylan. What do you think about Michael Taylor to the Phillies? He would be a good piece, I think, possibly for the Dodgers or Phillies as a center fielder. So happy Dodgers got rid of McKinstry. I agree, although I don't necessarily think it's so happy for. I think that the platooning that they've done just wasn't working for his benefit, and so he'll do better in Chicago. Welcome in, Robert. Anything on the Phillies? Dombrowski has been awfully quiet. He hasn't been too quiet, though. They've been willing to talk turkey anyway on deals, most notably for Tyler Mahle, Noah Syndergaard, pieces like that. But it doesn't seem like anything's going to come to fruition, at least of anything of consequence, just because he's not willing to trade any of his top 5 pitching prospects, which, by the way, that would mean they'd be dealing from outside their top 20 prospects as a whole. Do you think the Angels trade Shohei in the offseason? I believe they will. I agree on Happ in Toronto. I think they will pay the most. I agree. Plus, with the injury to Springer, he fits nicely. When Springer comes back, he can play a number of different positions. McKinstry, a very good player, and it might come back on the Dodgers. I agree, but he needs regular playing time. Chicago can give it to him. Welcome in, Alfonso. Mets need lefty bullpen. Matt Moore is the best out there. Quijada could move. I agree. Yanks getting Rodon? Absolutely not. They already went out and got Montas. They could go for back end. Rondon would be way too high of a price. Rockies fielding offers on Cool and Estevez. We mentioned that earlier. Don't expect the price to be too high. Chris Taylor beginning a rehab assignment. I like that. But thank you guys for joining us. Alfonso, Sawyer, welcome into the Upside. Follow us here on YouTube, subscribe, and then on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll be putting out a bunch of videos going into a lot of detail on all the trades that happen after the deadline passes. Look out for those over the next couple of days. Hall of Fame game is Thursday. However, Jaguars are said to not start Trevor Lawrence. We may not live stream that one. We may do a baseball game instead because of that. Robertson for Gallo and a prospect. That might make some sense. Get him some regular at-bats in Chicago. Big Jim, I guess Robertson and Givens go to the Padres with Myers coming back. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense for either team. Who will trade for Griffey Jr.? You mean Julio Rodriguez? Nobody, because the Mariners are keeping him. He's their phenom. Dodgers are interested in Happ and Robertson. He would make sense as a Dodgers piece just because of his multi-position flexibility, and he's been platooned in the past. Does Judge re-sign this offseason? I think it's a 50% chance he's back with the Yanks. I think it's a 50% chance he goes elsewhere, though. Rangers are going to have a spot in the outfield. Giants are said to be making a big run at him. Dodgers are always a fit for anybody in free agency. Ohtani to the Mets in 2023, possibly. But I think the Yanks really need to step up and go after Ohtani. Otherwise, I think the Dodgers might get him. Okay, for real this time, where do you think Gallo is going to go? If I had to pick right now, there's too much smoke. I think that he goes to the Brewers. But where do I think he would be best at? Going back to Texas. They need a left fielder. I think that would be what's best for his career, but I don't think that's going to happen. Welcome in, Mets fan. Gallo to Dodgers, I think, would be absolutely horrible. Last thing he needs is to be platooned and to not play every day and to be in a pennant race. That's the worst thing. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it. Gained a lot of you guys today. See where our subscribers are at. We're at 538. Let's see if we can reach 550 by 1:30. Let's see if we can do it. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Dodgers have Outman. Okay, let's slow down on the Outman praise. I understand he had a great debut, but let's slow down. I don't understand why you Dodger fans want Gallo. He's been terrible. Platooning him will only make the problems that he's having in New York worse. He needs to play every day. He needs to go to a team that's not in contention. Cubs, Pirates, Rangers, Angels, anybody who's not in contention, that's where he needs to go. Yeah, trying to reach 1,000 by the end of the year. I think I might get there a lot sooner than that with how good this one's going. Gallo can't hit right now. Gallo to the Rockies would make sense. See, there you go. Now you're starting to think along the right way. Why are you a Rangers fan? I have been since 97, I think. Back in the days of Will Clark, Rafi Palmeiro, Juan Gonzalez, Pudge Rodriguez, and I've followed them pretty much the entire time since then. David Robinson, you got to leave in the you're going to leave in the ninth inning. He's under 2 there, under 3. He's one of those guys that locks down the ninth. Your closer become a high leverage arm. I think Robertson's not a closer on another team. I think he's going to be a 7th, 8th inning guy. Alfonso Artie does like power hitters who wash up a bit. Yes, he does. Gallo just got traded to the Dodgers. Let me double check. I haven't seen anything. I still don't see anything. Yeesh. If that's true, I really don't like it. Yeah, where are you getting this? For Beater? Wow. On Reddit? Mets beat writer? Wow. I still don't see it, though, on any of the pieces I follow. We'll take your word for it for now, but if he does go to the Dodgers, he's going to be platooned and expect things to only get worse. Yuck. Watch the Rangers when they had Josh Hamilton. Josh Hamilton was a great player for them. He's got his own legal troubles right now. Child abuse, blah, blah, blah. Any news on the Phillies? Nothing more than we've already stated. Phillies are in on starting pitching, Tyler Mahle, Noah Syndergaard, pieces like that. If I had to guess, they probably end up with Syndergaard. Do you think the Braves could get Gregory Soto? I believe so, but I wonder if they're willing to go that high of a prospect cost to do something like that. I think they'd probably try to go a little bit cheaper and get a guy like Soto. Yeah, goes from big market to big market. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Ken Rosenthal now reporting it. Double-A pitcher Clayton Beater. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm a Joey Gallo fan. I loved him when he was with the Rangers. Tough to watch him with the Yanks. Just hasn't been the same guy at all. Beater is the number 15 prospect in the Dodgers system. I told you guys it'd probably be a top 30 guy. I'm a little bit surprised it's this high of a guy. 23-year-old Double-A pitcher. Not having a good year, though, so that makes some sense. Dodgers just taking a lottery ticket here on Gallo. Welcome in, Rob. Welcome back, Sean. Welcome in, Wyatt. Do you think the Twins make any other moves? I think they're definitely getting a starting pitcher. They're going to probably end up with Tyler Mahle. The Yankees trade Gallo. How often do you see Yankees-Dodgers trade? That's the other thing. What would the Dodgers give up for Gallo? It looks like Clayton Beater. Twins need another arm and a backup catcher. No, they don't. Twins have 3 catchers on their roster. Not saying any of them are great, but the last thing they're going to do at this deadline is get a catcher. They want a starting pitcher. I think the best option for them would be Carlos Rodon. If they get Carlos Rodon, that would be the best option for them. Outside of that, I think they're probably going to end up with Tyler Mahle. Hosmer is no longer part of that trade. Close but not confirmed. Yeah. If you're a Brewers fan, maybe you go after Jock Peterson, somebody who gives you some pop in that outfield. No moves for the Mets is giving you anxiety. Yeah, I would be too. They need to complete the project they were doing. But thank you for joining us, Brady. Thank you for joining us, Garrett. Yankees or Jays in a series. I already answered this question. I think the Jays right now are equal as far as rotation. I think right now it'd be very, very close. If they get with the bullpen arms that the Jays have added, I do like the Jays just a hair more. I think it's clearly in the Jays' favor if they get Rodon. Sonny Gray still off limits, yes. Twins in Cleveland to talk with the Cubs about multiple starters makes sense. Not sure which one's first, though. We have 4 available, in my opinion. I don't know if you have 4. I think you got a couple of them. Yep. Bob Nightingale literally saying they're taking a flyer on Joey Gallo. At least he gets out of New York. Okay, Tennis, that's the second time you've said that. I'm not buying it. Outman had a great debut, but let's slow down on the Outman for MVP talk. Biggest trade, though, in MLB history has gone down today, expected to be finalized before the deadline. Juan Soto and Josh Bell go to the San Diego Padres for a package that includes Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Robert Hassel, and Suzuna, and maybe a piece or two as well. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the likes and subscribes. We've crossed 550 subscribers now. Thank you guys very much. Welcome in, Maxwell, and welcome back, Fernando. If anyone can turn Gallo around, it's the Dodgers. I doubt that just because they're not going to be able to give him any playing time to be able to overcome his issues. Who do you think won the trade? Both teams are taking flyers on players who are underperforming. Beater's struggling at Double-A, Gallo struggling at the major league level. Just because Beater's younger, I'll say the Yankees won the trade just because they're able to get something for Joey Gallo. A week ago, I told y'all over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, Joey Gallo was going to be DFA'd because he doesn't have any trade value. Well, apparently I was wrong. I'm shocked that he got traded for more than what I thought he would. How about Austin Riley's 10-year extension? Braves have an elite lineup locked in for a decade. Exactly. I compared it to the Yankees' core 4 of Jeter, Bernie Williams, Jorge Posada, and Mariano Rivera. The core 4, though, for the Braves, Acuna, Albies, Riley, and Olsen are all locked up for at least the next 8 years. They should be fantastic. Stroman's not really available. Don't give me that. Miley, more of a waiver. Waivers are pretty much gone, though, by the way. It's actually just the trade deadline, so teams are going to have to make their moves today. Yeah, that's what I was saying. They can't get Bellinger going, former MVP, and they can't get him going. Let's slow down on the Dodgers fix everybody talk. Max Muncy's having a down year. Justin Turner's having a down year. If this is the Dodgers' answer to Soto, this is very weak. I agree with you. Any general trade predictions? Happ to Toronto, Laureano to Astros, a bullpen arm to the Braves, Maley to the Twins, Rodon to the Blue Jays. Waiver trades are not back. James Wood is an excellent pickup. I do like what the Yankees did, but I think they should have done a lot more. That's why I think the Blue Jays are going to beat them in a 7-game series. If the Blue Jays are able to get a starting pitcher, they definitely take a 7-game series. Wilson Contreras, he isn't going to Hosmer to the Red Sox. That was just mentioned a few minutes ago by Cotillo as being a possibility. Yep, they are just announcing it now, just right now. Joel Sherman and John Heyman are both saying Hosmer is going to the Red Sox. Red Sox again tinkering around the edges. Drury, where do I expect him to go? I expect him to go to the Mariners. Thank you for the like. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, we're following the MLB trade deadline. Hosmer fits them very well, though, as far as what they're trying to do. Red Sox were interested in Hosmer years ago when the Padres beat them out for him. But yeah, that's a great deal. Boston's able to take a chance on Hosmer, while I'm guessing San Diego's probably going to pay a lot of that deal. I wonder what the return is going to end up being. Hosmer makes sense for them. They're selling this year a little bit. Well, not really selling. They're buying and selling. They traded away Vasquez, brought in McGuire, traded away Diekman. This keeps them competitive. That way, if they catch a lightning in a bottle here toward down the stretch here, maybe they can get something going. First base, they needed some more production out of anyway, so he fits in there. Playing in Boston with the Green Monster should help him as well. You wish they wouldn't. Why is that? I mean, this is a neutral move for the Red Sox. It's neither good nor bad. If you get anything out of Hosmer, it's good. Boston wanted Rizzo last year and missed him. They were wanting a left-handed bat at first base. Yes, they were. That's why they were mentioned along with the Yankees as being interested in Hosmer. Of course, at the beginning of the year, Hosmer was playing very well. Now, not so much. I don't expect this trade to move the needle too much for the Red Sox, both in cost or in performance. We'll see what ends up happening. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate that. You think Tampa Bay is in on Wilson pretty heavy? I'll believe that a little bit as the catching as we get closer and closer to the deadline. I think a lot of these rumors are really going to pick up steam. Will Kike remain with the Red Sox? I don't think so. I think there's some interest anyway out there among teams like the Astros and the Dodgers. Kike would fit. Would be a great fit going back to LA. Should the Rays get Murphy or Contreras? That's not even a question, in my opinion. They should get Murphy. Thank you for the like. If you haven't hit that like button, please do so. Welcome in, Jamie. Thought on Pablo Perez? After the trade that we just saw with the Blue Jays, I wonder if the Marlins aren't quite done. Maybe they could move Lopez. 2 days ago, after his bad start, I thought the chances for a trade for Pablo Lopez were decreased. However, after that, the Dodgers have been interested more and more and more. The Blue Jays are interested in starting pitching. They've said that they've talked to, or it's been reported that they've talked about Pablo Lopez and Carlos Rodon. Got to think that the Dodgers, though, end up getting him if Lopez is indeed moved. What are your thoughts on the starting pitcher market? Seems like pieces are going really high after the Castillo deal. Yeah, that's why the Giants basically made the decision after that trade to sell. Rodon should fetch them a great prospect in return. AL East parks are all pitcher friendly? What? Boston's not exactly a pitcher friendly park. Yankee Stadium for a left-handed hitter is paradise. Toronto is a bandbox. Baltimore is a bandbox. Tampa Bay, I'll give you as a pitcher's park, but that's it. Do you think the Brewers get Jock? Since Gallo is gone, he's probably the next target for them. I think it'll cost a little bit more than Gallo would. Thank you for joining us, Omni. How well does Joey Gallo hit left-handed pitching? He doesn't this year. Camden is a launching pad, but that's in the AL Central. Red Sox are listing on Eovaldi. I think they're going to look to try to move Eovaldi and Martinez here at the deadline. We'll see if they can get something for either of them. Maybe Hosmer going to Boston, maybe Eovaldi going back the other way might be the deal that's made here. That would be an interesting move. I still have yet to see the return. I don't expect Eovaldi to be a part of it, though. It sounds like the Padres are eating the salary of Hosmer over the next 3 years. Dodgers need to bring back Puig. Isn't he not even in the league right now? Who's picking up Phillips? It sounds like possibly the Phillies or Yanks. Who gets Eovaldi? I would have thought the Padres might be a great fit for Eovaldi, but maybe a team like the Dodgers gets in on that. Kike to Dodgers makes some sense. Who would Sox get Hosmer? What are they doing? Buying, selling? It is bizarre, but they've done this before. He does need to play every day. That's what I keep saying. Joey Gallo needs a place to play every day. He needs to go to a losing team. Yep, it is being finalized. Thank you guys for joining us. Watching the MLB trade deadline. We'll take you guys through about 6, 7 o'clock. We'll break down all the trades over the next couple of days in depth. So make sure you follow us and subscribe to us here on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. That way you guys can follow that content as well. Really appreciate you guys. Yeah, look at what the Dodgers or the Red Sox are doing, though. They're adding nice pieces around the periphery. Well, not nice pieces. They're adding pieces around the periphery that have MLB talent. Now, are they performing at their best? Absolutely not. But say they get a little bit hot, maybe the Red Sox could hang around that wild card spot, especially when they're trying to recoup some assets. That'd be a good finish to the year for Red Sox. And then reload next year after you save a lot on payroll. And especially if the Padres are eating most of that salary, if Hosmer regains his value, then you have a trade chip tomorrow at the winter meetings this offseason. Could Gallo be included in another trade? Possibly, but I don't think so. The trade value was so low for Gallo, the team that would end up getting Gallo could just say, hey, Yanks, give him here instead. Will the Rays try to add some starting pitching? I don't think so. Gallo to the Dodgers. I'll take Jim Thome right now instead. Jim Thome, I think, could still rake right now. He was a professional hitter all through his career. He looks like he could still hit today, but let's take it seriously now. Rodon to the Mets. No, I don't think that's going to happen, but that would be a great boon for them. They've been very stingy with their prospects. They'd have to part with some good ones for that type of a deal. Any trades happened recently? We just saw the Gallo trade go down. Red Sox are getting Hosmer. What type of contract will it be for Juan Soto? At least $500 million. Everybody needs to get used to that number. $500 million for Juan Soto. That's exactly what it's going to be or more. I'll take Gallo and Lux for Bednar. That's actually a decently close proposal. How many years? 10 to 12 years, if I had to guess. Sounds better to say $500 million. Yeah, but some people don't understand billion versus million. Do you think the Braves could get Hap? No, I don't. I think he's too high of a cost. Braves are trying to rebuild their value in the prospects pool anyway. Look at the trade before the draft that sent Drew Waters to the Kansas City Royals for the 35th pick in the draft. They wanted to rebuild that prospect depth, and they're not going to go immediately and give that away in a trade for Ian Happ. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Thank you for the subscribe. Lux isn't going anywhere. I don't think so, not at least at the deadline right now. Rodon to Twins. Welcome in, Anthony Coleman. Could the Marlins get a package including Cartaya for Pablo? Absolutely. Cartaya, I think, would be an expendable piece in that Dodgers system. They have great catcher's depth behind him in the prospects as well. Will Smith at the major league level, they're set at catcher, so he could be the expendable piece for Pablo. Rodon to Twins, I think, would be a fantastic fit for them. I just wonder if the Twins are willing to pull the trigger on something like that. They need to win a playoff series for Carlos Correa to really consider staying there this offseason, but we'll see what happens. Gallo trade is done. Yes, it is. Braves gave up Will Smith for Odorizzi. He solved their starting pitcher issues. Now with Will Smith gone, they're going to have to go cheaply to solve their bullpen issues. Soto trade is not done yet. They're still doing the medicals and everything, but it will get done. Soto and Bell to San Diego in exchange for Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, Susana, and maybe a couple other prospects as well. Because the deal hasn't been finalized yet, we don't really know all the moving pieces in it. Welcome back, Clark. Wow, we got up to 562. Thank you for subscribing. Let's see if we can get to 580 here before 2 o'clock. Central Time anyway. Who'd the Yankees get? They got Clayton Beeter, AA pitcher, number 15 prospect out of the Dodgers system, having like a 5.5 ERA right now in AA. Found some struggles so far this year in like 19 or so games. So the Yankees got an underperforming player in the minors for an underperforming player on their major league roster. That's what I've been waiting for, to see if any tweet comes out about the Rodon deal. I have not seen that yet. Blue Jays have now made it official that their trade of Anthony Bass and Zach Pop for Jordan Groshans is now official. Twins getting Rodon would be a great move for them. Twins and Blue Jays, I think, are the most notably after him. Any takers on Joe Davis? No. Why has St. Louis been so quiet? Because they knew they overextended themselves. I don't understand why everybody thought the Cardinals were suddenly going to pay premium prices for guys like Frankie Montas or Juan Soto. I think it's irresponsible management by Mozeliak and the entire Cardinals organization. They like to take advantage of other teams. Look at the Nolan Arenado situation. They had the Rockies pay for them to take their best player, and they gave up fewer prospects, or not great prospects, in that deal. Look at the deal they made for Paul Goldschmidt. They take advantage of other team situations. Welcome in, Kid. Welcome in, Jason. But yeah, the Cardinals, I think, did their fans a disservice by saying, oh, yeah, we're in on Juan Soto. Well, yeah, every team should be in, but at what level? Saying you're in all the way to the final level for Juan Soto was irresponsible by Mozeliak. I think it's on them to fix that. Hit that like button if you agree that the Cardinals should have done something more or did something wrong as far as the way they've handled that negotiation with their fan base, setting their fans up to for failure anyway. There was no way I thought they were going to end up with Soto. There's no way they were going to sign a $500 million contract for Soto anyway. As much as Soto might have loved playing in St. Louis, there's no way he would have taken $500 million, or the Cardinals would have coughed up $500 million for him. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't include Carlson in those talks, but even if they did, I don't think the Nationals would have said yes. Yeah, Joey Gallo was traded for Clayton Beeter, AA prospect out of the Dodger system, number 15, 5.5 ERA, having some struggles there. Now, Jim's a Cubs fan, not a Cardinals fan. He's enjoying the Cardinals' lament. Mets are finalizing a deal for Robertson. That would be a good get for them. They've talked about him. Over the past few days, we'll see what ends up going the other way. Grandal is hurting the White Sox. Sox need a guy like Happ. No, they don't. They just need to get healthy. That's all they need. Martin. Cardinals talking about Rodon or Eovaldi? Absolutely not. Nah, enjoy your little baseball team. Okay. Live the next 80 years for their third World Series title. Well, as a Ranger fan, I'm still waiting for my first, so don't give them too much grief. Still waiting on the return in that Hosmer deal. Yeah. We had that World Series won, and then for some reason, Nelson Cruz was playing too far in. If he had played just a step or two back, that World Series is over, and they finally had their title. So do you think the Sox win the AL Central? No, I think they're going to compete for a wild card, though. They should get a little bit better in the second half of the year with the returns from injury from Jimenez and Robert and Lynn. That bullpen should be a little bit better with the addition of Diekman. So the White Sox are going to be right there. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. Wow, we're up to 566 subscribers. Thank you very much, all you guys, for subscribing. Really helps out a lot. We're up to 186 likes. Final standings for the AL Central. Twins take it. White Sox second. Guardians third. Tigers 4. Royals 5th. Missing out on Soto hurts also is bad. Blah, blah, blah. Losing, yada, yada, yada. Rangers were my team growing up in Dallas with Billy Martin, Lenny Randall, Jeff Burrows. Yep. I remember that team. They actually brought Burrows back for the 50th anniversary, anyway, of the team moving to Texas. But here at the deadline, the big news of the day, Juan Soto and Josh Bell get moved to the Padres. That deal is about to be finalized as soon as medicals are finalized as well. Thank you, Jim. That'd be fantastic to get that level of subs. If I keep this level of live going, maybe I will. Welcome in, Matt. Welcome in, Ben. I love the Twins trade for Jorge Lopez. Absolutely love it. They gave away lottery tickets and a number 22 prospect for a great bullpen arm. Any news on the Orioles other than Mancini and Lopez? Not really. There's some news surrounding Santander that he was mentioned as a candidate to be traded. You got to think that anybody who asks about Odor, if they give anybody up for him, the Orioles would be more than willing to part with him. Orioles are selling a little bit here at the deadline. Of course, they could move another bullpen piece. The Royals front office, I think, will tinker a little bit around the edges of their bullpen. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. If you haven't hit that like button already, please do so. We would appreciate that. Hosmer is going to Boston. The Padres are eating almost the entirety of that contract, it sounds like. The Red Sox were in on Hosmer a few years ago when he was a free agent. Now they get him for free and let the other team pay for him. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. Got 225 of you in here right now. Got 190 likes. Thank you. Mets are finalizing a deal for Drury. I don't know about that. Let me see. I don't see anything on that right now. But that would be a little bit of a surprise, a good get for them in case they lose somebody. He would fill in nicely at third base for Guillorme, give them a little bit better bat. He's on a $900,000 contract. Welcome in, Toxic. Welcome in, Mario. Appreciate you guys subscribing. Thank you for the like. Appreciate the subscribe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. A lot of movement today, and we're still going to see a lot more as we get closer to the deadline. We're still only a few hours away. What did you think of the return for Quintana for the Pirates? Nothing that moved the needle for me. Lopez to Twins. We saw that one earlier. Great pickup for the Twins. Really gives them another eighth inning guy. Welcome in, Logan. What do you think the wild card contenders, the Cardinals, Phillies, and Guardians? Guardians, I expect that they're going to stand pat pretty much. Phillies, I think they need to tinker around the edges. If they want to go big, they could go Xander Bogaerts at short. Cardinals, I think, have pretty much done what they're going to do by adding Quintana. Maybe they get a back-end starter, bullpen piece as well. We'll see what ends up happening there. Make Dodgers fans cry. Well, they're getting Soto. The Padres are getting Soto today, and the answer for the Dodgers right now is Joey Gallo. I think that's enough to make them cry, Slapshot. But thank you for joining us. Appreciate the subscribe. If you're just joining us right now, Joey Gallo has been traded to the Dodgers from the Yanks anyway in exchange for Clayton Beeter anyway, a double-A pitcher out of the Dodgers system having a struggling year. Biggest news of the day, though, is that the Padres are going to be getting Juan Soto, one of the best players ever in Major League Baseball. By his age 23 season, there's only two players that even compare to him as far as what he's accomplished so far, Babe Ruth and Mike Trout. Yeah, I don't see that move happening right now anyway. Rodon and Drury, I don't see either one of those moves yet, but I'd love to see it. I still think the Mariners are going to end up with Drury, though. If any team has shown how important prospects are, it's Definitely the Cardinals. I agree. Appreciate that. Thanks for the like. Welcome in, Logan. What have you thought about the Cubs trade so far? I think they can do a lot more. Welcome in, Brendan. Any legitimacy of the talks to Murphy and the Rays? I believe so. They're going to get a catcher here at the deadline. They need a catcher. They're in talks with Contreras as well. Those are the two catchers that are still left on the market, in addition to Yan Gomes. I could see them going after Yan Gomes if they don't like the defensive abilities of Contreras, though. So maybe they pivot that way instead. Welcome in, James. I do think the Cardinals are going to be on the outside looking in at the playoffs. I think the Phillies are going to take that final playoff spot. Cardinals, I think, are not going to have quite enough to be able to get there. Will the Brewers get a bat? I believe so. Not J.D. Martinez. That's not happening. Thank you guys for joining us. Got 235 of you guys in here right now. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the subscribe. Slow moving. It's finally picked up over the last 2 days. It was very slow up until probably noon yesterday, and then it's basically been crazy ever since. Today we've already seen, what, 5, 6 trades so far? 7? It's been a few. Yeah, the Twins need to trade Sano. That story just needs to end. The sexual assault allegations against one of the reporters for the team, injury issues, suspension issues. He just needs to move on. Welcome in, Farmer. Who do you think the Brewers will get as a bat? I mentioned Jock Peterson now that Gallo is off the market. Where do you think pitchers like Pablo Lopez or Thor get moved? Pablo Lopez, if he gets moved, is either the Blue Jays or Dodgers. Dodgers would be my pick there for him. Thor, there's a number of teams interested in his services. The Phillies, Blue Jays, and Twins. I think the Blue Jays and Twins are going to get better pitchers, so I think the Phillies are going to be left with him. Dodgers were never really in on J.D. Martinez. I think Joey Gallo is their move there. Slusser is the A's beat reporter. Phillies are showing interest in Rodon. Makes sense. But again, they haven't been willing to move high-level prospects yet. But yeah, Slusser's the A's reporter. Thank you guys for joining us. Wow, I asked you guys if we were going to get to 580 by 2 o'clock. We're 1 away from that with 10 minutes to go. Let's see if we can get there. Got 235, 240 of you guys in here right now. One of y'all hit the subscribe button. Really appreciate it. Welcome in, Robert. Welcome in, Ivan. Where is Contreras heading? It's not the Mets. It's probably the Padres. Thank you, kid. I try to do the best I can. Keep y'all updated as much as I can. Jim Callis of MLB.com says Groshans, the prospect the Marlins got in the trade for the 2 relievers that went to the Blue Jays, hasn't hit for power in the last 2 years, but he's still a very good talent. He's still only 22 years old. So the Marlins are, while he's declining in his prospect value, they still get a decent prospect for 2 good bullpen arms. Any word on Nelson Cruz? He's been terrible the last. Welcome in, Max. Thank you. Any word on Nelson Cruz? He's been terrible, but he could be a bench piece, DH, cheap, low-cost option for like the Phillies or something like that to kind of round out their lineup. And if he gets hot in September or October, he's proven it over his career that he's a great clutch hitter. So we'll see if he can regain some of that form, but he seems to have really fallen off. He's over 40 years old, so it might be the end of the road for Nelson Cruz. Yeah, I think the Padres are going to win this deadline. Yeah, I think they won the season, buddy. The Padres, by getting Juan Soto, that level of player, AJ Preller wins GM of the year. I don't care what it ends up costing. Welcome in, Broctopus. Do the Cardinals make any more moves for pitching? I think they could add a back-end starter, but that's about it. the best acquisition they're going to make at this deadline, they've already done in Jose Quintana, and it didn't move the needle at all for me. Thank you for the like and subscribe. Really appreciate that. Any moves for the Braves? I think they're going to get a possibly an outfielder, but with the addition of Grossman, that might remove them. He doesn't move the needle too much, but maybe they're able to get another piece in there. I do think they're going to get another reliever, though. Appreciate you watching while you're at work, Sasha. Thank you very much. Wow, 250 people watching right now. Thank you guys very much for joining us. A Maley update. The market is still Phillies and Blue Jays and Twins for him. Twins, I think, are the hardest after him. The Rangers are also interested. We're 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 16 seconds, or 7 minutes away now from the deadline. We'll see what kind of moves are made. What kind of reliever could go to the Braves? A low-end reliever. I'm not expecting anybody major. They're trying to rebuild their prospect depth, and they're not going to give away too much for them. What would you give? What do you think the Brewers are going to get? We mentioned that a little bit. I thought Gallo would have be of interest there for them, but they missed out on him. Thank you, guys. 265 of you guys watching. Thank you very much. Jock Peterson, I think, is probably the most likely. Biggest losers at the deadline? To me, so far, the Yankees. I have not been inspired by what they've done. I like the addition of Montas. I like the pieces that they've made, but I think they could have done better in every single one of those moves. Benintendi, I think, was a luxury item they didn't need. They should have taken the prospects that they invested in Benintendi and gotten a better starter. If they had, maybe they end up with Luis Castillo. If they had done better before, no, not 7 minutes. 3 hours and 7 minutes until the deadline. But I think if the Yankees had done a better job in the offseason acquiring Carlos Correa instead of Josh Donaldson, I think they'd be in a much better spot. Cards are also a loser of this deadline just because of what they did to their fans. I'm sorry, that's just negligence by the Cardinals. There's no way they should have been in that Soto talks as much as they were. They never play for top-end talent. The only time they ever go after top talent is when they're taking advantage of a situation. Soto's situation was not going to be taken advantage of. It was going to be the biggest trade in Major League Baseball history, and that's exactly what we have with the San Diego Padres. Sorry, Cardinals, you did wrong by your fans. You owe an apology to your entire fan base. Who are the best names available right now before the 6 p.m. deadline? Carlos Rodon, I think, for starters. Tyler Mahle as well. Ramon Laureano, Ian Happ, J.D. Martinez, Wilson Contreras, Sean Murphy. Those are some of the top names. David Martinez out of the bullpen. Matt Moore is the best lefty reliever out there. Brad Keller is drawing interest, apparently, according to Mark Feinsand. Seattle, I expect, is going to do more. Welcome in, Blake. Ramon Laureano is going to be traded. I think he's going to go to either the Jays or the Astros. If I had to handicap it, I'd say the Astros would probably end up getting him there. They've had some history of trading between the Astros and A's in the past as well. I don't think he's stupid, but I think he owes the fan base of the Cardinals a big apology. Just try to keep the language down a little bit. Don't know how the moderators, or don't know how YouTube censors that kind of stuff or not, so let's keep it a little bit clean. Thankfully, we haven't had a spammer in a while. Cardinals are always going to be around that middling position, though, in the postseason. They're going to be able to make the wild card every now and again. They're going to win the division every now and again, but they're never going to be the class of the NL. I know you want Gregory Soto, but I don't think they'll be able to do it. I think the acquisition cost is going to be way too high. Appreciate it. Thank you for the like. Up to 589 subscribers. We're pretty close to 600. We got 4 minutes left to get there. Let's see if we can do it. I know there are 254 of you guys out there right now watching, so if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. Please and thank you. Appreciate all the support. Welcome in, Jared. Appreciate you keeping me updated. I'm Clubhouse Manager in the Angels minor league organization. That's pretty cool. That's a nice job. What have you heard on the Halos? Rengifo's on the market. Maybe he goes to the Mariners. He'd be a good fit for them as they have injury issues right now. Thor, of course, is probably going to the Phillies, if I had to guess. Maybe a bullpen arm as well could be moved. Yeah, and I don't think the Cardinals are making the postseason. This is going to be it for Yachty, Wainwright, and Albert Pujols. It's going to be a swan song. My MLB team, the Rangers. Does the Gallo trade make any sense to you? It does, because it's bad for bad. It makes no sense, though. The team that it went to, or the team that acquired him, the Dodgers, I think, are the worst thing for him right now. He's going to be platoon there, because that's exactly what the Dodgers do, and that's literally the thing that Joey Gallo does not need. I don't think they'll be able to get Marsh. I think they'll be able to get Thor, though. I think Rengifo probably gets moved just because his value is really high, and the Angels need to make something happen. He's hitting 3 in the Angels lineup right now. That's what tells you how bad the Angels are right now. Shohei Ohtani is not moving here at the deadline. He is going to be moved after the season. Welcome in, Joe. Appreciate you subscribing. Welcome in, Jay. Do you think with the Astros have done, they're going to the World Series? I think they're one of the favorites in the American League. They need to finish it off, though, and get or possibly another reliever, maybe a back-end starter for cheap. But the biggest piece I think they need, though, is center field. If they can get a center fielder like Laureano, they'll be one of they'll still be one of my 2 or 3 favorites, but I think they'll be a lot better than what they were before a trade for a center fielder. Could the Braves get Chafin? Absolutely. That type of reliever is possibly what the Braves could get in on. But the Shohei Ohtani deal is going to look very similar to the Soto deal. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Welcome in, Chris. What do you think the Blue Jays go after? We've talked a little bit about them. There were rumors the other day that they were looking for a lefty bat, an outfielder, a reliever, and a starting pitcher. They added 2 relief pitchers today in the trade with Gorshans going to the Marlins. They get Anthony Bass and Pop as well. I still think they're in on Rodon as well as Lopez. They're in on Thor as well. They will get a starter. As far as outfield bat, if I had to guess right now, they're probably the most active team after Ian Happ. He fills in perfectly for center, and when Springer gets back, they can move him around. How far are the Rangers away from being contenders, and what do they need to do? They need to sell at this deadline, add a left fielder and a starting pitcher, and next year they could be a wild card team in the American League. They have the worst left field position in all of baseball. They have the worst record in one-run game, so they're going to have to upgrade that bullpen as well. But the Rangers are right there. They will contend next year. Rodon would be sick in Toronto. I think that would solidify them well over the Yankees, in my opinion. Cardinals are in talks with the Giants about Rodon. I'll believe it when I see it. Cardinals fans need to stop egging on the Cardinals front office for getting in on these trade talks that they have no business being a part of. There is no reason Rodon should be on the radar for the Cardinals. I'm sorry. Rodon will get probably a 5-year deal, $100 million. We're 5 away from 600, you guys. We're right at 2 o'clock. Let's see if we can get it by the end of the last minute here. We're so close to 600. Welcome in, Matthew. Appreciate you joining us. Welcome in, Ethan. Thank you for the support. Welcome in, Melvin. Chances Angels trading Iglesias, very high. Or wait, hold on. I was confused there. Not Raisel Iglesias. Sorry, my bad. Raisel Iglesias, I think his contract is too high. Does anyone have a better 1-2 punch than the Mets if DeGrom is healthy? No. Why do you think the Cardinals shouldn't be in? One of their main issues is pitching. Yes, but they shouldn't be going in on some of these top options. Welcome in, Landon. Ian Happ and Wilson Contreras will both be gone from the Cubs. Interest is too high in both players. Thank you guys for joining us today. Watching the MLB Network on one screen, got Twitter up on another, Bleacher Reports on another. Keep all you guys updated. I know a lot of you guys are at work. We appreciate you joining us. Welcome back, Rays. Best MLB player the Braves could get, Jock Peterson possibly. Do you think Thor could go to St. Louis? Doubtful, but I could see it, but I don't think it would make a lot of sense. Are the Rays done for the deadline? No, they're getting a catcher at some point. The question is, which catcher will it be? I'd expect it to probably go to Murphy. He fits the best. What about the M's? Try not to spam, Bob. All right. Last chance, Bob. No spamming. Welcome in, Mike. Yeah, we had to, unfortunately. We don't like spammers in here. Sorry. Welcome to subscribe. Welcome to comment. Welcome in, Phantom. Welcome in, Smitty. Bills fan. Come on, man. Who else should the Dodgers pick up? I think they should do something with those platoons that they're doing. They need to do work with that. I don't like the way they brought in Joey Gallo. That only makes their platoons worse, in my opinion, not better. Yeah, we're trying anyway. Wilson has an $80 million offer of the Cubs that he turned down. His market will be hot, yeah, but there are questions about whether or not he'll stick behind the plate. Welcome in, Scott. Brian Reynolds will not be moved. Way too much activity that would have to happen for that to move, or yeah, way too much for him to have to move at the deadline. Most likely reliever that the Twins pick up today. Well, we've already saw them pick up Jorge Lopez. In case you missed it, they traded 4 prospects for Jorge Lopez. I think they might be done with the bullpen. I do think they're going to get a starter, most likely Tyler Mahle. They're in on Rodon. The other thing they could do is get a corner outfielder as well. Maybe a first baseman, because first basemen right now are cheap on the market. Maybe send out Sano. Get rid of that headache for once and for all. Thank you, guys. We've officially crossed 600 subscribers now. Thank you very, very, very much. Think Kansas City moves anyone? I think they're going to move a couple of bullpen pieces. Pirates do miss out on an opportunity to get Bednar moved or Reynolds, I think. But I think Bednar could still be moved if another team comes in and blows them away. Welcome in, Bryce. Thank you for the subscription. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Thank you, Corey, for joining us. Predictions for the Blue Jays move. I would, if I had to handicap it right now, if Rodon is traded, I'd expect the Blue Jays to get him or Pablo Lopez. However, I think Lopez is going to end up going to the Dodgers if Lopez is traded. Ian Happ, I think, is the most likely candidate to go to Toronto. They already made the trade for a couple of relievers. What do you think about the Braves move so far? I really like the Braves move, adding around the edges. None of them move the needle, though. So I'm wondering if there's something else coming for the Braves, maybe another reliever. I do like the acquisition of Odorizzi, though. That lengthens that starting rotation. They should be much better down the stretch, not having to rely on their starting pitchers as much as they have so far. I was always in the of the mindset Soto was always going to go to the Padres. I never really thought the Dodgers were going to make the play for him. I think Ohtani is more like their play. Yeah, Hap is going to go for a pretty penny. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. Appreciate you guys joining us right now. Got over 200 of you guys in the chat right now. Make sure you're joining us. Hit that subscribe button. Join us in the chat here. Anything on the horizon for the Guardians? Not really. There's been some rumors that they might move some pitchers, Shane Bieber, Zach Plesac, but nothing of real substance at all. Welcome in, Nod. For those of you who are just joining us who haven't had a chance to pay attention to the trade deadline today, Juan Soto and Josh Bell are going to be traded to the San Diego Padres for a package that includes Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, Suzuna, and maybe a couple of other pieces as well. Great move for the Padres. They also acquired Josh Hader yesterday for a package that included Rogers, their current closer, Lamet, another major league arm, Ruiz, a outfielder that's on their major league roster right now, and for a pitching prospect, Robert Gasser. Brewers do very well, filling a bunch of needs at the deadline by trading away Hader and still keeping a closer in-house. Brett Phillips and G-Man Choi to the Yankees. Both players are on the trade block right now, but I don't see the Yankees getting either one of those players anyway. Less than 3 hours now until the trade deadline. Let us know what you think is going to happen. Still several starting pitchers out there that can move. A lot of relievers. The relief market really hasn't taken off quite yet. The Lopez trade kind of, I think, might have scared a couple of teams as to how big a return the Orioles got for Jorge Lopez. Welcome in, sports. Welcome in, Kim. Do you think Jock Peterson will go to the Padres to help strengthen the outfield? No, I don't. I think he's probably going to end up going back to either the Braves, maybe the Brewers make some sense. A team that could use a outfield bat. The Mariners honestly have a lot of outfielders right now, but maybe they consolidate that and go Jock Peterson, especially considering especially considering the injuries that they have. Padres, I think, are literally going to shove everything that they can into the trade market right now. They're going to lock up that another reliever, I believe. They're going to lock up a catcher, and then I think they're done. Yeah, I'm waiting for the Brewers to get a bat too. But remember, they just got Ruiz as that fourth outfield option, so maybe they're not pushing hard for a bat right now after making that Josh Hader trade. Maybe they're looking more relief help. They're getting Freddie Peralta back from the injuries, or from the injured list anyway. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all 600 subscribers we have now. Trying to keep that count growing anyway. So if you're just joining us for the first time, hit that subscribe button. Really appreciate all the help. What are the Rangers going to do? The Rangers are going to be moving Matt Moore at the deadline. There's not too much else that they were expected to do, though. Matt Bush was traded yesterday. Welcome in, Thomas. Appreciate you joining us. Martin Perez would be the big piece for the Rangers to trade. Welcome in, Go Jays. Are you referring to Jose Iglesias or Raisel Iglesias? Can the Indians still get Wilson? No, I don't think they're really in on him. Raisel, I don't think he's going to get traded. That contract is a little too bloated, and I think the Jays already solved their bullpen issues by acquiring Anthony Bass and Zach Pop from the Marlins today in that Jordan Groshans trade. Do you think the A's will trade Sean Murphy? Yes. The A's traded away Frankie Montas. Now I expect them to trade away Laureano, Murphy, pretty much anything that's not nailed down right now. What are the Indians going to do then? Nothing. I think they're pretty much just going to sit there. As much as Guardians fans might not like to hear it, I think they're just going to be stuck there at the deadline and be one of the few teams that does nothing. Of course, they could go out and add a cheap, option bench piece, bullpen arm, something like that. Wyatt, I was mentioning that Pablo Lopez, if I had to expect, was probably going to go to the LA Dodgers. They seem the hardest after him. Royals should have dumped Merrifield a few years ago when they had a massive trade offer from the Cubs when the Cubs were in the postseason. That unfortunately didn't happen, and now I don't expect him to move. Outlook on White Sox trades, I think they're done as well. They made their move by trading McGuire for Diekman. I think they might add one more bullpen piece, but that's about it. Dodgers are in heavy on Happ and Robertson, possibly, but I don't think the Dodgers are going to end up with Happ. I think the Blue Jays are really like him to fill in for Springer right now. Welcome in, Etai. Do you think the Dodgers get JD? No, I think JD ends up going to the Mets for a package that's going to include Dom Smith and Vientros. The Mets have so far been unwilling to include Vientros, but we'll see if that happens. I don't think you're going to trade Murphy to the Cardinals for starters, and I don't think even if you did that you'd get Walker. As good as that would be for your team, I don't think that would happen. Updates on Contreras, that the Rays are actually a little bit hotter after him than I thought. That's the only update right now. Does Hap get the Cubs a guy who can sit in their prospect top 5? I believe so. Hap's a good player on a good deal with a year and a half left on his deal. Should be a nice get for a team. What would the trade package be like for Pablo Lopez? It's going to start with Cartaya and maybe a couple other arms as well in that deal. Well, I think Toronto's done with bullpen, though. I think they're done. They got their 2 bullpen pieces. I think they're happy with where their bullpen sits. I think they're strictly focusing on a starter and a left-handed batter right now. Thanks for joining us, kid. Appreciate you. As you mentioned, 2 hours, 45 minutes left to the deadline. Thank you guys for subscribing and joining us. We'll be here with you guys through at least the 6, 7 o'clock hour. Welcome in, Big Country. Hap is probably going to go to the Blue Jays, probably for Orelvis Martinez, I believe, and maybe another piece. That would be a great get for the Cubs as well. The number 2 prospect in the Blue Jays system. He's having a little bit of a down year, but when you think back to the beginning of the season, he was the main piece that was going to be going along with Biggio and Gorshans for Jose Ramirez from the Guardians. That's not going to happen now. Why do you think the Guardians are out on Contreras? Because he's not their type of player. I don't think he can handle that pitching staff. Hat to the Stros for Myers, Benavic, and Whitney, maybe. Dodgers are in on Hap and Robertson. I believe they're in on both players. I just wonder how legitimate it's going to be for them. But thank you guys for joining us. Some of the surprise moves that we've seen today. Soto finally gets moved to the San Diego Padres. Eric Hosmer gets moved to the Boston Red Sox. Who saw that coming? I try to do lives at least 5 times a week. I post as much as I possibly can. Thank you, Jason. Gallo will become a great player for the Dodgers. You're smoking something if you think that. If they turn struggling players into stars, why do they turn stars into struggling players? Looking at Cody Bellinger. They have a great development system for their young guys, but they don't really have a way to solve for guys at the major league level. They platoon, and that's the worst thing for Joey Gallo right now. You do not want to make Joey Gallo a platoon player. He will not succeed in that role. Yankees traded away Joey Gallo to the Los Angeles Dodgers for the number 15 prospect in their system. Jim Bowden tweeting out the Cubs are on the clock with Contreras, Hap, and Robertson. Sounds like the Cubs are where the next trade will probably come out of. Twins beat reporters are teasing something huge. Rodon, Jock package. Possibly. That would be a good get for them. I wonder if Tyler Mahle as well. Mahle's been on the market now for a few days, at least in earnest, by the Reds. John Heyman tweets out that the Jays are talking to the Angels about Noah Syndergaard. Let me see if I can get this updated here. Noah Syndergaard and Raisel Iglesias. That would be an interesting stack. Philly has also been linked to Noah Syndergaard, though Dombrowski isn't often a buyer on rental players. I think he was available because he was included in the deal for Ramirez, and they might be willing to do so if they can get an impact player back. Bellinger's the only player you cited, not saying Joe is great. Okay, let's look at Muncy, Turner this year. There's a number of other players that have had platoon or that they've platooned and then not been able to play elsewhere because they choose to platoon them. The one exception, I think, is Kike Hernandez that went to the Red Sox. He's on injured right now, but is going to be traded. Muncy's hitting 160-something. He's always had a great eye at the plate. That eye is starting to go away. Mets are in talks with Miami for Alcantara. That cannot possibly be true. What's your source on that one, Rob? Yeah, but he's a negative defender behind the plate. Contreras is a negative behind the plate. Has been for like 3 or 4 years now. Do you think any teams will go for Ricky Tiedemann? He has a 2.13 ERA, with the Blue Jays in the minor league system. I think if the Blue Jays are making a major acquisition in the rotation like a Rodon, he might be one of the guys that goes. Astros are in on Robertson. I think he still ends up going to the East Coast, but he's a great bullpen piece right now out there. Cedric Mullins to the Astros be a good fit. That would be a good fit, but I don't see the Orioles doing that. He's still on a very cost-controlled contract right now, and the Orioles are an up-and-coming team. He's a big part of their future, so I don't see that happening. Yankees checked in on Rodon, but that's an extreme long shot according to the Yankees reporters. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us now, hit that subscribe button, join the chat. We've had a very active chat. Blue Jays are indeed checking on Raisel Iglesias. That's a little surprising. What do you think of the Jorge Lopez trade? A+ for both teams. A+ for the Twins getting the good bullpen arm. A+ for the Orioles getting that package back for him. Nothing really hurt the Twins in that deal, but it's all lottery tickets, all good potential there for the Orioles. While Lopez has 2.5 years left on his deal, he's a bullpen piece, and bullpens go up and down. He's having a great day or a great year this year, but we'll see what ends up happening. They just got McKinstry. I don't know if I would say he's a great prospect, but he'll play every day. That was part of the problem with the Dodgers because they platoon. He wasn't performing very well. Jays will get Thor and Iglesias in a package, maybe. I wonder if the Rodon talks are starting to hit a little bit of a snag because of that $22.5 million option for them. Monty for Rodon, I don't think that'll happen. Mets are still talking about Wilson Contreras, but I still don't see that happening. I understand they want him, but I don't think they're going to get him. Jock to the Dodgers would make some sense as a platoon bat. Been in that system before, 1-year deal. He is injured right now though, so maybe that'll be a little bit of a snag. Plus, it's the Giants and Dodgers. How often do they trade together? Not often. What grade would I give the Astros so far? Haven't really given up any top prospects. I'd give them a B. I think they've tinkered with the roster. I think they could have done better at first base. If they were able to pry away Josh Bell, that would have been a lot better than Trey Mancini. I like the addition of Will Smith to the back end of that bullpen. I don't like the loss of Odorizzi for that starting staff. What if you have a starting pitcher issue? What if those young starters start to struggle down the stretch? But maybe you pick up another starter here at the deadline, just in case, as insurance. Lance McCullers is just working his way back from injury. My surprise pick probably would have been Xander Bogaerts a couple of days ago. I think it's very unlikely that he moves right now. 2 days ago, I'd probably given a 1% chance. Right now, I'd put it almost at 0. Will Reynolds and Bednar be traded? No. Why are the Tigers so quiet? No rumors. Haven't heard any bullpen pieces linked anywhere. The Mets have actually talked about Chafin. The Braves have actually talked about him. The Yankees have been mentioned as teams with interest in him as well. So there are some rumors about the Tigers. So don't all is not lost, Jordan. Saw a report saying Mancini would hit around 20 homers. Yep, that's exactly right. They did the numbers on MLB Network this morning. If he had played with the Astros all season, he would be at 20 home runs, not 10. Yeah, they flipped McKinstry for Martin, and then they flipped Machado to the Giants as well. Dixon Machado, before anybody gets confused. Padres and Red Sox did agree to that Hosmer deal. Okay, San Francisco Giants have let them know that Rodon is available. They have a very high price on him. We'll see if they get something done. Makes sense. Welcome back, Lucas. Welcome in, sir. Rodon is probably the big piece right now for the starting pitching market. Tyler Mahle as well. Martin Perez, if you can pry him away from the Rangers. Thank you guys for the like. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for the subscribe. Appreciate that as well. Broke 610 now. Are Cubs waiting for the last possible second to move Happ and Contreras? No, I think they're going to move one of them here in the next half hour, if I had to guess. Contreras being the most likely. Yeah, other Machado is batting cleanup for Soto now. Yes, he is. Exactly. Thank you, Brett. Really appreciate that. Josh Bell is overrated. I don't know about that. He's a very good hitter. He's hitting over 300, has 15 home runs this year. He'll be fantastic in a pennant race. Really lengthens out that lineup. You guys tell me, would you rather have Hosmer or Bell? Bell. Yeah, I saw that tweet about Heyman and the Jays with Thor and Iglesias. The one that's got me interested right now is the Joel Sherman tweet about Carlos Rodon. Welcome in, Joseph. Appreciate you. Thanks for subscribing. Hosmer was just removed from the deal entirely. That's it. I'm wondering if Rodon is going to go to either the Blue Jays or Twins at this point. Thanks for the like. Appreciate that. Ohtani, I don't think is going to be moved here at the deadline. Too much work to get done. The Rodon tweet, that was from Joel Sherman, what my colleague John Heyman just tweeted. The San Francisco Giants have let teams know Rodon is available, have put a very high price on him. Now have a few hours left to see if anyone meets that price. Mark Feinsand also concurs. Giants have apparently changed their tune as far as trading Carlos Rodon, but that doesn't mean he'll be moved. Price tag is high per sources, but it's at least on the table. Rodon can opt out at the end of the season, so as long as he stays healthy, he's likely a rental. Jason Stark also adding to that. The one thing teams are having an issue with is his $22.5 million option next year. He's probably the biggest option left for starting pitchers on the market right now. But as for your question, Itai, where will Ohtani go? He's going to be moved at the winter meetings, if I had to guess. But thank you for subscribing. Do you think the Padres overtake the Dodgers? If they make the move for Soto, that one gets finalized. They make the move for Contreras and possibly add a reliever. I believe they have, as things stand right now. Of course, the Dodgers can do something still. They still haven't really made any big moves yet. Very un-Dodger-like for them to do. But we'll see if they make a move as we get closer to the deadline. Rodon going to the Blue Jays, I think, really shakes up that AL East. I think that makes them the clear favorites once again in the American League East that I thought they were at the beginning of the season. In fact, I picked them at the beginning of the season to go to the World Series. Still have seen nothing to fully dissuade me of that, but if they get Rodon, that pretty much cements it for me. Houston, Yankees, and Blue Jays would be the favorites in my opinion. Where's the Eovaldi going to land? I would have thought he'd been the other piece going the other way in the Hosmer deal, but he's not. Eovaldi, I think, might end up going to a team like Philadelphia if they eat some of that deal, that kind of thing. The Mariners are not trading Ty France. He just got an injury issue. Has the Cards done anything yet? They did go out and make the trade for Jose Quintana. Astros can fix Will Smith. They have a history of doing that. True. What kind of haul Rodon would bring back? Well, I was mentioning with the Blue Jays, I'd expect maybe a Relvis Martinez and Tiedemann, maybe another piece as well. That'd be a fantastic haul for a rental. I'm not worried about how far they're back in the division. Like the Yankees can take the division as far as I'm concerned because of how far back right now the Blue Jays are. But the Blue Jays are climbing in the standings. They've gained, 5 or 6 games on them in the past, 3 weeks, something like that. I'm not saying they'll catch them for the division, but I'm saying in the postseason, I would take the Blue Jays even on the road against the Yankees. What if Soto signs with the Dodgers in 3 years? I don't think there's a prayer of that happening. At least right now. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Blue Jays are coming. Bob Nightingale just tweets out the asking price for starters Carlos Rodon, Tyler Mahle, and Noah Syndergaard remain sky high, rival team executives say, with some contenders already bowing out and of the bidding and standing pat. Wow. Soto and Trey reunite in LA next year? I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Electrify. But if I had to guess, Trey Turner actually goes back to the East Coast. There's already rumblings about that happening. Maybe Philadelphia, Boston, New York could all be a fit. I'm following this starting pitching market pretty closely right now. Nothing yet. Just people talking about it so far, but Thor and Iglesias are of interest for the Jays. Any Dodgers deals that might get done? Nothing on the horizon at the moment. We'll see if they get closer to the deadline, if they're interested in pieces like Ian Happ and Robertson enough to part with top prospects for them. Trey's not going to the Cards. Sorry. I think that'd be a great get for them, but I don't think he's going there ever. We got our spammer back. And now he's gone. Do you think Soto is a free agent in 2 years? Do you think he will go somewhere else? No, I think he's going to end up signing a massive extension this offseason. Expect at the winter meetings the Padres are going to want to make some big move. That big move is going to be a massive extension for Juan Soto. I'm expecting $500 million over 10 to 12 years. So that'll be a great contract for him. Pablo Lopez is the other name of note for right now for the Dodgers. Still wonder if the Blue Jays, or excuse me, if the Marlins are going to end up moving him or if they'll wait till next year. 2.5 hours left until the deadline right now. I don't think he'll turn down Dodgers mega bucks. I just think he's going to accept the Padres mega bucks. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the new subscribers. Favorite team, the Rangers. Rangers are the best left-handed reliever on the market, Matt Moore. Appreciate all you guys joining us. Do you think the Blue Jays would sign Soto? No. Your team stole my Seager. Yes, we did, and we might steal your Turner, too. The Rangers, to me, are the dark horse team in the Trey Turner sweepstakes. He's exactly the type of hitter that Chris Woodward is constantly talking about getting. He would fit great in that lineup. Probably move Seager over to third, Josh Young to left. But he's the Rangers are the dark horse team, in my opinion, in the Trey Turner sweepstakes this offseason. Why do you think Josh Hader got traded away? I think because of the package that the Padres gave up was mostly major leaguers, plus a good prospect. We stole your Simeon, yeah. I wouldn't say he's trash. He's been very bad as far as handling that bullpen the last month, 2 months. Yuck. Subs right now, we are up to 612. Thank you guys very much. Dodgers, I don't think need to replace Kimbrel. He's just fine right now, and other options that you have back there aren't as good if you do bring in somebody. Huh? Matt Moore is going to replace Kimbrel? Are you nuts? Matt Moore is a great reliever this year, but he's not Craig Kimbrel. Matt Moore does have 2 saves, both of which coming this year. Cronenworth is staying put in San Diego. No worries there. Christian Vasquez, in his first comments with the Houston Astros, it was a tough day yesterday, but I'm really happy to be a member of the Houston Astros. Apparently, him and Maldonado go way back. We'll see how much success he has there. What, the Kimbrel for Matt Moore thing? That was Itai's comment, not my idea. Do you think Kyle Tucker gets an extension with the Stros? Absolutely. Will Bo Bichette ever get traded or Vladdy? Not right now, but don't ever say never on players like that. They're still very young. San Diego is stacked, but they're not the division next year. Okay. Not sure what you're trying to say. I still think San Diego is going to be right there. Dodgers' time is about another year or two. After that, I think the Dodgers are going to start to run into some issues. I do like the Chris Martin get. When he's not injured, he's a good pitcher. Drury would be a nice get for the Dodgers. I don't think he's going to go there, though. I think Drury's going to end up in Seattle. The Red Sox apparently were not on Hosmer's 10-team no-trade list. Therefore, they did not need to get approval. Washington Nationals are acquiring slugger Luke Voit from the Padres. That's a little surprising. Maybe he's the fill-in for Hosmer in that deal. A little bit surprising. So that Soto deal is still unfolding. Why do I think the Dodgers run into issues? Because they keep buying all these players, trading their top prospects, and not re-signing them. Max Scherzer, Trevor Bauer hasn't been able to perform because of his off-the-field issues. Trey Turner could be gone. They lost Machado. They lost Seager. They got poor performance from Tucker or from Turner and Muncy. So I think the Dodgers' time is the next 2 years to really get something done. After that, they're going to start to run into some issues. They'll have Mookie Betts. That's a great player, don't get me wrong, top 5 player in the game. But what else are you going to have after that in a couple of years? They'll still have Buehler. They'll still have Urias, I believe. They'll still have good pitching. But I think they'll be right around 500 team as opposed to the class of the division. Which Turner? Trey Turner. He's free agent at the end of the year. Yep, looks like Luke Voit was the final sweetener to get the Juan Soto deal done. So the final tally on that trade, it sounds like, is going to be Luke Voit, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, and Sosuna for Juan Soto and Josh Bell. Welcome in, Dylan. Phillies are pursuing Brandon Marsh. Yeah, but again, I wonder if they have the ability to do so if they're not giving up the prospects for him. Yeah, they do have a supply of minor leaguers, but they traded away their best starter, in my opinion, in Josiah Gray last year. They have depth at catcher anyway. Chris Taylor's still there. I do like the Dodgers' chances, like I said, for the next 2 years. After that, mark my words, they're going to have some rocky shores ahead if they don't fix their ways. Twins beat reporters seem to be buzzing with significant deal imminent. Woo! Melia Rodon. As a Twins fan, I'd love to see that. Who do the Mets have to sign next year to keep them? And can Steve Cohen afford to sign them all? And will he? Cohen can afford to sign all of them. That's the first question. Will he? Absolutely. If they say yes. Who's the most likely to be released? I hope not DeGrom. No. The only way DeGrom ever leaves if it's because of injuries and the team just isn't willing to give him that contract. But DeGrom is still a great pitcher, but he hasn't pitched since July of last year. Mets are going to add a DH, so don't worry. They're going to add some bullpen and a catcher. They'll make a move. I really want to see what the Twins have going, though. Levi Weaver, the Rangers beat reporter, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many digits does Luke Voigt hate? How much does Luke Voigt hate Eric Hosmer right now? I would say 10. Because Eric Hosmer said no to going to the Nationals, he had to be involved in that deal. Yikes. Every player has their price. Well, why didn't you sign Scherzer? Why didn't you sign Seager? You lost Kenley Jansen. Your bullpen isn't as good as it used to be. Your starting pitching depth isn't there. I'm not saying you're not a good team this year. I think you are. I still think you're the class of the NL. I think you got some choppy waters ahead of you, and I don't think y'all are recognizing that. Nothing imminent. Okay. Well, darn. I was really hoping we'd see something there. Trey will go next year. I think he's going back east. As I mentioned, the Rangers are a dark horse team. Didn't want to be a Dodger, sure. Okay, now you're just making stuff up. Where was Seager favorite to go to the Rangers all off season long because he had wanted to go there 3 years before? Let's slow down there. Well, they're talking about him going to the Phillies. That's what John Heyman just sent out. Thank you, Wyatt. Jeff Passan just sent it out, though. Brandon Marsh is going to the Phillies. Rosenthal tweets out that the Reds are in serious discussions with the Twins for Tyler Mahle. Sounds like that might be the move. Couple of moves coming in here. Phillies getting their guy in center. Curious to see what they ended up giving, though. Maybe they moved a couple more of their hitting prospects as opposed to the pitching because they did not want to touch those pitchers. Well, don't say it's an L trade yet. I mean, Marsh had a good value for them. Who's they? Oh, the Dodgers? Well, Logan O'Hop was the guy going to the Phillies, or from the Phillies. He was one of the 5 names that the Phillies did not want to give up. I thought that maybe this might change. Sorry. O'Hop was one of their top prospects they did not want to change. He's the trade. He's the top catcher in their system, the number 3 prospect. Do I think the Cardinals will make the NLDS? No. At this point, I don't think the Cardinals are making the postseason. This move by the Phillies pretty much locks up the final wild card spot in the NL. Cardinals, I think, are clearly on the outside looking in now. Dodgers making the World Series. They're one of 4 in the NL that I think could. I don't think they're the clear favorite, but I think they are the favorite. Just waiting for the return on the Marsh deal. Might be a 1-for-1 trade by the looks of it. Double-A catcher Logan O'Hop going to the Angels. Surprising they didn't go after pitching there. Angels need pitching. I think they spent every single draft pick on pitching in the draft about a month ago. Do you think the Padres could make the World Series? I do. Yeah, Marsh was great last year. Not quite as good this year, obviously. Talks around Pablo Lopez are imminent. We'll see. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the likes and subscribes. Thank you for the like. Mets get Darren Ruff. That'd be a right-handed compliment. They go cheap. Maybe JD Martinez isn't going to be moved to the Mets if that's the case. I don't think he regrets that contract with the Angels. I think he's very happy staying in with the LA Angels. Phillies get Marsh, but backed off on Noah Syndergaard. Maybe they're going to go a little bit cheaper at the starter spot. Cubs fans, watch out. Drew Smyly, Red Sox, Walker Hill, Reds, maybe Mike Minor. Keep an eye out there. Ruff to Mets, I think, does fill that right-handed compliment. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Yeah, Twins and Maley. I told you they were the hottest team after him. Looks like they might finally get their guy. With JD Martinez to the Blue Jays, or who else is the best player the Jays could net? The Blue Jays like to deploy Kirk as the designated hitter. I don't know. Might have been the TV, honestly, in the other room. Cotillo says, Chris Cotillo, the Red Sox reporter, says Christian Vasquez said the door is open for him to return to the Red Sox in free agency this winter. J.D. Davis for Darren Ruff makes sense. Thank you, Lucas. And prospects. Okay. Joel Sherman tweeting that out. Looks like there's a lot of momentum around Tyler Mahle right now to go to the Twins. Phillies have just made another trade. They've acquired David Robertson from the Cubs. Good move there for Philadelphia. I told you he was going to go back to the East Coast. Curious to see what kind of return he gets. Getting close to the trade deadline. Names are going to start flying quickly here. Darren Ruff goes to the Mets. Robertson and Marsh go to the Phillies. Astros, I think, will get another reliever. I don't remember if he was in the league last year, honestly. He was on Team USA to start the season and then signed that contract with the Cubs. Looks like 3 prospects are going to the Giants in that Darren Ruff deal. That's a big return for Darren Ruff. Seymour and Schwack. What deal are the Blue Jays that would do if any of the players they are targeting? I think Happ and Rodon. What did the Phillies give up for Marsh? That was their number 3 prospect in O'Hop. Giants need to keep selling going. Yes, they do. They got some pieces to move, and it sounds like they're finally moving them. I'd expect a Carlos Rodon deal before the end of the day, though. Maley to Twins final. I'm hoping so. Twins need a starter. Yep, John Heyman just has it. Awesome. Little bit of a Twins fan. They really needed a starter. Their starters got rocked in San Diego a little bit. The addition of Jorge Lopez, the addition of Maley here really strengthens that team for me. Really like where this Minnesota Twins team is headed. Now maybe they can go for maybe another back-end starter piece, maybe another bullpen piece, or an outfielder. South Dakota originally, but I've been in Texas for like 20-something years. Could the Dodgers trade for Contreras, play him at DH? No, I don't think that's a possibility. Contreras just doesn't fit with where the Dodgers are. They don't need Contreras. Welcome in, Robert. Appreciate you joining us. I wonder what the return is for Robertson. Still waiting on that return as well. Can't be too great. That's 4 pieces for Darren Ruff, though. That's a lot. Nick Black and Carson Seymour are A-level pitchers, along with J.D. Davis and Thomas Zepecki. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but 4 pieces for Darren Ruff. Come on, Electrify, knock it off. Is Ryu even playing this year? I don't think so. I haven't checked anyway. Favorite MLB player? I don't really have one anymore. Most of my favorite players are retired or aging. Nelson Cruz was one of my favorites, but not anymore. When's the deadline? 5 East. Or 6 East, anyway. I think it's 5 East. I can't remember. 2 hours, 10 minutes left. Yep, that sounds right. 2 hours away, we're going to see a lot of movement here with relief pitching. Baseball America had the Logan O'Hoppe, the prospect going back the other way. To the Angels, anyway, was the number 89 prospect out of their top 100. 6 East, yeah. Your 2 favorites, Altuve and Ramirez. Ramirez is pretty darn good. South Dakota originally been in Texas for 20 years. I'm waiting to see what the Twins return, or what they gave up anyway. They made a great deal last year, reinvesting that Jose Barrios deal, Simeon Woods Richardson, and Austin Martin, now 2 of their top 4 prospects. We'll see if one of them moved in this deal. Ben Brown is going to Chicago in that deal for David Robertson. Welcome in, Cool Story. Deal for Maley includes Spencer Steer, Christian Strand. Wow. That's not any of their top 5. Wow. That's impressive. If they got Maley without giving up one of their top 5, what are the Reds doing in that deal? They must really like a couple of their prospects. I understand Steer's close to the majors. He's slugging .528. Maybe they view him as their second baseman of their future. They got Marte and Arroyo the other day for their third base and second base, or third base and shortstop positions. Yeah, Ben Brown for Robertson. We saw that one. Well, yeah, it's all junk, but they're getting lottery tickets. 3 lottery tickets for Darren Ruff is a lot. 2 hitting prospects and a pitching prospect going the other way. Thank you for the subscribe. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Deal is pending medical review. Rangers beat reporter saying they were in on Maley, but not at that price. Ketel Marte to Dodgers. That'd be interesting. He was a good piece a couple of years ago for the Diamondbacks. He's a $5.5 million contract, I believe. He'd be a great platoon player option for the Dodgers. Who's your favorite pitcher of all time, or 3 of 5? Greg Maddux would be in that mix. Pretty much the Braves 3. Pedro's up there as well. I don't know, never really thought about it, but those would be up there. Those would be a few of the guys up there anyway. Thank you for the like and the subscribe. Appreciate you guys joining us. Reds have been large sellers, not just this weekend, but this year. Think back before the season started, they traded away Jesse Winker, who some believed was the second best left fielder in all of baseball. I still don't see the deal for Marte yet. I was beginning to wonder. Thor almost done with the Jays after the Phillies drop out. Makes sense that the Syndergaard would go there. Thank you for the like. Really appreciate it. Thank you, all you guys who subscribed and liked and joined this chat. I set this to subscriber only with a minute delay after subscribing so you guys could chat just because we had some spammers. But you guys have really joined and contributed a lot, made this really work out. So thank you guys for joining us. You didn't want Corey? Ha. You didn't want to pay that price and have to pay for Turner. Well, now you're going to have to decide, pay for Turner. Is this my full-time job? No, but if I keep getting this many subscribers every day, I will. I try to put out a ton of content as often as I can. Where am I from? Right now I'm in Texas, about an hour and a half east of Dallas. Checking on some of these other trades real quick. That Tyler Mahle trade with the Reds, really good get though for them. Really good trade for the Twins. I think it's 5 Central, 6 East. Rangers fan, yes. Twins fan, yes. Dude Perfect. I've seen the Dude Perfect with the Dallas Stars anyway. Best free agents this year? Who are they? Well, it's the shortstop class yet again. Trey Turner, Xander Bogaerts. Carlos Correa is expected to be a free agent. Rodon's expected to hit free agency. You say you'll pay Turner, but you said you'd pay for Jansen. You said you'd pay for Seager. You said you'd pay at least compete for Max Scherzer. I think you gave away all 3 of them. Hold on here just a second. Nope, that's a fake account. Never mind. You think the Yankees make more moves? Yes. Welcome in, Javi. I do think the Yankees are going to get a bullpen piece. I still don't like them nearly as much as I do the Blue Jays going forward. I think the Blue Jays got them in the postseason. How many years will Soto get in the offseason? I said about $500 million, maybe 10 to 12 years, depending on what they can hammer out. Is Jordan Walker the real deal for St. Louis? Yes, he is. Mets bringing back Wilmer Flores would be a good piece for them. Another bench-type player. Shouldn't cost a whole lot. Favorite player as a kid in baseball or in general? In general, it'd be Dirk Nowitzki. Still is my favorite. But in baseball, who's my favorite as a kid? I really liked In the summer of love, 1998, you had to pick either McGuire or Sosa, Griffey or Bonds. I was a Sosa guy, but he was not my favorite player at the time. I really liked Chipper Jones. Do you think the Cards will get Rodon? No. Rodon, I think, is destined to go somewhere else not named St. Louis. That's a polite way of saying, St. Louis, you're over your head again. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Good trade, though, for the Reds. It sounds like they got a lot of top-end performers out of that Twins system. Twins still have their top-end guys up at the top, though, but the Reds apparently did well in this deal. Appreciate you guys joining us. MLB trade deadline in about 2 hours now. Got our subscribers up to 621. Let's see if we can get it up to 650 here by 3:30 Central. Tell your friends. Let us know where you're watching from. Thank you very much. Bobby Miller's stud will be a great pitcher. Cartaya is a very powerful hitter. The Dodgers have a good future. Cartaya is not going to be part of your Dodgers future. Get that out of your head. Yeah, the Reds still have a lot of pieces to trade. Junior was your favorite player. I did like Ken Griffey as well. Nick Castellanos to Dodgers. That would not be a good thing, at least during the season. Maybe afterward, he would fit nicely into that left field mix for them. Betts staying in right. Phillies get off of a little bit of money and maybe take off the contract of Trey Turner going the other way. Not in the trade, but they signed Trey Turner outright. Now, wouldn't that be something? Dodgers fans would be very furious if they lose Trey Turner to the Phillies in free agency and then still save the Phillies money by taking on Nick Castellanos. I do still like the player, Nick Castellanos, but things have not gone well in Philadelphia. Why won't Cartaya be a Dodger in the future? Because he's a catcher. They already have catcher already locked up for the next several years. Cartaya is their #1 trade piece here at the deadline that they would be willing to move anyway. So there's your explanation. Cartaya will be traded at some point, either this trade deadline or in the offseason. They just drafted a catcher in the first round, so they have more catching depth coming behind him as well. Joel Sherman just tweets out the Juan Soto trade is now official. Who do I think will win the MVP? Aaron Judge in the American League. National League, Austin Riley's made a name for himself the past couple of weeks. Juan Soto deal is indeed official, so the deal itself, Juan Soto and Josh Bell go to the San Diego Padres in exchange for Luke Voigt, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, and Susana. Fantastic deal for both teams. Pirates cleaning out a lot of their farm system, but they only give up about 6-7 pieces. They still have pieces to trade. They're still in on Contreras. I expect the Padres to try to finish off this team, get a catcher in there, maybe another outfielder. They did trade away Ruiz in the Hader deal, another bullpen arm. They do have the trade assets now to go do so. If you're wondering, well, what after this? Do they really have anything left? Yes, Capusano is still there. He's their #2 prospect. Mears, who began the year as one of their top prospects, has not had a good year, but he's still there. He was rumored to be a piece that could have been attached to Hosmer's deal to make it palatable. They kept Jackson Merrill as well. They have Rosario, Kinnear. Padres do have a lot of potential here. However, they did trade away a young starter, so the locking up of Joe Musgrove is really good for them. So it solidifies themselves going forward. The Dodgers will have a great future. Dustin May, Walker Buehler, Bobby Miller, Ryan Pepino, Tony Gonsolin, Urias, etc. For batters, Will Smith, Miguel Vargas. Not buying Vargas, Gonsolin, Peppo, Miller. You guys are counting way too much on prospects. Do you think the Padres are done? Absolutely not. I think they're going to add a couple more pieces here at the deadline. Still got a couple of hours left here. Mets back in contact with the Cubs for Contreras. I think Contreras is now going to heat up with the Padres. Well, yeah, Outman's had 2 days of impressing you. Let's slow down. The Outman for president talk. Come on now. If your organization can get 1 out of every 4 prospects to hit, you're doing good. Expecting 4 out of your top 5 to hit is a little unreasonable. Yep, the deal is official. Looks like there weren't any extra pieces added on. It's Soto and Bell for Voit, Abrams, Hasselwood, Gore, and Susana. Wow. That's a major trade. Not quite as big as I thought it might get, but that's still a massive haul for the Nationals. I really like the pieces they got back. Let's see if the Dodgers counter it now that the trade is finally done. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. We'll be going through the MLB trade deadline today. Got about 2 hours left of that, and then we'll go about another hour afterward just in case something does break late. Looks like the Mets are done adding bats now that they're focusing on relievers at this point. Oh, come on. Y'all Dodgers fans are a little bit out of hand. Had to settle down the Yankees fans earlier. Educate them a little bit. Dodger fans, y'all are still a good team. Enjoy it while it lasts. That's all I'm saying. Y'all have had a great run for, 6, 7 years now? 10 years? Who do you think Carlos Rodon will go to? I'm still on the Blue Jays bandwagon. Until the Syndergaard deal is finalized with the Jays, I still think the Blue Jays are the best bet for Rodon. Twins, I think, should go get an outfielder. Oh, come on. Look at you guys. I say Outman for president as a joke, and you guys are like, oh, yeah. What's your forecast for the Cincinnati Reds? I'm assuming it'll be ugly for at least a couple of years. Yes, it will, but their future looks very bright, especially up the middle. Good prospects at second, third, and short now. I worry a little bit about their pitching prospects, but they've got Hunter Green, Jeff McNeil for president. Come on now. Y'all are pretty funny. Maley to Twins. Welcome in, Reed. Appreciate it. Wilson Contreras, we just touched on that a little bit, that the Soto deal is now complete. I expect the Padres to turn their full attention to catcher right now. Catcher and bullpen, thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Do you think the Cards will do anything? No. I think they might get a bullpen piece and a back-end rotation option, but I think they're not going to make the postseason at this point. Welcome in, Brain. Do you think the Twins could possibly get Jock or Rendon? I think Jock is a possibility. I think they'd have to go more towards the top end of their prospect pool to get Rodon, but that would be a very boss move for the Twins to go out there and get Rodon. I think he would be a great pitcher for them. Plus, they have Carlos Correa this year. That might convince Carlos Correa to stay with the Twins, sign a very long-term deal with them in the offseason. Might even get them playoff victory as well. That's kind of what I'm hoping for there if I'm a Twins fan. not stop at melee, but still keep on going. I like the moves they've done, already addressing their pitching. Jorge Lopez earlier today from the Baltimore Orioles. Phillies have designated Odubel Herrera for assignment with the acquisition of Brandon Marsh. He may go unclaimed. We'll see. Padres are going to get in on one of those catchers, that's for sure, Kim. Thank you for joining us, though. Appreciate it. Thanks to all you guys for joining us today. Got about 2 hours left here before the deadline, a little under that anyway. Happ of the Chicago Cubs, Contreras of the Cubs as well, are expected to be traded at some point here today. They're both currently in the lineup, as AJ says, but of course that can change. Thank you guys very much. The Soto deal is now complete. Joey Gallo has also been traded by the Yankees to the Dodgers for Clayton Beeter. Thank you guys very much for joining us. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Expect the relief arms to start flying off the board here in the next 20 minutes or so. We're now under 2 hours. That's when the relievers really start to move. Some of your best options out there: Gregory Soto, Matt Moore, Chafin. Robertson has already been dealt. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the support that you guys have given us today. Really appreciate all you guys over the past couple of days. We gained a bunch of subscribers on Sunday. We gained a bunch more today. I think we've gained over 200 today. Haven't checked in on that count in a while. Yep, that's 623. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for helping out. Nats General Manager Mike Rizzo is at the podium. He's had to do this a few times, address the media after a disappointing situation. Royals are beginning to scare you. I know you're hoping your Royals do something, but they don't have a whole lot to sell. Do you think Chafin will go to the Guardians? I actually think he's a candidate for the Mets or Yankees more than anybody else. What's your take on the Angels trading Ohtani? I know it ain't happening today, but do you think they should trade him? I think they should have traded him at the beginning of the year, but that's just me. As it stands right now, the Angels should definitely trade him at the winter meetings. It's too close to be able to get something done here before the deadline. But Ohtani should be traded at the winter meetings. He's going to want to play for a playoff contender year after year. That's why he signed with the Angels to begin with. He thought he was signing on with a good team on the up and come, especially with the prospects they had at the time. They had money to invest in other pieces. Just the starting pitching hasn't turned out. The signings that they made didn't work out either. Mike Trout has a back issue going forward. They're not going to be in contention. So they need to trade him, see what they can get. I think the Dodgers would be a great fit for him, possibly headlined by a package of May, Lux, and Cartaya. But that's the kind of move that the Angels need to make. Maybe flip him to New York, get a bunch of pitching prospects, Volpe, Peraza. That's the type of market that he's going to have to go to. There's only a few teams that are going to be in on Ohtani. Think of the coast teams. Think of the Mariners. Mariners just traded a lot of their prospect depth, though, in that deal with the Cincinnati Reds. So I don't see them being able to make that level of a trade with Ohtani. The Mets have done a lot. They've added a lot of different pieces. Not saying they've done anything of impact, but the Mets have added a ton of pieces right now. Vogelbach, they just made the trade for Ruff anyway. They're looking at Flores. They got, um, I'm missing one. But the Mets have had their fingers in a lot of different pies. They're looking at catcher. They're looking at relief help as well. Welcome in, we. Ohtani doesn't want to be a Yankee. I'll believe it when I see it. But thank you for joining us, Will. Thank you for joining us, we. Mets and Ohtani make a lot of sense, though. Twins have officially announced the MLB deal. Can you repeat Dodgers grades, I'm guessing? What do you mean grades? Did you miss anything? Well, you missed Maley to the Twins, Ruff to the Mets anyway. Robertson has gone to the Phillies along with Brandon Marsh. So we're starting to see a lot of moves trickle in here. Edwin Diaz is definitely the best closer this year. Looking excellent. They've won 8 division titles in a row. How much longer do you think this run is going to last? I think you're a little out of it there, Centro. John Heyman tweets out that the Giants are looking for big talent back for Carlos Rodon, last remaining certain top-of-the-rotation starter on the market. When Thor's at his best, he is too, but he's not going to command that level of deal. Welcome in, Gonzalez. Hi, Andy Gonzalez. The Dodgers traded McKinstry to the Cubs for Chris Martin a couple of days ago. They traded for Joey Gallo. They traded away Clayton Beeter. Looking to make a few more trades around the periphery as well. They're looking at Pablo Lopez, a starting pitcher. They're looking at Ian Happ of the Cubs. John Heyman tweets out that Pablo Lopez is not going to be traded without a big return. Yeah, the Mets were in there when he was brought over originally. Of course, that's a brand new group at the Mets front office. How would I rate the Phillies trades for what they had to give up? A+ so far. What do I think of the pieces that they got for those or in those trades? Maybe a B. Not yet, anyway. The Blue Jays, I think, have him as a fallback option if they're unable to get Carlos Rodon. I'm halfway wondering if the Twins are still on Carlos Rodon because they gave away 3 of their top 14 picks or 14 prospects to the Reds. I'm wondering if they're looking at the top of the rotation with Rodon. He definitely would be their game 1 starter. Will Phillies try for Rodon? They can try, but they're not going to get him. They're not willing to trade their pitching prospects, and that's what the Giants want for him. They want premium prospects back, and the Phillies don't have premium prospects to begin with, and they're still struggling to talk about their own top starting pitcher prospects that they have. So they're not going to get something done. Apparently the Yankees are at least received a few calls on Gleyber Torres. That's not happening, though. Phillies tried for Noah Syndergaard, but apparently have backed off. That's why they decided to settle for Brandon Marsh. So it seems like Syndergaard is going to go to the Jays if they're unable to get Rodon. Well, yeah, but you've been spending money like it's going out of style for years, and yet you still won't pay Corey Seager. You won't pay Kenley Jansen. You didn't pay Max Scherzer. And that's just within the last year. Who will the Phillies go for? I think they pretty much have done it now. They might add a back of the rotation piece. I think they'd like to, in a perfect world, to get Rodon, but I think they're going to get more of a guy along the lines of Drew Smyly. Thanks for the like. Appreciate it. Cards are looking at back of the rotation and bullpen. Everybody's looking at bullpen with less than 2 hours to go to the deadline right now. Thanks for the subscribe. Appreciate that. Up to 626 now. 24 away from 650. 12 minutes to go. Let's see if we can get there. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Thank you for joining us, David. Syndergaard to the Twins might make sense, but I think they're big game hunting now. I think they're strictly seeing if they can get Rodon and maybe an outfield bat, maybe a reliever, just to polish things off. I don't think they'll go for Syndergaard, though. I know there's plenty of time, but wouldn't it be crazy if Contreras isn't moved by the Cubs and instead sign him? It would be crazy, but I think the odds of that happening are less than 0. Who does Drew play for? Who are you talking about? Brandon Drury of the Reds? Is Brendan Marsh good? He can be. He's having a little bit of a down year. Last year he was pretty good, though. Philly's hoping for more of the former. Drew Smyly with the Cubs. He started the other night, I think, for them. And he's got like a $4 million option next year as well. So he's a cost-controlled type of guy. Anthony Castrovince having a little bit of fun with the Juan Soto trade, calling it the Luke Voit trade. Appreciate it, David. Thank you. Appreciate all you guys who have hit that subscribe button. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe and like button. See if we can raise those numbers up again as we get close to the deadline. We're about an hour and 40 minutes away now. We've already been live here for 6.5 hours, so thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you, Fernando. Appreciate that. Welcome in, Dylan. Happ and Contreras are in the lineup. Chance they aren't traded? 0. I think both are traded. Cubs are a dark horse for signing Ohtani in free agency. Maybe. The Cubs' financial situation is very curious. They traded away a bunch of their core because they said they needed to pare down their payroll and they wanted to reinvest it in their team. Well, they did a little bit, but then the team turns around and says, hey, we're interested in buying a Premier League team. In case you guys are wondering, those things are very expensive. That's $1 billion for a Premier League franchise. And yet the ownership group for the Cubs is interested in doing that? Yuck. If I'm a Cubs fan, that's what worries me. That's part of the reason why they lost their core, is because they wanted to make an offer for a Premier League team. I'm surprised Cubs fans haven't been a little bit more upset about that, honestly. But yeah, I don't see Ohtani going to Cleveland, or to Chicago, excuse me. Yeah, the ownership has treated y'all fans in Chicago very bad. I don't hate the Dodgers. I actually like Mookie Betts. I love Freddie Freeman. I love Trey Turner. Love Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler. Love all of them. But where's your future? Freddie Freeman's great now. What's that contract going to look like in 5 years? Betts looks great now, but of course is already starting to have his injury issues. What's that contract look like in 5 years? You say they have all these top prospects, and yet they still deal them away for players like Max Scherzer and Trey Turner, and they keep cashing them in. Yet they didn't keep Max Scherzer. They only had him for a rental. Trey Turner, if he leaves, they had him for a year and a half. They're trading away big portions of the future now. I do like the Dodgers a lot. I just wonder how much longer this window is going to be open. If I had to guess, we're probably looking a couple more years, and then we have to really start thinking about the future of where the Dodgers are going. Dustin May is probably going to solidify himself as a starter on that staff if they are able to hold on to him and not trade him away for Ohtani. Yeah, Sean Figgins in Dodger blue is a little weird. Yeah, they traded Yordan Alvarez to Houston. Kenta Maeda, they traded away to the Twins anyway for Brusdar Graterol. Maile is under control, I believe, through next year. Thanks for joining us, Joseph and Anthony, again. Appreciate you guys subscribing. John Heyman tweeting out about 10 minutes ago, yes, Pablo Lopez is a top flight starter too. Marlins won't trade him unless they get a big return. Soto deal is indeed finalized. So that deal, the biggest trade in MLB history, is done. Apparently the Brewers locker room is apparently in shock after the Josh Hader trade yesterday. As you might expect, Devin Williams speaking with Adam McCalvy, still in a little bit of shock anyway. They're bringing in a couple of good MLB players anyway, and Rogers, Ruiz, Lamet, plus a good prospect in Gasser. Jeez. Centro, say one thing bad about the Dodgers. Go. Can you say one? Twins should go all in for Lopez or Rondon. I don't know if I would go all in for Lopez if I'm the Twins. I just don't think he's a great fit there. I don't know, just something about it just doesn't feel like it'd work. But Rodon, I think the way he's able to take the ball, be the ace of that staff. Lopez, I don't think it immediately becomes the ace. You got to remember, fan is short for fanatic. So I understand the rose-colored glasses, but you got to be a little bit realistic at some point. Best reliever that got traded so far, Josh Hader. That's why I want to see if Centro can come up with one bad thing to say about the Dodgers. Something that isn't going their way. Second best reliever who's gotten traded so far, Jorge Lopez to the Twins. Third, probably David Robertson. Who do you see the Mets getting next? Chafin from the Tigers. If they're able to swing Soto, that would be fantastic, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I thought they were going to be able to get J.D. Martinez, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be able to get him after bringing in Darren Ruff. He's the right-handed complement for that DH platoon, I believe. I think he's a right-handed hitter anyway. I'm not sure if he's still a catcher these days, though. He's really resurrected his career in San Francisco, and that's about it. I know he's a good slugger nowadays. Who did Rays get? They got David Peralta a few days ago. They tinkered around the edges of their roster with the Mancini trade. They got involved in that 3-team deal. They're looking at catcher with Zunino out for the year. My eyes are on Sean Murphy for them. Okay. See how long it's been since I've watched Darren Ruff? I still remember him on his days with the Philadelphia Phillies more than anything else. Drury to Padres official. That would be a great get for them. Wow. Yep. I thought for sure that the Mariners would try to pony up for him. Welcome back, Brett. Welcome back. Cool story. Drury is indeed going to the Padres. That's a good get for them. Reds give him up. They still got a few more pieces to move. Yeah, but his power numbers are a lot better. That's why the Mets got him. And it's not like he's going to play every day. So let's settle down on, the hate for Darren Ruff. But Brandon Drury just announced going to the San Diego Padres. Now expect them to focus on catcher. Can literally play all over the diamond. Think of him and Jurickson Profar playing literally everywhere that the Padres need him to play. Does that mean Tatis plays the outfield? No. You're not moving Tatis because of Brandon Drury. You'd move Drury for Tatis. Well, it can't cost a whole lot, though, for Drury. Let's see what the trade ended up being. Still waiting for the return anyway. Welcome back, Glenn. I think if they get Rodon, I think they can at least win one round in the postseason. Do I think that they're beating the Blue Jays? No. Do I think that they're beating the Astros? No. Do I think they'd beat the Yankees? They might finally be able to shake that off of their block if they're able to get Rodon. I want to see what this return is, though. Top players on the block for the Braves to get. You got to think small if you're a Braves fan. Think bullpen pieces like Chafin, Matt Moore possibly of the Rangers. I don't think you'd have enough pieces to get Soto. You could get a bench outfielder, pieces like that. Centro, you still haven't said anything bad yet. I can't take you seriously until you say something bad about the Dodgers. Yuri's Familia is being designated for assignment by the Phillies. A little bit surprising there. Twins are looking great. Really like their potential here in the postseason, especially if they get Rodon. Just imagine getting a top-of-the-rotation starter at the deadline and a number 2 or 3. Padres are going crazy. Acosta for Drury is what you're hearing. I think I remember him. He was was he the shortstop prospect I was looking at a couple years ago? Yes, he is. That's a good lottery ticket. Remember how C.J. Abrams was their top shortstop prospect? Acosta was a nice sign out of a bonus pool anyway. He's having a little bit of a down year, but he's still in rookie ball. He's only like 17, 18 years old. Entered the season as a number 19 prospect a couple years ago with the international class. Signed $1.8 million with the Padres. Good move there by the Cincinnati Reds, investing in that up the middle talent. I don't think the Red Sox are ever going to do that. I think that's media around the Red Sox thinking that's what Keim Bloom is wanting to do. I still think they're going to try to invest in the team. They just spent a whole bunch of money on Trevor Story, so they're not exactly doing it the Rays way. Can we just end the season now and give the Pods the ring? No. There's still a lot of baseball to be played. Arenado and Betts, also the 10th best in baseball. Vogelbach is better from the left side. Yep. Darren Ruff is your right-handed complement. Vogelbach is your left-handed complement. And what did it cost you? Virtually nothing. Good job, Mets. The funny part is the Padres still have their number 2, They're number 4, 5, and 6 prospects, even after trading for Soto and Hader and Drury. You guys kept saying they'd be completely depleted after trading for Soto. Well, guess what? They're still going. Four v three. Okay, let's expand this a little bit since we're doing 4v4, I suppose. Like I mentioned, I'd still take the big three of the Dodgers: Betts, Turner, and Freeman this year. But after this year, Turner may not be there. Padres are going to have that core there for the next decade if they get the extension done with Soto, which I think they will. Padres out on Contreras? No, I think they're going to end up getting a catcher, or most likely Contreras. Padres trying to trade Myers, according to him, throwing a prospect, take him off their hands. He is on an expiring deal. If I'm the Rangers, I would definitely do it. I'm a Rangers fan, so hey, bring him on. We need outfield production anyway. Joel Sherman with that tweet, like you mentioned. That's a good catch, Joseph. But no, Dylan, the Padres are not out on Contreras. I think they're just trying to get as many deals done as they can, trying to solidify their future. Losing out on Acosta, I think, will hurt their future going forward, though. Do I think Trey next year will go to the Padres? No. I assume you mean Trey Turner. I think if he leaves, I think he's going to Texas where he could probably get a lot of money. I mentioned they're a dark horse candidate, but I think he's primarily going to go back to the East Coast. Phillies, Yanks, Red Sox, teams like that. What were the Dodgers thinking when they let be a Padres? That good enough for you? I'll take it, I suppose. I just want you to look at your team through a little bit less of a rose-colored glass. That's it. The Dodgers are good. I told you, they're still the favorite in the NL, in my opinion. With the addition of Drury, they're darn close with the Padres, though, right now. I understand you're a Dodger fan, but you got to understand that there are 30 teams in the league. It's not just Dodgers. As a Ranger fan, as much as I want to see the Rangers succeed, I understand that their left field is a black hole. I understand that the starting rotation needs some pieces. If I'm a Dodger fan, I would understand that my platoons haven't worked this year. I understand that the back end of the rotation is a question as we go down the stretch. I understand that the bullpen could use some help. I understand that the Joey Gallo trade is a big risk. Thoughts on the Drury trade from the Padres' perspective? I think it's a great ad for them. Another multi-position player, another Jurickson Profar type that they can move all around the diamond. They still have Kim there as well. I still think they could use an outfield bat. Josh Bell solidifies their infield. They're going to have an infield of Machado, Tatis, Cronenworth, and Bell. They still need a catcher, though. The platoons for the Dodgers this year have been terrible. What are you talking about? They've worked out in the past, yes. This year, no. Who's your MVP, Judge or Ohtani? That's not close. It's Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge has been that good. He's that much better than every other player right now in baseball. The Padres are still trying to get underneath the luxury tax threshold, very much so, because they know they're going to have to deal with that going forward with a Soto extension. That's why it looks like they're trying to save themselves from having that repeater tax in future years. NL MVP, at the beginning of the season, I would have said Paul Goldschmidt. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Austin Riley. He's been that good for the Braves. Freddie Freeman is up there as well, in my opinion. Freddie Freeman, one of my favorite players. But yes, for an entire league MVP, yeah, Aaron Judge clearly by far, not close. Sorry. Everybody else, distant second place. Will the Phillies get Rodon? No. The Phillies already did their shopping, I think. If they do get another pitcher, think along the lines of a very back-end option, maybe somebody that can move to the bullpen if he doesn't perform. But Rodon, if he moves, I'd expect – oh, come on, Central. That's it. You're done. Nope. Too much rose color for you. Alvarez is not in the mix. It's Judge, and it's Judge, and it's Judge. 1, 2, and 3, Aaron Judge, Aaron Judge, Aaron Judge. But as far as where's Rodon going to go, Phillies and Twins, I think, are probably the most likely spots at this point. Got to wonder if another team might step up the offer for him. Maybe your Dodgers could get in the mix. Don't think it makes sense long-term for the Dodgers, but hey, they got to answer the Soto deal somehow, and Joey Gallo was not the right move for them. I think we all can agree that giving Joey Gallo playing time in the Dodgers system on a platoon is the worst thing for his career. Cy Young favorites, I haven't paid too much attention to that. I'd have to do a lot more research before I give you an answer on that. Back-end starters, bullpen options. They just designated Juris Familia for assignment. Thanks for joining us, Tori. But Drew Smiley, Michael Walker, Rich Hill, pieces like that. Very back end of the rotation starters. Kurt Casale to the Giants. Okay. Kind of a nothing move for me. Get a little bit of depth behind the plate. Doesn't cost them a whole lot either. Mariners are going to have to fill in some holes as they have some injury issues right now. That's the biggest reason for that trade. Thank you guys for joining us. Up to 155 of you guys right now. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Deadline's about an hour and 20, hour and 19 minutes away. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already or the like, please do. Appreciate all the support we've gained today. Alonso MVP dark horse, possibly. Yeah, we just mentioned the Familia designated for assignment anyway. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. We'll be going through the trade deadline. Probably get you to about 6 or 7, about an hour after the deadline. Happ still likely for the Jays, if I had to guess. Dodgers are still in the mix. Astros still in the mix. Nothing's really changed as of yet on that front, at least reported publicly anyway. We're starting to see some moves. We got about an hour and 20 minutes now until the deadline, hour and 18. I'm curious to see if the Padres are able to offload some salary here with Will Myers. Maybe they have somebody take Kim as well. That would save them another $7 million. Bring in a low-cost option. Somebody who can play maybe right field for them. Maybe a right-handed complement for Nomar Mazara out and right. They could use a center fielder. What names could still be dealt in the next hour and a half? Quite a few. There's a lot of bullpen options out there just to kind of run down the list. of trade candidates before we started the day that are still left anyway. Wilson Contreras is tops on that list for catchers. Sean Murphy as well. Ian Happ of the Cubs. J.D. Martinez of the Red Sox. Syndergaard of the Angels. Eovaldi of the Red Sox. Drew Smyly. Michael Fulmer, Givens, Chafin, Moore, and those are kind of some of your relief options that are out there right now. Whit Merrifield, I don't expect to be moved. Carlos Rodon is officially on the trade market, but the Giants want top price for him. Welcome in, Jack. I think J.D. Martinez isn't exactly likely anymore for the Mets. I think them acquiring Darren Ruff takes them out of the Martinez sweepstakes. Got to wonder if another team is going to step up for him. Maybe if the Padres can get the Red Sox to eat the Martinez money, he might go there. They did give up their top prospects for Soto. We will probably see a bunch of deals reported after the deadline. That's why we're probably going to run about an hour afterward. Pay attention to us over the next couple of days, as well as we'll give you a breakdown of every single one of these deals. Wade Miley could be one of those types of pieces moved at the deadline for the back end of the rotation on some team. We mentioned Jock Peterson, a little bit on Wilmer Flores as well. Solano of the Reds is expected to be moved at some point. The A's have a couple of players left to deal. Ramon Laureano, their center fielder. Sean Murphy, their catcher. Nelson Cruz could be had as a very buy low option for some team out there that needs a designated hitter. Some more relievers. Barlow, Jimenez, Mantiply, Finnegan, and Bass we already saw moved, and Gregory Soto. Will the White Sox do anything? I don't expect so. I think they've done it by acquiring Jake Diekman. Maybe they get in there on one of these relievers, but there's a ton of them out there. Joey Gallo's been traded to the Dodgers already, so he's not on the market anymore. Some controllable starters are out there on the market, as well as Zach Plesac, Pablo Lopez, Tarek Skobal, but I don't see them moving. Maybe Pablo Lopez if the Dodgers really want to get frisky and do something. Martin Perez is on a 1-year, $4 million deal, so for some of these teams worried about luxury tax concerns, Martin Perez would be a fantastic option for them. He's down to a 2.51 ERA on the year. No, I don't think they'll add a bat. I think they've got enough bats. Now, could they use a contact hitter? Yes. So maybe they can get a contact hitter, but I think they're pretty much going to stand pat. They address their bullpen with Diekman. Maybe they get another bullpen piece. There's a couple of free first basemen on the market. Brendan Belt, Garrett Cooper. Keller of the Royals, the starting pitchers on the market. A fourth outfielder type, and Michael Taylor's out there. Jose Iglesias of the Rockies is also available. And as I mentioned, the Red Sox back-end starters, Rich Hill and Michael Wacha. No, Brandon Drury's actually been traded. He has gone to the Padres. He has gone for Acosta from the Padres. I was surprised that the Mariners didn't get him, honestly. I do like the prospect in Costa that the Reds got, though. They've really seemed to focus on middle infield talent here at the deadline. The Reds, one of the better sellers of this deadline so far. Made a lot of good moves. Yeah, just look at what the Padres have done. They've made a lot of great moves, bringing in Hader. They bring in Soto. They bring in Bell. They bring in Drury. Those are difference-making players that will serve the Padres well in the postseason. If Soto wanted it, I think they would give him 6, but that would have to include this year or next year's contract in there as well. And you're probably looking more towards a 15-year deal, but I think you're looking more towards a $500 million contract that he signs. You think the White Sox would like to add Ian Happ and send Madrigal back the other way? Or go back to Madrigal? Maybe. Madrigal is the former top prospect. I think he was drafted number 4 overall at one point. He's at AAA right now for the White Sox, I believe. The Pods did fleece the Nats, honestly. I thought they would give up a little bit more. The Mackenzie Gore inclusion in that deal is what hurts a little bit. Luke Voigt didn't have to be in that deal originally. They were going to have Eric Hosmer going the other way, but that didn't work out. We're about an hour and 12 minutes away from the deadline here. Royals should be selling, I agree. Thank you guys for joining us today. We've been on here for about 7 hours now. Yeah, that's what I said. Casale trade was basically a nothing trade, a depth trade for the Mariners. Jonathan India, possibly. I don't think so, though. I think if you're looking for deadline moves right now, the biggest move that you're waiting on is Carlos Rodon. That move's probably going to have to happen here in the next 20, 30 minutes for it to get done. I don't think they'll wait all the way to the deadline. There's still too many good starters out there on the market that could move. Blue Jays still need to add somebody for that rotation. They're in on Syndergaard. I think he's their fallback option should they not get Rodon. Contreras and Happ are both in the starting lineup tonight. Thoughts? They both still could be traded, and I think they both will be traded. Teams that improved themselves the most today, though, the Twins adding Maile and Lopez, and they could even add Rodon as well. They aren't done yet. They could add an outfield bat. Padres, of course, their future looks a lot brighter with Soto. Prospects are prospects, but you're talking about one of the 3 best players through his age 23 season in MLB history in Juan Soto. In addition to that, you're also getting a top 10 first baseman in Josh Bell. Padres are going to look good. Well, the trades, you have to already have the trade call in by the deadline. That's why we're going to cover the trade deadline through about an hour afterward, just in case we see more moves happen. So it's not that you make trades after the deadline, it's just that they're announced after the deadline. Not to get into politics, but votes are still counted, or vote. You can still vote for certain during the time period that there is, say like 7 o'clock, wherever your time zone is, or whatever your local jurisdiction says. Then they count the votes. Just because they count the votes later doesn't impact one way or the other. It's still a vote. Now, whether or not you think there's other things going on, that's up to you. But no, you can't still trade an hour after the deadline. It just seems like it sometimes because those trade calls are placed beforehand. But those trade calls are still in the queue until they're all heard. All the medicals already have to be agreed to. You can't say, well, hold on, let me discuss the medical. No, it's either the deal is going to be consummated or not. Thoughts on Bellinger being shopped? I think he should be. Yes, Josh Bell, top 10 first base. I don't think that's an argument. I mean, he's hitting 305 with 15 home runs. A little bit of a lull here for major moves right now anyway. I think we've seen the biggest trades that are going to happen. In case you've been under a rock all day, Juan Soto and Josh Bell have been traded to the San Diego Padres for a package that includes Mackenzie Gore, Luke Voigt, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, and Sosuna. They traded away Eric Hosmer to the Red Sox and ate most of that money. And now the Padres just acquired Brandon Drury from the Reds for Acosta. And now they're looking to trade off Will Myers to save a little bit of money from the luxury tax. We'll see if they're successful. The Eric Hosmer trade literally just became official right now. Yeah, he would still be in the top 10 without his switch hitting. Switch hitting doesn't make him move up or down in that to me at all. Well, the defensive questions about Contreras were real. I still think that the Padres are very likely for Contreras if I had to pick a team. I think they would like to add another bat to that lineup. Barlow to Padres a possibility? Maybe. I assume you're talking about the Barlow from Kansas City, not Texas. What about the Royals and White Sox trade? I mean, it makes sense they're playing each other. They do it at least last minute. Matt Boyd traded to Seattle. Ooh, that's a nice trade. A couple of years ago, we would have thought Matt Boyd would have gone for a lot. This year, though, not so much. Curious to see what the return is. This will fill out that rotation a little bit more. Can the Cardinals be winners at the deadline by getting Rondon and Jock Peterson? Well, if they did both of those, sure, but they're not going to get either one of them. They have no need for Jock Peterson, and Rondon, Carlos Rodon is going to cost way too much. I'm sorry, Cardinals fans, you guys have been lied to a few thousand times too many. But I do like that trade of Boyd to the Mariners. Backs up that rotation a little bit. We're about an hour and 5 minutes away from the trade deadline. Thank you guys for joining us. We've crossed 630 subscribers. Really appreciate it. Sandy Leon traded to Minnesota for Ian Hamilton. Good catcher there. We had somebody saying that they wanted the Twins to trade for catching. Well, there's your trade for catching. I still don't think they needed to, but good on them for at least getting somebody in there, I suppose. Doesn't move the needle, though, in my opinion. For Ian Hamilton, I don't see him in the top 30 anyway. Welcome in, Equalizer. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Luis Robert for Ohtani? No. What are the chances that the Cardinals add a reliever before the deadline? I'd say 50%. I think everybody could add a reliever here at the deadline outside of the teams that are selling. Just kind of take your pick as to who you think you should go for. Matt Boyd is having had flexor tendon surgery and was rehabbing and has not pitched yet this season for the Giants. I still like that move, though, for Boyd. Are all the Padres moves the past 2 seasons too risky? No. They're not like the moves that they made years ago with Kimbrel, B.J. Upton, Justin Upton, that type of thing. This is a little bit different. They're making trades for players that have some control, it looks like, outside of Drury. The Soto thing, how often are you going to be able to trade for a guy like Juan Soto? There's only 3 players like him in history, Soto, Trout, and Ruth, that are off to his level of impact by his age 23 season. So you guys don't get too high or too low on these trades. A lot of these trades are going to help out both teams. I know everybody wants to rush to judgment and say we have a winner or a loser, but the Padres consolidate a lot of their top prospects. Prospects are prospects, and like I mentioned earlier, usually 1 out of every 4 is a hit of your top prospects at best. They cashed in a bunch of them, of course, in the hopes that Soto would be there for a long time. Deadline is in an hour and 3 minutes. 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining. Bad news for you Bronco fans. Wide receiver Tim Patrick suffered a torn ACL. He will be out for the year. A little bit of football news today. What about the White Sox bringing up Colson instead of trading for somebody. Possibly. I think the White Sox are going to mainly focus on the roster they have right now, though. The White Sox do have a good roster. They've just underperformed or been injured all year. If they get a little bit healthier, have a little bit more positive performance, a little bit more consistency, with the addition of Diekman to that bullpen should be a little bit better. Not all is lost for the White Sox. I still think they have an outside shot of getting into the postseason. Appreciate you guys joining us here at the Upside. We're about an hour away from the deadline. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. MLB Network announcing the Matt Boyd deal to the Mariners. Yeah, you could say that about a lot of teams. Padres are acquiring Jay Groom from the Red Sox in the Eric Hosmer deal. Groom was once a top prospect, one of the top left-handed starting pitchers at one time. Obviously, a lot older now. Seems like the Astros were being coy about their need for a catcher. Jason Castro is out for the season. He had surgery last week, but it was only announced today that the Astros are shutting him down for the season. Thank you guys for joining us again. Just to kind of recap where we're at. Juan Soto and Josh Bell go to the Padres. I try. I don't have a dog in the fight for a lot of these teams, so I'm just looking for, the biggest trade, objectively trying to see which team I think has a better chance to win. Obviously, the Rangers aren't going to be in the postseason this year, but next year, I think they'll be right there. I think they'll sign a starting pitcher. I think they'll sign a left fielder, and then I think they'll be off to the races with their young talent. I think the Astros are still going to end up getting one of the center fielders. If I had to guess, we'd still be looking at Ramon Laureano, although there's a couple other center fielders that are out there at the moment. They just traded Siri away, so maybe if they can't get Laureano, they pivot to a guy like Michael Taylor, who I think would be a little bit disappointing for Astros fans, but you need somebody to play center. Ramon's still pretty good. He's got some pop in that bat, still an athletic center fielder. Don't knock it too much. He's better than anything the Astros had. Yeah, he does. He does kind of fit the way they want to play, too. Well, yeah, Ramon's not the type of player you're going to cheer for on the opposing sideline. I mean, the PED things, the hustle plays, those kind of things. He has kind of an in-your-face kind of mentality, which for a baseball player is very rare. Looks like a couple more prospects are going to the Red Sox in that Hosmer deal as well. Max Ferguson and Corey Rozier. Man, that Padres farm system is getting a workout. Ferguson, at the beginning of the day, was the 14 prospect in the Padres system. He was 22-year-old. It's high A ball. Looking at his numbers this year for you Red Sox fans while it loads. Any chance Happ to the Astros? I think there is. They're in the mix for a center fielder. Happ would fit that bill. They now have one prospect left in the top 100, Campusano. I think Jackson Merrill will be in that top 100 as well. "60 minutes to the deadline." Joel Sherman puts out the list of names to keep an eye on here. Phillies have been in touch on Rodon. Here's the list by Sherman. Rodon, Martinez, Happ, Contreras, Eovaldi, Merrifield, Fulmer, and Chafin, sorry. Joel Sherman, Twitter. "I think the Twins need another bullpen arm. I'm so sick of blowing leads." Oh, they got Jorge Lopez back there. They got Duran back there. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. But I think the Twins could have another bullpen arm or in the works anyway. There's a number of them out there. Did Syndergaard go anywhere yet? Not yet. Apparently, the Cubs are not liking any of the offers that they're getting for Wilson Contreras. They're are contemplating anyway trading him or possibly tagging him after the season and getting a draft pick for him. We'll see. There will be a lot of deals in the last half hour. It's almost always bullpen-related deals. So a lot of these relievers that are still there, Givens, Chafin, Soto, Moore, Mantiply, Kennedy, Melanson. There's a million of them that are out there that could be moved. Fulmer and Soto to the Twins, that would be a hefty price tag. I think if the Twins do something, I think they're going to go after Rodon. I mean, it is a division rival, but I don't think it has too much to do with that, though. Leon from the Astros. He's a AAA player, 24 years old, hitting .236. I don't think he's a good future player. I think he's got a little potential, sure. But is he ever going to be a major league regular? No. All right, we're within 55 minutes of the deadline, guys. Boys and girls, I should say. Mets don't see Contreras being moved to them, at least at this point. I could have told you that, I don't know, 6 hours ago. Oh, wait, I did. How authentic are these reports from teams? Mets thinks the price is too high. Cubs not liking their current offers. Feels like a lot of posturing. The time for posturing is kind of come and gone at this point. We're less than an hour to the deadline. The time for posturing is gone. Now you're going to get the real offer from teams and be like, okay, yes, I want to trade this guy. No, I don't. I like the offers I'm getting. I'm not liking the offers I'm getting. The offer you're giving me is close. Add a little bit more and we'll get it done. You still have to worry about all the medicals still before you submit it to the league, before that trade call is placed. Trade Torkelson, that's not happening. Get out of here with that. I mean, he didn't have a great first half of the season, but he's still a very good player and has a bright future there with the Tigers. Hope you guys are buckled in. We're about to get a lot of trades fast and furious here. 53 minutes to go until the deadline. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN as well. Hit that like on the video. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for that like. Wilson Contreras landing spot. I've said all along, I think at Padres. I think the Mets aren't going to happen. Maybe the Rays, but I don't see them getting there. Yeah, I've actually got the Bleacher Report's notifications on at least, just in case they post something on there. But I'm not missing any headlines. So if you guys want to follow me here, I'll keep you all up to date as best as I possibly can. Try to interact with y'all as well. Ask your question. If you're curious about a prospect you may have never heard of, I actually have that page open. I know a lot of these prospects already, but every now and again, one will come up that I've never heard of. It'll be raised. Their catcher sucks. The Cubs will get Zunino. Zunino's, I think, in the final year of his deal. You're not getting Zunino back. Maybe for salary purposes, I suppose. Zunino is out for the year with injury, though. That's why they need a catcher. MLB Network really focusing on Wilson Contreras. He came into the day as the second best option to be traded according to MLB trade rumors. Ball back in the day, sure. How is C.J. Abrams doing this year? Well, he was called up well above what he was supposed to have been expected to do because of the injury to Tatis. So he still hit like 240 or something like that. Really presented himself very well. He needs some more time at AAA, so once he does, I expect him to really take off. Thank you for the like. What position do the Sox need, you think? Bullpen and health. Dodgers get Pablo Lopez and Garrett Cooper for Kataya and more official. What? I don't see it. Where are you getting that from, Itai? I know you got fooled earlier, but where are you getting that one from? That's about what I expected it to be, but still, where are you getting it from? That makes sense. Mark Feinstein says that they're making a push for Pablo Lopez. I don't see anything else on it. Sox don't need to get rid of Lance Lynn. He just pitched 6 shutout innings for you and is just getting back to healthy. Settle down there. Designated Familia and Herrera sounds surprising, but haven't been following him. Bad years? Yes. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Michael Kopech? No, they're not getting rid of him either. Sounds like there might be some momentum for the Dodgers getting Pablo Lopez. That'd be a great move for the Dodgers. It's up there. I wonder if the Mets have surpassed them, though, at this point. Mark Feinstein was the one who just said that the price on Pablo Lopez is understandably high, but they're making a push for him. Doesn't sound like anything's official. One of the beat writers. Yeah. I still wonder if another team's going to step out there and give the Giants what they're looking for. $49 minutes left until the deadline. Been doing this stream for 7.5 hours. I can tell you I'm starving at this point. For those of you who've stuck with us this entire time, hope you guys had some lunch at some point. Rosenthal to Brewers, that makes sense. That's kind of the reliever I was thinking they might get. Maybe not Rosenthal specifically, but I knew they would be looking at relievers. Do I think the Tigers trade Scoball? No, I don't think there's enough time to really work that kind of a deal. Looks like the Brewers might be done. Maybe they go after a bat. The Rangers, of course, still have some pieces to hold, or that they are looking to trade. Matt Moore, the best left-handed reliever. We should see a lot of relievers here in the last 47 minutes. I don't think they're going to deal Martin Perez. There's been zero talk around him. But of course, you never know nowadays. How many people had Corey Seager come into Texas before the beginning of the season? Thai food on the way here? Yeah, I would take anything at this point. I am absolutely starving. You think so? I like Lurie Garcia for more of a versatility guy than Harrison, but I don't know if you're actually seeing that news or if that's what you're hoping for. Pages, Cartaya, or both. That would make sense. More news that the Dodgers are pushing hard for Pablo Lopez. Well, he hits 220. Harrison's hitting what, 230, 240 this year? And that's with Harrison getting the majority of the playing time. Give Larry Garcia, and he's going to hit that playing time. He's going to hit 240. Y'all White Sox fans just can't stand Larry Garcia, can you? He's only been the model of consistency for you guys for the past 7 years since the trade from the Rangers for Alex Rios years ago. Who would Lopez replace in the rotation? I don't know if he would replace anybody. I think he would just allow that rotation to lengthen out. Yeah, Tony La Russa is going to be gone at the end of the season, even if they make the postseason, I think. Don't have to worry about that one. But I think that would allow, or acquiring Lopez would allow Kershaw not to have to be worked on as much or have to perform as much, stretch out his starts a little bit. Same with Buehler, same with Urias. And if the chase starts to get a little close down the stretch, the Padres and Dodgers could always circle back to going back to a shorter rotation. Are you typing something, Tross? You got blank messages there. The new White Sox coach will not be Ozzie Guillen. I think there's an outside chance that Joe Madden gets it. Are Cubs overvaluing their guys? I wonder if I've heard that before, like last year. Frank Thomas as the next White Sox coach? No, he has no interest in that. No worries. Joe Madden is getting old, but they just signed Tony La Russa, what, a year, 2 years ago? Madden still, at least he's behaves younger. I don't know if he actually is. Will the Cubs get these deals done? I think they'll get Happ done. I don't think they'll get Contreras. Unless San Diego circles back to them at this point. Welcome in, Ryan. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. I do think they got some bullpen pieces to move as well. I think it's a mistake the Cubs are holding on to him. I think they're expecting to get a good draft pick back when they lose him in free agency. I don't think they're going to try to extend him at this point. I think they'd like to, but I don't think they'd like to go too high above where they're at right now. Rodon staying put for now. I would agree. Seems like we're getting too close for that type of a deal to work out. Contreras picking up his stuff. Okay. Well, maybe we will get something happen. Dodgers are intensifying their talks for Pablo Lopez. I I've seen that a few times. Astros getting Merrifield. Okay. I haven't seen that, but that'll be surprising. I would like to see a Sean Murphy to Rays deal. That would work very well for him. Looks like the deals are about to start coming in. Hope you guys are prepared. Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll put out a whole bunch of short videos the rest of the week detailing the rest of these trades. Still waiting for the news on that Merrifield one. That's an interesting get for the Astros. Got to wonder if Taylor is a part of that deal as well. He would fill that center field void for them. Not that he'd be a great option, but he would be able to fill it defensively at least. Royals have been needing to make deals all day. They don't have a lot of pieces to trade, but he would be one of them. Yep. Jeremy Pena is part of the deal. What? The shortstop for the Astros is part of the deal going the other way? I got to see that to believe it. But yeah, CJ Abrams starting at AAA is a good call because, I mean, he doesn't have enough experience yet. He was playing above his head at major league level, still did decent, but he needs time to season. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Sounds like we might have a Whit Merrifield deal right now. We'll see what it is. Well, we cover all four major sports, the MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. We're going to cover a lot of the NFL over the next few weeks as well, since the trade deadline is about to pass. NBA coming up in a few weeks as well. They come back around middle of September, I believe. With Molina retiring, do you think the Cardinals may go after Contreras as a free agent? No, he's not their type of player. He's not a good defender back there, and I think they want defense primarily there at short and in center. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. A little bit of news out of the Mets. They're starting to talk a little bit about their top prospects. Got to wonder if there's something bigger on the horizon for the Mets. I still don't see the deal for Merrifield. Syndergaard finalists are indeed the Jays and Phillies. Phillies seem to have circled back to the Syndergaard sweepstakes. The deal with this was a scam. Yeah, I was beginning to think so. That's too big of a deal with Jeremy Pena being in it at this point. Yeah. But Morosi has the Noah Syndergaard pursuit down to two finalists, the Jays and Phillies. I wonder if the Jays, though, are working on Pablo Lopez or Rodon. The Dodgers are pushing hard for Lopez. Got to wonder if the Jays think they can get in there as well. Rodon would not go to the Red Sox in that type of a deal, mainly because that type of a deal would require the Red Sox to part with some prospects, and they've sold off some of their top pieces already. So that's not going to happen. Just saw I was looking for confirmation, but never saw about Pena. Yeah, I still see nothing. I think that's a bunch of hogwash at the moment. Thank you guys for joining us today. Gained a bunch of you as subscribers. Thank you guys for liking the video. We're watching the coverage of the MLB trade deadline. We're about 36 minutes left until the deadline. Expect a lot of the trades to come in fast and furious, and we'll cover them as quickly as we can for you. Just to kind of recap what's already happened today. Darren Ruff to Mets isn't completely done yet. I think it will be, though. The big news, of course, is Juan Soto being traded along with Josh Bell to the San Diego Padres for a package that includes 6 players: Luke Voit, C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, Robert Hassel, James Wood, and Susana are all going to the Nationals. A great deal for them, possibly the biggest trade in Major League Baseball history. Padres did not stop there. They acquired Josh Hader last night and Brandon Drury today. They sent out Eric Hosmer to the Red Sox, and they're in talks to trade away Will Myers by attaching a prospects. You don't see them going anywhere in the next decade. Okay. They only have another $50 million to spend this offseason and prospects to burn, but okay. The Phillies have made a couple of moves, acquiring Brandon Marsh from the Angels and David Robertson from the Cubs. Tyler Mahle goes to the Twins today for a package that includes 3 of their middle prospects as well. I do feel bad for Luke Voit being attached to that deal, as Eric Hosmer was originally scheduled to be a part of that deal. Because he scratched that, or because he turned down the offer to go to the Nats, Luke Voit had to be inserted into the deal to get it done. Twins also were able to get Jorge Lopez from the Orioles for 4 prospects. Great deal for both teams. Orioles get 4 lottery tickets in exchange for a great performing bullpen piece this year. Twins should really lock up that Central now, in my opinion. And apparently they're still looking to make a couple of other moves. Joey Gallo finally was traded by the New York Yankees out of New York. The surprising part, the Los Angeles Dodgers have taken him on. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't joined us already. Jake Lamb to Seattle. Who do you think gets Thor? If I had to guess right now, I'd probably say the Jays if they're unable to get Rodon or Lopez. Mariners fielding a 50-man roster? No, but they do need to fill in a bunch of injury holes at the moment. That's why they're able to make these moves. Jake Lamb going from the Dodgers to the Mariners. Dodgers looking to free up some space, it looks like. Jake Lamb is going to fit very well, fill in for Ty France for the moment. And he doesn't cost a whole lot. Literally sending away cash considerations. Good move for Seattle. Plus, this possibly frees up some room now for the Pablo Lopez acquisition now for the Dodgers. That's never going to happen. Pablo Lopez for Bobby Witt, never going to happen, ever, ever, ever. Thor to Jays. Let's see. It now appears the Dodgers are not in pursuit of Lopez, but at least 2 teams are trying the righty in the next 35 minutes. Source said it looked like it could come down to the wire before a deal is struck, or the Marlins decide to keep Lopez. Sounds like the Dodgers are not pursuing Lopez. Okay. Thor to Twins. Okay, somebody's going to get Thor. Who is it going to be? We got 1 vote for the Twins, 1 for the Jays. I saw a Phillies one earlier. Thanks for joining us, Vaughn. I am a Ranger fan. David Freese did, cause us a lot of heartache. Mariners acquired Jake Lamb. Thor traded to the Jays. Okay, somebody's getting Thor. Phillies or Jays is what they're saying. Okay. Is Thor the next piece to go? I still don't see a trade yet. But anyway, back down the rundown of the list of the trades we've seen already today. Darren Ruff is going to the Mets. That deal is not quite yet official yet for a lottery, a handbag full of picks or prospects anyway. Blue Jays addressed their bullpen, trading away Jordan Groshans for Zach Pop and Anthony Bass from the Marlins. The other day we saw Jake Odorizzi, yesterday anyway, saw Jake Odorizzi traded to the Atlanta Braves from the Houston Astros in exchange for Will Smith. Braves also acquired Adrianza from the Nats and Grossman from the Twins, I believe. Twins or Tigers. I can't remember which team it was a part of. Mariners also acquired Matthew Boyd and now have acquired Jake Lamb. Mariners trying to fill in a lot of different pieces right now. Brett Phillips was designated for assignment earlier. If he goes to the Orioles, that'd be a good get for them. Maybe that makes other pieces available. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got 111 of you guys right now. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. See how high we can get that number to grow before the trade deadline. We're about 31 minutes away from the deadline right now. We're getting close to 650 subscribers now. We're only 14 subscribers away. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the like. I just saw that. Thank you. Why would the Dodgers do that? They traded a starter for cash. If Jake Lamb is a starter on your team, you got bigger problems, so I wouldn't worry about that. But Pablo Lopez, apparently they're out of the running for him, according to Mark Feinsand. Of course, he is a New York-based reporter, so take that with a grain of salt. But Twins are big winners, in my opinion, today, getting Jorge Lopez, one of the best relief arms on the market. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. They also got Tyler Mahle. They're apparently in the running for Rodon, but sounds like he's going to end up staying in San Francisco, unfortunately. Really was hoping that the Rodon deal would get done. He had been a great ad for a bunch of different teams. Says Thor to Jays. Well, I haven't seen anything yet. Jock Peterson is expected to be moved, though. He is on the injured list right now, so don't expect it to be too exciting of a deal. Saw Kurt Casale also get traded to the Mariners. Frankie Montas was traded to the Yankees yesterday, along with Lou Trevino. Yankees also acquired Andrew Benintendi earlier, as well as Efros from the Cubs. All right, Itai, I don't know which sources you're following on Twitter, but you need to stop following those sources that are giving you those type of deals. I mean, they've been wrong more often than they've been right. Now that's a decent trade, though, Andujar and Torres for Lopez, but I don't see that happening. Why would the Dodgers do that? Yeah, we already talked about that. Thank you guys for joining us. The Tigers have some relief pitchers that they're looking to deal here at the deadline. Orioles are indeed getting Brett Phillips, it looks like. Stephen Kwan to the Yankees, that'd be a good get for them, but they already have 4 outfielders, so he doesn't really fit. Player to be named later or cash considerations, it will be cash. Sounds like the Dodgers want the roster spot. I'm curious to see if the Padres get the Will Smith or Will Myers deal done. There's only like 7 and change left on his contract, plus the $1 million next year if you decline the option. Everybody's trying to get their best Contreras deal out there right now. I don't think Contreras is going to move. They've held on to it this long. Sean Murphy is out there as a catcher. We will see a couple of catchers move. We've already seen Kurt Casale go to Seattle. Sandy Leon go to the Twins. Biggest improvement at the trade deadline right now on paper, Minnesota Twins, San Diego Padres. Those are your clear winners here at the deadline, in my opinion. Braves have tinkered around the edges, but haven't been a clear winner yet, in my book. I don't think they will be. They don't have the prospects to really pull off that type of winning move. Yeah, that was the source I had as well, Robert Murray. Thank you guys for joining us. We are now 27 minutes away from the deadline, inching closer and closer and closer to it. Time for these teams to make their trades, get them done. You got to imagine the next 10 minutes, you're going to really have the final negotiations between these teams, and then the final 20 minutes to get your medicals in order, and then they get the trade call in. Any catcher you see moving to the Mets, maybe a Yan Gomes, since they can't figure out the Contreras deal. He'd be a good get for the Mets. Good get for the Guardians as well, honestly. Yankees have been talking about Pablo Lopez, apparently. We'll see if that gets done. I told you guys, you Cardinal fans got your hopes up so high for Juan Soto. You didn't get him. So high for Luis Castillo. Didn't get him. So high again for Frankie Montas. Didn't get him. Your best acquisition is going to be Jose Quintana. Eric Haas to Mets. That'd be a good bench piece for them. Yankees are quiet, I think, because they've done most of their shopping. I think they're going to go out there and get a reliever, though. I like David Freese, the player, but yeah, I mean, he's not going to be my favorite player because of that, yeah. Soto or Fulmer to the Yanks? No. I think they're looking elsewhere, possibly at a lefty. Maybe Chafin out of the Tigers. Maybe Moore out of the Rangers. Pieces like that. Orioles are indeed getting Brett Phillips from the Rays. Sounds like the Yankees are at least talking about Pablo Lopez. Heyman says it would be prospects if it happens. Well, obviously. That would certainly help their rotation going forward. Red Sox are listening on Eovaldi and Rich Hill. Cards, Phillies, and Twins are all interested in Hill. So there you go. Those of you who are interested in the Cardinals. Pablo Lopez to the Dodgers. Mark Feinsand, I told you he was from New York. Maybe we get it, or maybe he gets it wrong. Or are you just hoping he goes to the Dodgers? I'm guessing just hoping. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the support. Thank you for the like. If you haven't already hit that like or subscribe button, please do. Well, yeah, think back to the deadline a couple years ago, or was it last year? I can't remember, where they got Lester and J.A. Happ. We're getting close to the deadline. We're about 12 people away from 650. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do. Mm-hmm. The Giants should have just chosen to trade people earlier. That was their downfall. That and they have too high of a price, I think, on Rodon. I think if they move him, they could get a pretty penny for him. What was the tweet from Hanser? I didn't think Merrifield was going to go anywhere. I was kind of surprised by that mention. Well, he already made the trade for some bullpen help. I still think he's going to end up with a bat. I still think Ian Happ is the most likely. Rodon isn't going to the Cardinals. Sorry, that's not happening. Think more along the lines of Rich Hill. Twins got Sandy Leon, yeah. Sounds like there might be a little bit of momentum on the Pablo Lopez to Yankees front. Maybe the Yankees were hearing that their starting pitching wouldn't be enough right now. Still don't think they have a second horse in that rotation, but they got some pieces that could be horses in another year or two. Yankees trying to beef up that starting staff. Garrett Cole can't pitch every game for you. Very few. Garrett Cole is one of the few that I think actually wanted to pitch there. Andy Pettit as well. Hitter's ballpark. I'm still leaning towards the Marlins keeping him, but this is a lot of chatter right up to the deadline for Lopez. Yeah, 20 minutes left to the deadline. Do the Yankees get much for Andujar? No. Yankees fans, stop saying Andujar is going to be worth something. He's not. He's like 28 years old. His last great season was like 2018, 2017, something like that. Knock it off. Had to educate y'all on Sunday about Andujar. Go back and watch that live stream if you want to hear about Andujar. Chafin for Andujar, not even close. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any truth to the Contreras packing up his stuff rumor? Not as of yet. I think we just saw him swinging and taking BP a minute ago on the MLB network anyway. See, told you guys from the beginning of the season they might run out of gas with their starting pitchers. Now here's some more from the Yankees, or from New York media, even saying that now. Yankees have had a fear. This is Joel Sherman. Yankees have had a fear about how Severino returns. If Tyone Cortez run out of gas as their inning pitch build, Lopez was one reason they got other work done yesterday. So to pursue something like this, plus lots of people still in Marlin organization who work for the Yankees and know the prospects firsthand. Thoughts on Padres getting Drury? Great get for them. Surprising he didn't go to the Mariners. Mariners, though, did get Jake Lamb. They got Kurt Casale. They're tinkering around the edges. Matt Boyd, their injuries, issues around that team, they'll hopefully be able to mitigate those with the additions they've made, at least until they get back J-Rod and Ty France. But no, I haven't seen any truth to the rumor that Contreras was packing up his stuff yet. He should. Red Sox deal has officially been announced with Eric Hosmer. We're now 18 minutes away from the MLB trade deadline. 18 minutes. Now remember, we're going to stay with you guys after the deadline for about an hour, as that's the time frame. Usually most of the other trades that are on that queue anyway for MLB are going to be announced. So keep it here to the upside for the next hour or so, as we'll keep you updated. Yeah, they don't ever pay anybody over $30 million. I don't understand why they got you guys so excited about getting Juan Soto. You are never going to invest $50 million, or excuse me, $500 million over a course of a long-term contract in a player of his caliber, even as good as he is. I think the Cards are indeed on the outside of that playoff picture looking in. Welcome back, Kenny. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please do so. Really helps us out. With 16 minutes left to go until the deadline, let's see if we can get this viewership back up. Oh, wow. John Heyman has another bullpen option going to the Twins. Michael Fulmer going to the Twins. Twins get another deadline acquisition for that bullpen. And now we're going to see the run on relievers begin. David Freese is retired. I don't care. I don't dislike the Cardinals. I think they're very well run. But anyway, Fulmer to the Twins. Curious to see what the return is there. Twins by far have upgraded the most in the American League. Curious to see if the Yankees can get the Pablo Lopez deal done. Might have them as one of the best winners of the day as well, with Montas and Lopez now in the rotation, if they get that done. If they don't, they still need bullpen help. JD Martinez, I thought he was going to go to the Mets, but they haven't moved him yet. We're 15 minutes away from the deadline. 15-minute warning. Twins are indeed stacking up. They're trying to make that bullpen as formidable as they can. Just imagine now if they announce Rodon to the Twins. Twins would have jumped from, hey, they're a playoff team, to, hey, they're a team that could surprise somebody, to, hey, now they're a considerable threat in the American League if they get Rodon. Do I think they do? No. Now, could they go out there and get JD Martinez possibly? That might move the needle a little bit. MLB Network going over old news. Gibson Long is going the other way to Detroit. Looking at their prospect pool, he was Gibson Long. I don't see him on their top 30. Maybe he's one of those risers that would have been higher on the board mid-season than he would at the beginning of the season. But I don't see him there. Will Judge test free agency? Yes, he will. Nightingale reports the Twins were seeking a second reliever on trade market. Get Michael Fulmer from the Tigers. That bullpen is looking very strong now for the Twins. Blue Jays improved their bullpen. Now it's up to them to improve their lineup and possibly their rotation. Thor is still out there. Jays are finalists for him. Can you see Judge in a Dodgers uniform? No. I'd see him more likely in a Giants uniform. Rangers are going to want an outfielder. They have $50 million to burn next year. But if I had to handicap it, I still think he ends back up in New York. The player and team just fit too well together. I just think the Yankees might not offer the same money other teams will. That'd be the only fear if I'm a Yankee fan, that he goes elsewhere. Got 13 minutes until the deadline here. Thank you for the like. Appreciate you guys. About 11 subscribers away now from 650. Let's see if we can get there. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Join our chat. We're 12 minutes away from the deadline. And remember, we'll keep it here with the upside, or keep it here at the upside. We'll follow probably about an hour after the deadline, just in case some of those deals trickle in at the very last minute. Joel Sherman, very serious right now about Pablo Lopez. I wonder if the Yankees really are trying for Pablo Lopez. Phillies are close on Syndergaard. The Philadelphia Phillies look like they're going to get Noah Syndergaard. Those of you who have not heard yet, Syndergaard has been on the market pretty much all day. The Jays, the Yankees, the Phillies were all at different points interested in him along with the Twins. But it appears the Phillies are going to get Noah Syndergaard. All is not lost for you Jays fans. There are still some starters out there on the market. Maybe you beat the Yankees to the punch and get Pablo Lopez. I'd be disappointed too if the Astros don't get a center fielder. I think they will, though. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. 11 minutes to go till the deadline. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. See if we can reach 650 here by the deadline. Yeah, we saw that one. Fulmer is going to the Twins. Right-handed pitcher, not lefty. Fine sand, mixing you up there, Stuart. Fine sand, of course, celebrating. It's only his second typo of the day. Well, Al Avila is not going to be around for too much longer on the Tigers anyway, so don't worry too much. Welcome in, Richard. Appreciate you joining us. Former starter, former top prospect. Could have gotten a whole bunch more for him when he was a starter. They had to transition him to the bullpen. Has become more of a fireballer out of the bullpen. Has pitched well for the Tigers this year. There's your scouting report. I think he sits around 98, I want to say, with his fastball. More headlines that the Twins, Cardinals, and Phillies are all showing interest in Rich Hill. So maybe the Red Sox tinker a little bit more with their lineup and that starting staff. We are now down to 9 minutes until the deadline. 9 minutes to go. Thank you for the like. If you just joined us, hit that like and subscribe button. We'll give you guys a breakdown of every single trade after the deadline is over the next couple of days. In-depth analysis, what each team got, who won the trade. No news on Wilson Contreras. It seems like they're going to end up holding him or end up standing pat with him. Phillies are indeed getting Noah Syndergaard. Just waiting for it to become announced. Cubs brass did a little bit of work today. They did move out David Robertson. They're looking at trading Contreras and Happ. They also have Givens to move as well. Jays, for me, could use a starter and an outfielder. Astros need a center fielder. The outfield for the Jays is pretty much set, but of course, that's when Springer is healthy. Springer is not healthy right now. What will happen with no trade? Well, Contreras will be tagged essentially, and then they will have basically like they did with Chris Bryant. They were hoping to get a better value in the draft for him than they did in trade. Passan reports the trade is just about final now between Syndergaard. That has Syndergaard going to the Phillies. No, that's not happening. John Heyman first Says Noah Syndergaard has been traded to the Phillies. Syndergaard to Phillies is now done. Noah Syndergaard fills in that number 5 spot in the rotation nicely for them. Goes back to the NL East, back to the East Coast. We'll see how he does there. Moniak and a prospect, you think, is the return? Former number 1 overall pick. That would make sense, but he's not necessarily the same prospect he was once upon a time. Still waiting for physicals to be complete. You guys are having too much fun with that Mitch White. Where do you guys keep hearing this stuff? Or are you guys just having fun with me now? Do you think Thor will pitch against the Mets this time around now that he will be with the Phillies? Yes. The Toronto Blue Jays are acquiring Mitchell White from minor league pitchers. Okay. Cardinals are acquiring Jordan Montgomery from the Yankees. Yankees should get a nice return for him. I wonder if this means that they are indeed getting Pablo Lopez. Those of you who are hoping to do better than Rich Hill, there you go. He got blown up the other day, but hey, he's still a good, controllable left-handed starter. Return is not yet known. Deadline is here in about 5 minutes, but remember there will be a lot of trades that will come out here after the deadline passes, as they will all be on the trade call, I am sure. Yep, Monty goes to the Cards. Michael Given has been traded to the Mariners. Yankees are getting Harrison Bader for Montgomery. So they do get an outfielder. Got to wonder what this means for Hicks going forward. There's 4 outfielders there right now. Maybe this means Yankees Pablo Lopez talks are not resulting in a deal. Joe Heyman states there, so it looks like Lopez will indeed stay in Florida. Harrison Bader, that's a good return for the Yankees. But the Mets get another bullpen piece in Michael Givens from the Cubs. Judge, no, he has not been traded. No, Wilson Contreras is a free agent after the year. We're now 4 minutes away from the deadline. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the likes and all the subscriptions we've gained today. Appreciate you guys very much. Philly's return is indeed going to be Mickey Moniak and another prospect for Syndergaard. Expect a lot of different reliever options to be added here in the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you guys again for joining us. Is Jock staying? Possibly at this point. Giants, unfortunately, have been sitting on their hands. Fulmer got traded for Gibson Young, or Gibson Long anyway, from the Twins. Whole bunch of news just popped right across the board at the same exact time there. Let me see what it was. More reports that Bader for Montgomery. More reports for Bader for Montgomery. Yankees are not getting Pablo Lopez, and that's about it. Okay. He wasn't on the top 30 at the beginning of the season. I imagine he's probably had a good season and was rising up the prospect ranks, but he's not a top-end option, no. Joel Sherman says Pablo Lopez is not being traded by the Marlins, so sorry, Jays and Yankees fans and Phillies and Dodgers. All you guys had hoped for a Pablo Lopez deal. No dice. Does not happen. We are 2 minutes away from the deadline. 2 minutes away. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Hit that like button. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. We just crossed hour number 8 for the day. And as I mentioned, we'll be posting a bunch of videos the rest of the week detailing each one of these trades that went down. Give you some in-depth analysis on who won, or on each side of the trade. Maybe give you a winner or loser of each one. But remember, take it with a grain of salt. We won't really know the winners and losers until well after this year. One minute away till the deadline. 1 minute. This is your 1 minute warning. Twins done? Probably, but they did a great job. Welcome back, Lucas. Welcome in, Mark. Appreciate you joining us. The Cards did something. They went out and got Jordan Montgomery in exchange for Harrison Bader. Nice work there by getting another starter, controllable starter too. It's 5 o'clock. That's it. Pencils down. Trade deadline is over. But the Giants, it seems like, have held on to Jock Peterson and Rodon at the moment. Astros have not done anything as far as center field. It remains to be seen if any of these deals will trickle in over the next in the next half hour or so. Got to imagine there's a lot of calls right now to the MLB office. Mark Feinsand, the Royals have traded Whit Merrifield per source. We had somebody mention the Astros earlier. Remember how I told you trades would trickle in afterward? There's the first one. So you guys keep a counter going. We're at 1 already announced after the deadline. Mets are trading a low-level prospect to the Cubs for Michael Givens. Makes a lot of sense. His history with the Baltimore Orioles and Buck Showalter. Jadale Sanchez is the other prospect going to the Angels for Noah Syndergaard. The Yanks wanted to trade from their depth of starting pitching. Just a lag on getting the info, exactly. I want to see how many trade calls were in the queue. So far, we have 1 with Merrifield. Dodgers, they got Joey Gallo. They got Chris Martin. Where am I getting my info from? Mark Feinsand on the Royals. I think the Cubs I do think the Cubs are a loser for not trading away Wilson Contreras. You had the catching market by the screws for the last, week, and you could have moved him at any time. Keeping Happ is okay by me. I think he probably gets moved. Just in case you guys are wondering how this all works after the deadline, Bob Nightingale kind of sums it up for you. The MLB trade deadline is over, but there are plenty of trades coming down over the next 30 minutes that have yet to be announced. We're still waiting to hear where Merrifield is going, but it does seem like he is being traded. Merrifield goes to the Blue Jays. Interesting. There you go. He goes for Samad Taylor and Max Castillo, according to FineSand. So Ian Happ does not go to the Blue Jays. Blue Jays do get the outfielder that they were hoping for to fill in for the time being while George Springer heals up. And then once he does, Merrifield can play all around the diamond. Merrifield, of course, isn't exactly the player he once was, but he's still very effective, hitting 240. Good job by the Blue Jays actually getting a piece there. Heyman also reporting Merrifield to the Jays. I'm not sure if it was because he wasn't vaccinated or what, but looks like the trade deadline has just passed. We're still getting a couple of moves. The move for Merrifield to the Blue Jays, one has to believe, okay, Passan does say he was not vaccinated, believes he will get vaxxed now. Blue Jays really loading up now. Their offense looks good to go. Their bullpen looks good to go. Starting pitching, a little bit of a worry, but I still like it against the Yankees right now after they did not get Pablo Lopez and traded away some of that depth with Jordan Montgomery. Yep, you called it to the Astros, but it turns out it's to the Blue Jays. We'll see if Ian Happ now goes to the Stros to fill their center field spot. That's an interesting trade there, Merrifield to the Blue Jays, considering the vaccination status. Welcome back, David. Appreciate you joining us again. Any last-minute trades for the Phillies like Syndergaard? Not yet. I don't think they're really going to get too many other pieces, maybe a reliever. We're 4 minutes past the deadline now, so we'll see as the news kind of trickles out. Everybody's reacting to the Merrifield news. Will the Dodgers do anything else? I'd imagine they're at least still they were kicking the door on some relievers. They were looking at Ian Happ. They were looking at Pablo Lopez. Lopez is not going to be there. Yeah, you do have to get both shots to play in Canada, so it's going to be at least 3 weeks before he's able to really play in Canada. But maybe when they're on the road in the U.S., he'll be able to play. Mets did a lot today. They got rough. Well, wouldn't say today. They've done a lot at the deadline total. Ken Rosenthal just sending out a tweet. The Cubs are not, I repeat, are not trading Wilson Contreras or Ian Happ. That's surprising to me. I thought for sure they'd have a lot of interest in Ian Happ, but unfortunately for them, wasn't enough. According to Feinstein, Taylor is the number 16 Jays prospect going the other way. The Rangers did not trade Matt Moore. That's a little bit surprising. He was the best reliever on the market. Still got a little bit of time just in case some of these other deals do get across the finish line. Some teams really missed the opportunity here, though. Rangers not trading Moore, Cubs not trading Contreras or Happ. Nightingale reports the Giants trade away fringe pieces, but not their main piece, Rodon. Still wondering if the Astros are going to get anything. Feinstein reporting as well, Matt Moore will remain with the Rangers. Darn. I thought they were really shopping him the past week. They've beefed up his value. Maybe they just couldn't find a taker for the value they were wanting. But, I mean, he's on a one-year deal. What were you holding on to him for? Giants traded away fringe pieces but had held on to their main pieces, hoping for an outside shot at getting into the postseason, according to Nightingale. Every year you see one or two teams not able to offload some of their pieces. Blue Jays are indeed getting Mitch White from minor league infielder Alex DeJesus, and Alex DeJesus anyway, for Nick Frasco and Moises Brito. We had a couple of you guys mentioning Mitch White earlier. Looks like that deal is now done. So Blue Jays do get a starter, back-end starter as well. Blue Jays really upgraded their roster today. They got 2 bullpen arms. They get a starter. They get Whit Merrifield. Their team is looking good. And I agree, it's not looking like the Rays got a catcher here at the deadline. That Murphy deal would have been a little bit more excessive for what we might get here at the very end. We're 8 minutes past the deadline here. I already had the Jays over the Yankees. The Jays should be able to beat the Yankees in a 7-game series, in my opinion. I just don't like the starting pitching still for the Yankees. I like the starting pitching for the Blue Jays just a little bit more, and now I like the bullpen better. Mitch White from the Dodgers, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Cubs are officially in the loser category. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. 227 likes. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, Rods. Yeah, the Jays were busy. It is confirmed Jock Peterson and Carlos Rodon are indeed staying with San Francisco. Padres really beefed themselves up. The Twins beefed themselves up. The Jays beefed themselves up. The Mets did a lot around the periphery. They didn't really get the big pieces done. I'm still wondering if we're going to see a JD Martinez deal. I haven't heard an all clear on him yet either. The Rangers should have traded the reliever Matt Moore. He would have done wonders for that Yankee bullpen, I believe, solving their left-handed relief options. Thank you for the like. If you haven't already liked, would really appreciate it if you would subscribe. We're going to put a bunch of videos out over the next couple of days. Raisel Iglesias has been traded. He goes to the Atlanta Braves. Got to imagine the Braves really happy with the acquisition cost there. The contract probably keeping the prospect costs down for them, but they beef up their bullpen. Great deal there. Got to wonder what the return is. JD Martinez is still a Red Sox. We get the all clear from Red Sox reporters. He has now taken the field in Houston with the Red Sox. So JD Martinez is staying with Boston. Raisel Iglesias from the Angels goes to the Braves for Jesse Chavez and Tucker Davidson. Jesse Chavez, the reliever. Tucker Davidson, prospect. I think he was a pretty good prospect in their system too. Let me see. He was their number 5 prospect. He's 26 years old at the AAA level, so he was going to age out of his prospect status anyway. He's not having a good year though, with the big league club anyway. With the minors, he's okay so far this year, but that's a good get for the Braves as they get a relief option in Raisel Iglesias. Got to wonder if they're going to eat some of that deal though. Nope, it seems the Braves are taking the entirety of that Iglesias contract. Wow. Rangers now turn their focus to extending the contract of Martin Perez. Wow. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us for right now, trade deadline just passed anyway. That's a loss for the Braves. How? They saved a lot of money by all the different all the different extensions they've already got with their young players. They were able to take on the money of Iglesias, get a good reliever, and they don't give up much for him. because they took on the money. Thoughts on Montgomery for Hader? I think that's a mistake by the Yankees. I think they needed starting pitching. I think they should have done better than Frankie Montas. Not that Montgomery is a great option for them, but they're losing starting pitching here on an area or in an area where I thought they were already short on. Bader fills a already crowded outfield for them. I don't understand the move from a Yankees perspective. From the Cardinals' perspective, they are offload from a position of strength in the outfield with Bader. Biggest winners: Padres, Twins, Blue Jays, and I know I'm missing one, but those are the three in my opinion. Mets did well in my opinion as well. Phillies did a lot without giving up too much. Yankees did a lot, but I don't think they did nearly enough for what they could have done. Yeah, Dodgers and Red Sox had the most confusing trade deadline. But yes, Padres are the clear winners. Twins are the clear winners. Looks like Tony Pham is going to play in left field now for the Red Sox with the deadline now passed. Iglesias' money in that deal for the Braves, $10 million the rest of this year, $16 million from 23, 24, and 25. How good is White? He's a starting pitcher. I really liked him in the minors, more of a strikeout guy, finally getting his feet wet with the Dodgers this year. He's a solid starter, though. Started following him a couple of years ago when I thought he could be a decent trade chip. A couple years back, of course, I thought they might do better than what they did here. Yeah. Just refreshing Twitter just to see if any of these other deals get announced. We're 14 minutes past the deadline. Still might see a couple more deals come across. So we'll stay with you guys for probably the next 15, 20 minutes. But you guys let me know. What do you think was the trade of the day? I think Phillies did great with what they had to work with. Jays, I think, did great. Padres did great. And the Twins. Really like what the Twins did. They really had to beef up their pitching. They got two top relief pitchers on the market right now. But the trade of the day is, of course, Juan Soto. Juan Soto, probably the biggest trade in MLB history, along with Josh Bell. Were traded to the San Diego Padres in exchange for Luke Voit, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel, James Wood, and Susanna. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you for the like. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Really appreciate you guys. You guys have really helped us out a lot today. We got close to 650 subscribers. We gained over 200 subscribers in this live stream alone today. So thank you guys for joining. Really appreciate all the help. Raisel Iglesias just signed that 4-year, $58 million contract with the Angels last winter. He's still got $48 million left on the deal after this year. Just waiting for the last bits of the all clear to be signed. Dodgers haven't said all clear yet. Dodgers may have something in the works. We'll see. Yeah. I am absolutely starving. I've been doing this for 8.5 hours. I could eat dinner, lunch, and dinner tomorrow right now. That's how hungry I am. Yeah, if I was a Yankee fan, I'd hate that Montgomery trade too. Not that it was a horrible move in and of itself, but when you compare it to where the Cardinals are at, needing starting pitching and having an excess of outfielders, Yankees needing starting pitching, having an excess of outfielders, adding another outfielder to that group doesn't make sense. Mets keeping all their prospects. A little bit surprised they didn't go in the deep end for JD Martinez. Yankees have officially announced the acquisition of Harrison Bader and a player to be named later for Jordan Montgomery. When will Soto be in the lineup? If I had to guess, you're probably looking a couple of days. Maybe Thursday we'll see him in the lineup, make his debut. The offseason trade market: Ian Happ, Shohei Ohtani, Pablo Lopez, probably the best names out there. that we're waiting for the all clear from them. We haven't heard if they're making a trade yet. We saw the Mitchell's White one. They're wondering if they still have something going. I wait until we see the all clear on every team. Welcome in, Puppy. Appreciate it. Very surprised JD Martinez stayed in Boston. I thought there'd been enough interest from outside clubs in him, with Luke Voigt being included in that deal to the Nationals and Eric Hosmer going to the Red Sox. I thought maybe you saw Eovaldi or Martinez go the other way to fill a much-needed hole in that Padres lineup and back into that bullpen. But no, they decided to go a little bit differently. It doesn't seem like the Padres found a taker for Will Myers, but I haven't heard an all clear yet on that either. So maybe the Padres shave off a little bit more salary with Will Myers, but I don't see anything happening as of yet. We're close. We're close. Reds get Austin Romine at the deadline. Romine was DFA'd by the Cardinals. Another move there. Welcome in, Blair. Appreciate it. Whit Merrifield was indeed traded to the Toronto Blue Jays. A little bit surprising because of his vaccination status, but you got to imagine he will be vaccinated now. He'll probably fill in as that multi-position player type of piece for them. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Let's check in on that count anyway. 642. That's still a great day. We gained over 200 subs. I really appreciate all the support. Did the 8.5-hour live. Will Soto play for the Padres next game? I don't think so. If I had to guess, it'd be Thursday. Big time players like that usually take an extra day to make sure everything clears and get them to San Diego and all that. Mets, I believe, are indeed done. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. For me, this is another Clint Frazier scenario brewing for the Yankees with Bader coming in. Clint Frazier played very well for them in the time he was given, but wasn't able to ever really establish himself as a regular major leaguer because of the outfield glut that they had. Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. No. Maley's probably a number 2 or 3 starter at this point. Right now he's pitching like a number 2. He's pitching like a 2.7 earned run average, I think, over the last 9 or 10 starts. He was a trade candidate before the season. I thought he was a clear number 3 at that point. Sounds like he might be taking that next step right now. If he does, the Twins do very well in that trade. Best sellers of the year, of course, go to the Cincinnati Reds and the Washington Nationals. Both of those teams, chef's kiss. They did amazing here at the deadline. Those GMs should get a round of applause. The Nationals, I know, are going through they're trying to sell the team anyway. Rizzo managed that situation perfectly. I watched MLB Network for 2 minutes a few hours ago and found this channel. Glad I did. Good job, sir. Thank you, Puppy. Really appreciate it. I believe the Cards are done now. They got their second rotation piece, offloaded an outfielder in return, and have sent Austin Romine back to the Reds. Still waiting for an all clear on the Dodgers, though. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. We're getting so close to 650. Probably take a little bit of a break here after the deadline is done and then start making some of those short videos that I was talking to you guys about. Go in depth on every single one of these deals. So keep it posted here for that. We'll give you some analysis on each one of those. Phillies did indeed get Noah Syndergaard for Moniak and Jadel Sanchez. Sorry, forgot the prospect's name for a moment. But Phillies also acquired Brandon Marsh. They DFA'd Odubel Herrera and Juris Familia. John Heyman now giving the all clear on Martin Perez. They hold on to Martin Perez. If you guys are wondering if this is a lot of fun for me, it certainly is. I would not be doing this for 8.5 hours if it wasn't. I've always followed the trade deadline every year very closely, pretty much since I was, I don't know, 9. And first time I've been able to do something like this with as much fan interaction as you guys. I really appreciate it. Probably my most fun deadline I've ever had. So thank you guys. Really enjoyed making this so much fun for you guys. Lots of Jays fans, Padres fans, Phillies, Yankees, Dodgers fans. A lot of Jays fans went into this very negative. The players as well were, but they, of course, have made some moves. They add Mitchell White for the rotation. They add Whit Merrifield for the outfield bat, or left-handed bat. They add 2 relievers from the Marlins as well, Anthony Bass and Zach Pop. Jays did very well. Thanks, David. Thank you. All right. Looks like we're 24 minutes past the deadline. We'll stay up here for another 6 minutes just to see if anything's going on. Usually about 30 minutes is about the cutoff when you see anything happen. What do you guys think? Who do you think was the biggest winner of the day? Mine are the Padres, the Twins, the Jays, and the Phillies. Those are probably the teams that won the most. The sellers, the 2 teams that did the most, in my opinion, are the winners. The Reds did a lot. They started selling before the year started. I think the A's could have done a little bit more here at the deadline, trading Laureano, trading Murphy. That's why they're not in my sellers winners. Thanks, Lucas. I can't remember. Is he a lefty? But they had an outfield bat either way. That's what they were needing with Springer down at the moment. Yu Darvish, that was almost a full 45 minutes after the deadline. A righty, okay. Yeah, Phillies did a lot without having to give up too much. The one piece they did give up was their number 3 catching prospect, I believe. So, yeah, they did a good job. Qualifying offer candidates for this winter now, according to Mark Feinsand, Wilson Contreras, J.D. Martinez, and Carlos Rodon. Noah Syndergaard will be ineligible since he received one last year, so his market should be robust if he's able to perform for the Phillies. I would love that. My dream job always was to be the general manager of a team. I'm not a Harvard graduate, didn't play in the sport. I don't have connections to a team. I thought about doing the whole scout angle for a while, going out to Arizona for their 6-week training course they have. Torrey Hunter, I think, was one of the instructors for it. But I don't have enough money in the bank enough to be able to do that kind of thing. News out of the Padres, they are indeed picking up the whole contract for Eric Hosmer. Ouch. Wow. That's more about just getting him off your team. That's a slap in the face if you're Eric Hosmer. Eric Hosmer deserves to be done a little bit better by the Padres. I mean, he's the whole reason why they're a legitimate team right now. Without him, Manny Machado doesn't agree to go there. Juan Soto isn't a possibility for them either. He was what got the domino rolling for the Padres. Those of you who are still with us that are Padres fans, should take your hats off and say thank you, Eric Hosmer. I understand he's not having the greatest year. Be the bigger person. Oh, I don't think he'll have any trouble doing that. I think he'll perform very well with the Red Sox. No pressure. Red Sox aren't expected to win a wild card spot at this point. Just imagine if that core gets going and Hosmer leads the way. Then in the offseason, you're going to have basically a free asset for the Red Sox to trade somewhere if you want. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Just a couple of minutes left here, and then we'll probably sign off here. Just waiting for the final all clears from the last few teams. Looks like the Angels are done. Mets are done. Phillies are done. Yanks are done. Blue Jays are done. The Raisel Iglesias was the last move for the Braves. Still not clear on the Padres yet if they got off of the Will Myers deal. They were worried about luxury tax concerns, of course, with that. Doesn't look like he's been moved. But thank you guys for joining us. Just about to sign off here. For those of you who are wanting to follow us here at the Upside, we cover all 4 major sports: MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. Hall of Fame game is going to be Thursday. We were planning on doing that live, but with Trevor Lawrence not going to play, Jake Luton getting the start, we might not. We might follow some baseball instead, cover Juan Soto's game or something like that. But thank you guys. Prediction for tonight's DeGrom return, over under 2. I think DeGrom will be very good. DeGrom should be very good. Just about to get off here, but refresh the pages one more time for you guys. Nope, looks like that's it. So the trade deadline is come and gone. Your winners, of course, now are the Padres, the Twins, the Jays, and the Phillies. Cubs, I think, could have done more. Rangers, I think, could have done more. Yankees, I think, could have done more. Marlins did okay. Dodgers, I think, are a clear loser just because of Juan Soto coming into the division and them going out and getting Joey Gallo to play a platoon role. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you guys probably tomorrow evening. Put out a whole bunch of videos for you guys over the next couple of days, so make sure you join us here at the Upside. Follow us here as we cover training camps over the next couple of weeks. But thanks, Wyatt. Thanks, Wee. Thanks, Chadwick. Thanks, Stuart. Appreciate you joining us. All right. Y'all have a good evening. I'm going to get some dinner. Have a good one. Thanks, Wee.